Morning, folks. Today we bring to you a presentation by Manly P. Hall. Um, it's a wonderful book. 10, 10 rules to a better living, or what is it? 10 basic rules for better living. So we're going to play that today. I think it's pretty awesome. I was listening to it when I first woke up this morning. I think it might inspire some folks out there and get some people engaged. And then we'll have some conversations after and get into the Dirty Larry Coffee Lounge. So thank you, everybody, and hope you enjoy the presentation.
Ten Basic Rules for Better Living by Manly P. Hall. Read by Adam Hannon. Originally published in 1953, this presentation is authorized under license by the Philosophical Research Society for the purpose of research, study, and discussion. 10 Basic Rules for Better Living. Since our civilization has moved on to an intensive industrial level, our psychology of living has been subjected to a variety of pressures unknown to our ancestors. As a result, we need a basic statement of principles suitable to present-day conditions. May we take this opportunity, therefore, to recommend 10 basic rules for better living. If you will inscribe these suggestions deeply and firmly upon the tablets of your memory, life will be easier and more purposeful. 1. Stop worrying. The popular idea that a worrier is a thoughtful and conscientious citizen is false. The Egyptians realized this when they included worry among the cardinal sins. Do not confuse thoughtfulness and worry. The thoughtful person plans solutions, but the worrier merely dissolves in his own doubt. If you think straight, you will have less cause for worrying. The worrier not only suffers the same disaster many times, but undermines his health and annoys all others with whom he comes into contact. There are many things in this world that require thoughtful consideration, but there is really nothing to fear but fear. 2. Stop trying to dominate and possess your friends and relatives. Each of us likes to feel that he is running his own life. The moment we recognize the rights of others to seek life, liberty, and happiness according to their own dreams, hopes, and aspirations, we begin to conserve our own resources. It is very debilitating to give advice which is ignored or rejected, and equally disappointing to attempt to possess and dominate persons who immediately resent and combat our dictatorial tendencies. We are hurt when they do not see things our way. If we save advice for ourselves and those who seek it from us, and who are therefore grateful, all concerned will be the better. 3. Moderate ambition. There is a tendency to overlook natural and simple blessings while we plunge on toward distant goals. Each individual has certain capacities. If he can recognize his own abilities and work with them, he can attain personal security. If, however, he is constantly seeking that which is not reasonably attainable, he can never know happiness or contentment. The wise man observes the disastrous results of uncontrollable ambitions and chooses moderation. It is not necessary to be famous in order to be happy, nor must one be the leading citizen in the community in order to gratify one's social instinct. The ambitious usually pay too much for what they get, and are the more miserable after they get it. 4. Do not accumulate more than you need. There is no real distinction in being the richest man in the graveyard. Many earnest citizens act as though there were pockets and shrouds. We are supposed to have outgrown the primitive belief that we should bury a man's goods with him so that his spirit might enjoy them in the afterworld. Here again, the middle course is the wisest. Let us reserve some of our energy for enjoyment and not give all of ourselves to the task of accumulation. Many a man who has made $1,000,000 has not lived to spend it. A rich life can be more practical than a monumental bank account. 5. Learn to relax. Great tension is an abomination. The more tense we become, the more stupidly we are likely to act, and according to the old Buddhists, stupidity is a cardinal sin. Today, many so-called efficient people are perpetually on the verge of a nervous breakdown. This is not so likely to be due to overwork as to unreasonable driving impulses from within themselves. Some say that they are overtaxing their resources to keep their jobs or to maintain extravagant families. Whether you believe it or not, you are a better producer and a better provider if you do not collapse from psychic exhaustion at some critical moment when you are most in need of good health. If your associates do not realize this, they may be in need of practical counsel. 6. Cultivate a sense of humor. As never before, we must brighten and lighten the corners where we are. The more seriously we take ourselves and our responsibilities, the duller we become. It is a saving grace to realize that, although living is a serious matter, we can take it too seriously. Also bear in mind that genuine humor is not bitter, cynical, or critical. It is the ability to laugh with the world and not at the world. If we must laugh at someone, let it be ourselves. Humor is a spice to living. It adds flavor to work, zest to play, charm to self-improvement, and proves to others that we have a security within ourselves. A sincere, happy laugh, like the joyous rippling of children's laughter, relieves tension and restores good nature. Incidentally, it makes friends and inspires confidence. 7. Find a reason for your own existence. Unless you believe in something bigger than yourself, have some purpose more vital than accumulation or advancement in business or society, you are only existing, not living. A simple pattern is to realize that the laws of nature that put you here seem to be primarily concerned with growth. You are a success to the degree that you grow, and you grow to the degree that you become a wiser, more useful, and more secure person. In other words, we live to learn, and by this very process we learn to live. Broaden your horizon, develop an interest in all that is fine, beautiful, and purposeful. Great internal good comes from the love for music, art, great literature, broad philosophy, and simple faith. Strengthen the inside of your nature, and the outside will be better. 8. Never intentionally harm any other person. Never by word or deed return evil for good or evil for evil. Weed negative and destructive thoughts and emotions out of your personality, or they will ultimately contribute to your misery. As we look around us, we see the tragic results of individuals and nations that harbor grudges or nurse the instincts for revenge. The harmless life saves those who live it from many of the mortal shocks that flesh is heir to. Our critical attitudes and our long memories of evils that others have caused only reduce our present efficiency and endanger health and vitality. Even the selfish man realizes that he cannot afford to keep a grudge, and the unselfish simply will not permit grudges to accumulate because they know better and they believe better. 9. Beware of anger. When ill temper controls us, we are no longer able to control ourselves. In a moment of anger, we may create a situation which will require years to remedy. Why should we spend our time trying to recover from our own mistakes? If we disapprove, Let us state our case simply and quietly, and remember that we should never try to correct another when we have already committed a fault as great as his. A quick temper is a serious handicap in business or in the home. It is useless to say that we cannot control anger. This is as much as to admit that we have lost the power to control ourselves. If we resent the unkindness of others and the collective irritability of this generation, let us make sure that we are not one of the irritating factors. 10. And last, in fact, and most important, never blame others for our own mistakes. It is hardly necessary. Each of us seems to have an incredible capacity to do things badly and select unwisely. Actually, we are in trouble because we have not made constructive use of the power and abilities which we received as a birthright. Others can hurt us only while our own inner life is too weak to sustain us in the presence of trial or test. Instead of resenting misfortunes and seeking to excuse our own limitations, we must face the facts. Either we are stronger than the problem and can solve it intelligently, or the problem is stronger than we are, and the only solution is to increase our own strength. Others are not to blame for our unhappiness. Each man must seek his own peace of mind, and, as the Arabian Nights so well expressed it, happiness must be earned. Rule 1. We will discuss briefly the first of our 10 rules for better living. Our theme is, therefore, to stop worrying. It is evident that merely to tell a person to correct a long-established habit is not likely to produce any permanent result. Actually, the worrier must enlarge his understanding of life in order to take a positive and constructive attitude while under the pressure of some unhappy circumstance. Worry is a sign that we need to make a rather careful examination of ourselves. There are many problems which require thoughtful consideration, but none that can be improved by worry. With some people, worry is regarded as a proper attitude when in the presence of an emergency. It seems to indicate that we are deeply moved and willing to accept the burden of living with all its most distressing implications. Not to worry when others are worrying, in fact, not to outworry all others, would imply that we are superficial and indifferent to the misfortunes of our kind. Here is an important instance where conformity with prevailing practices is destructive and purposeless. The worrier, if he has become an expert, has the ability to experience the same unpleasant situation many times. As a result of anticipating the worst and repeating this anticipation, the mind becomes overwhelmed by the magnitude of a problem, which in fact may be of no great consequence. The wear and tear upon disposition reacts on health and even extends into our social and business relationships. The worrier may be respected for his extreme anxiety, but he will not be popular in his home, among friends, or at his place of business. Worry is contagious, and our example reminds our associates of their own troubles, and an atmosphere of gloom is quickly generated. The best solution to a potential worrier is a frontal attack upon the cause. All resources should be conserved, and above all, there should not be unnecessary delay. The longer we linger on the verge of a painful situation, the more painful it becomes. The very process of worrying works a hardship upon our mental resources. There is very little room for positive thinking in a mind that is already filled with fears, doubts, and uncertainties. If the day comes when we must meet the emergency, we are at least ready if we have not exhausted our optimism and undermined our courage. If worrying about things in general is unwise, worrying about ourselves in particular is still more foolish. It is very easy to drift toward hypochondria, which is a morbid anxiety about ourselves, our health, and our adjustments with society. Worry always increases fear, and fear, in turn, impairs judgment and discourages prompt and practical action. It has been observed that those with few problems are often the greater worriers. When we are confronted with a major crisis, we usually instinctively rise to the occasion. We face tragedy much better than trivial inconveniences. An old Greek philosopher in a pensive mood was once asked what he had on his mind. "I am worrying," he replied. An acquaintance asked, "Why do you worry?" The old scholar soberly answered, "I am very worried by the thought that worrying does no good." This, in substance, is the vicious circle which ultimately afflicts all worriers. The best antidotes for worry are a deep and abiding faith in the benevolence of Providence, the wisdom to solve problems in a natural and simple way, and the courage to be true to principles under adversity. It has been said that the height of wisdom for man is that he shall know what to do next, and the height of courage is the strength to do that which should be done. If we are unable to accomplish this integrity within ourselves, we should realize that future happiness and security must be attained through the re-education of our habits and attitudes. If we want to be happy, we should take some time we are now devoting to less important projects and build within ourselves resources which can ensure a fuller and better life. May we conclude that in this case a word to the wise should be sufficient. Think straight and live straight. Rule 2. When it comes to number 2 of our rules for better living, we may interfere with the principal activity of a number of persons. The rule reads, "Stop trying to dominate and possess your friends and relatives." Two important points immediately present themselves. Efforts to dominate and possess not only contribute to the miseries of others, but are the immediate cause of personal unhappiness to the individual attempting such a program. Most of those who are by nature selfish are not much concerned with the difficulties they may cause, but they are immediately mindful of their own discomforts. So we will attack the question from this angle. Any person who can be dominated and possessed is not likely to be worth dominating and possessing. Genuine people insist upon their rights and are willing to defend them. This means almost immediate conflict, which can extend over years or even a lifetime with no real benefit to anyone. Those inclined to dominate and possess soon learn that they face organized opposition. All they can possibly hope for is a negative victory. It may be that the victim, because he is tied into a pattern, cannot instantly rebel or escape, but the instinct to free oneself from tyranny grows constantly and rapidly and finally ends in a critical situation. The dominating type does not like to be considered dictatorial or tyrannical. He prefers to assume that at worst he is a benevolent dictator. All he wants to do is to help others by causing them to do exactly what he believes is best for them. This means that when they resist, he is properly hurt and indignant. Where the tendency toward domination is strong, therefore, the heartaches are many and the disillusionment almost continuous. Ultimately, the dominating instinct, if allowed to go uncorrected, will cause a lonely and loveless life. Possession is only important to the degree that the individual is self-possessed. The moment we attempt to possess others, we are engaging in a project that will certainly fail. Remember that others do not wish to be possessed any more than we wish to be possessed. Most possessive persons resent possessive attitudes in others, and as goes resentment, so goes the blood pressure. Even possession itself is not an unqualified blessing. Once having accumulated, we must then administrate our possessions. When we destroy the rights of others to live their own lives, we become responsible for those lives. If they follow our advice or accept our domination, we should certainly be exceptionally wise, prudent, discriminating, and practical. Few possessive people have any of these qualities to a marked degree. Their own lives are not well lived, but they wish others to acknowledge an authority which has never been successfully demonstrated. This is further cause for resistance and works a severe strain on the digestive system. When we want to help someone, we should find pleasure in helping them to do what they want to do. If their projects are incompatible with our convictions, they may decline our assistance. Even small children should not be dominated and possessed. They should be controlled when necessary and directed to the best of the parental ability. If they are dominated, they become weaker and less self-reliant. If they are victims of over-possessiveness, they are either demoralized or become rebellious. In this world, we possess most completely that which we release most completely. The basis of our relationships should be voluntary. Our friends should like to be with us because we are friendly. Our relatives should prefer us because of qualities which naturally attract them and hold their interest and attention. We cannot force the respect and admiration of others. We must earn it by our own conduct. If we are self-possessed, we present a constructive pattern of attainment. Others will seek us because they need what we have, and they would like to know how we have acquired qualities which have contributed to better living. If by nature we are friendly, kindly, and just a little impersonal, we will seldom be alone. We will receive the honors and considerations which we can never command by domination and possessiveness. Rule 3. We recommend that thoughtful persons should moderate ambition. This is so contrary to prevailing practices that it requires explanation. We are all taught that we must succeed, and that it is our personal responsibility to improve our fortunes in every way possible, even at the expense of health and happiness. The mere fact, however, that many agree as to a policy does not prove that that policy is right. It is only necessary to study the lives of successful persons and listen to their own stories of what success has cost them to realize that it is all too possible to be an outstanding, successful failure. A moderate amount of ambition is certainly necessary, and without the incentive to improve and advance, there would be no progress, personal or collective. The difficulty is that success takes a great deal of time and attention. We must devote to this end most of our resources and most of our time. By degrees, we sacrifice ourselves entirely to a program which deprives us of leisure, overtaxes our mental and physical resources, and prevents us from enjoying the really fine and beautiful things of life. A gentleman of my acquaintance, who was an insurance executive, served his company so well that after 25 years of faithful service, they presented him with a 3-month vacation in Europe. After he returned, a friend asked him how he enjoyed one of the great art galleries of France. He immediately replied, "It's a bad insurance risk. No hydrant within half a mile, no sprinkler system, and the building itself is a fire trap." Trying to get ahead in the world does things to our minds. We may become narrow to the degree that the wealth or authority which we attain can no longer bring us pleasure or contentment. Most moneymakers are poor money spenders. One of the world's richest men used string for shoelaces because he could not countenance the expenditure of 10 cents. This man was a success, envied by many, admired by few, and loved by no one. His name was mentioned to young, aspiring economists, as an example of ambition. If they worked as hard as he had worked and sacrificed as he had sacrificed, they too might hope to become rich. Here philosophy enters the picture. After all, philosophy is nothing more or less than organized common sense. It points out that in this world we must in some way pay for everything we get. To satisfy ambition, we must pay with our own lives. By moderate success, we may provide the opportunity to live better and to enjoy a measure of security and comfort. But who can be moderately successful? The moment we take on the glamour of financial expansion, we become addicted to a habit-forming mechanism. One man told me that it had been his goal to make $1 million. Then he was going to retire and enjoy life. He was one of those who attained their goal, but he did not retire. Immediately, he became obsessed with the possibility of increasing his holding to $5 million. He died of heart failure, somewhere in his 4th million. Ambition can play another unkindly trick upon those over-addicted to its ways. It causes good and kindly people to be very unhappy because, for one reason or another, they are not able to reach the level of success which they have set for themselves. Surrounded by high finance and under constant pressure to expand beyond their means and abilities, they completely neglect the good things they already have. They forget that they have happy homes, bright, growing children, good friends, and a secure job, and dissolve in self-pity when they read of someone else's vast holdings. Not long ago, a wealthy person poured his sorrows into my ear, saying, "I want to travel. I want to study. I want to improve myself and give more personal affection and time to my family. But I cannot. Between board meetings on Monday, accountants on Tuesday, stock reports every day, and the countless burdens of possessions, it takes nearly every hour of my days and many nights merely to hold on to what I have." It seems to me that a generation dominated by such a pattern of ambition is causing itself a great deal of unnecessary misery. This world is a beautiful place, and most of us could live in it reasonably well if we would be reasonable. This is not a plea for poverty. We must all carry our proper share of the world's burden of work and responsibility. We are better and happier persons if we keep faith with those who depend upon us, and in this way preserve also our self-dignity. But let us not believe that a so-called successful life must be a rich or important life. In order to be real persons, we must have an inner existence that is also purposeful. When we are too busy to learn, to live, and to love, we are much too busy for our own good. Sometimes we must decide between forwarding some ambitious purpose of our own and neglecting or injuring others. We will never be content if we buy success at the cost of honor, integrity, or our own natural humanity. The world is full of ambitious folks. Perhaps that is why so many of our affairs go badly. Dream for a better future and plan a successful life, but be moderate. Remember, all that money can buy you is a certain amount of time or leisure with which to do the things you want to do. The wealthy have admitted that a little less money and a little more happiness is the wiser course. Rule 4. Our 4th rule for better living is a frontal attack upon the success psychosis. If you are wise, do not accumulate more than you need. Some are by nature accumulators, just as there are certain animals that store up their food supplies against a severe winter. To protect the future in every reasonable way is prudence, but to assume that the more you have, the happier you will be, is sheer folly. Moderation will protect the thoughtful against any extreme attitude which may have detrimental results. There are two kinds of accumulation. You can enlarge your natural store by having more or by becoming more. Let us never so completely dedicate our lives to accumulation that we forget to enrich character and gather those treasures which cannot be taken from us by the vicissitudes of the stock exchange. We should be able to answer the question, how much are we worth if we lose everything we have? This would embarrass a great many, but few depart from this world without being faced by such a question. There is a saying that when we have more than we need, someone else will have less than they need. It is interesting, therefore, that we can have and keep as much as possible of the best things of life, without detracting in any way from the security of others. Happiness, contentment, peace of mind, love of beauty, wisdom, and serenity can all be ours without any other person being the poorer. In fact, the more of such qualities we possess, the more secure and happier others will be, especially those within our spheres of influence. Experience shows that the instinct to accumulate exercises a hypnotic influence upon the mind. Once we are possessed by this instinct, we lose all sense of values and find ourselves the victims of a strong and dangerous habit. This habit can have as many tragic consequences as chronic alcoholism or addiction to narcotics. By degrees, our entire outlook on life is warped and distorted, and we become little better than money-making machines. Accumulation extends also to those things which can be bought by money. The over-pretentious establishment, the extravagant pattern of maintenance, and the useless display which influences no one worth influencing. I know many instances of persons of moderate attainments and capacities who are utterly uncomfortable in an extravagant and pretentious environment, which they have felt necessary to social standing. Napoleon discovered that he could conquer a nation during a war, but could not administer it wisely in periods of peace. Economic Napoleons find that through shrewd business policies they can make money, but because of deficiencies of character can neither use it nor spend it intelligently. Fortunes are wasted every month in this country by persons trying to compensate for lack of internal acquirements by the lavish spending of money. If dollars are so important that we are willing to wreck our lives and destroy our health in order to get them, they should not be wasted. When we waste money, we simply prove that it has no value to us. The things we really want in life cannot be bought by the coin of the realm. It is possible that moderate and prudent investments may bestow the leisure for self-improvement, but the investments themselves are no proof of self-improvement. A man who had recently made too much money sent his daughter to a fashionable Eastern finishing school. He received a letter stating that it would be wise for him to remove his daughter from the school because, as far as education went, she simply had no capacity. The indignant father immediately wired back, "Buy her one. I don't care what it costs." Unfortunately, we cannot purchase peace of mind, contentment, or intelligence. But if we have too much money, we are inclined to think that we no longer need these inner graces. When we come to that conclusion, we are the victims of our possessions and the poorest of the poor. With work we buy opportunity. The money we make gives us the chance to improve ourselves. It is only useful to the degree that we know how to use it for the enrichment of character and living. Socrates once said that if he wished to curse a man, he would say to him, "Let your sons be extravagant." Contentment comes to those who are happy to live moderately. Rule 5. The fifth of our rules for better living is a simple but important recommendation. Learn to relax. In pointing this out on one occasion, I received an interesting comment. You do not learn to relax. If you feel right inside, you are relaxed. To extend this thought, just how can the average person learn to feel right in a world which more or less conspires against such a moderate and consoling emotion? The answer seems to be that relaxation must be the result of a degree of internal security. We cannot relax when we are worried, frightened, or irritated. One formula is to realize that changing the mind from the familiar responsibilities and burdens to new and less pressureful activities promotes relaxation. This is where hobbies and avocational interests are not only useful, but necessary. In our world, a person without a hobby is exposing himself to the dilemmas of the one-track mind. The therapeutic value of hobbies is now recognized throughout the economic world, and all persons under unusual stress are advised to cultivate corrective interests. Even if a hobby is expensive, it may not cost as much as the doctor's bills which result from overtension. There is an autocorrective instinct in man which naturally impels him to balance his activities, and in this way protect his health. Some of us, however, fight this instinct because we believe that division of activity wastes time and scatters resources. Let it be remembered that a nervous breakdown may upset the planned economy of many years, whereas proper periods of relaxation actually increase efficiency. Avocations are further justified by the possibility that these may become real and profitable professions at some future time or under some unexpected change in our careers. The person who thinks about his problems all the time may be sincere, but he cannot be truly efficient. At the present time, the instinct toward escape mechanisms is strong, and many of these escapes are neither constructive nor desirable. It is therefore necessary to plan recreation with the same thoughtfulness that we plan work. The person who has forgotten how to enjoy a reasonable amount of rest and leisure has actually forgotten how to live. The more incessant the demands upon our physical resources, the more urgent becomes the requirement for rest. Very few can rest by being inactive. They cannot simply sit down and fold their hands and announce that they intend to relax. The wiser plan is to transfer the point of attention to that which is pleasurable and interesting, and allow natural enthusiasm to break tension. Sometimes we work harder during a vacation than when we are employed. We must remember, therefore, that doing what others want us to do is work, and doing what we want to do is play. A good philosophy of life and the development of artistic interests help to neutralize the heavier tasks which must be performed. As we mature, therefore, it becomes easier for us to relax. Two kinds of persons relax easily: the lazy and the learned. The lazy because they are indolent, and the learned because they are wise. Leisure does not have to be wasted. It brings exercise to faculties not usually employed, and it gives expression to emotions long repressed. A man does not feel he is wasting time when he plays golf or tennis or joins a ski club. He knows that he is giving his physical body a chance to strengthen itself against the drain and exhaustion of business pressures. Relaxation is as necessary as proper nutrition, adequate sleep, and good ventilation. Muhammad, the Prophet of Islam, divided his day into 3 8-hour periods. One of these he dedicated to labor, one to rest, and the third to the improvement of himself through study, recreation, and solid family living. This is a good rule, because it keeps balance. There is no reason why we should sacrifice everything else in life to the satisfaction of some uncontrollable ambition or desperate purpose. Learn to think of relaxation as a moral duty through which you protect the most important values of your life. If it happens that you cannot relax, and that the moment you try to rest you begin to fidget, this message is most timely. You are already getting into trouble, and unless you recognize the symptoms, your personal normalcy is threatened. Rule 6. The cultivation of a sense of humor is the 6th of our 10 rules for better living. Each individual may have his own definition of what constitutes humor, but very few have realized that it is a point of view which must develop within character if it is to be genuine and spontaneous. The lowest form of humor is enjoyment derived from the misfortunes of others, or the predicaments in which our associates may become involved. The real humorist is always kindly, gentle, observing, and stimulating. He is frequently able to preach a message or point out a lesson which would be objectionable if presented in a more sober vein. In older days, powerful princes had court jesters, and these alone could insult their masters with impunity. Many of these jesters were deeply learned and very wise, for it takes depth of human understanding, breadth of experience, and a ready comprehension to be witty without being unpleasant. In daily living, nothing orients the person in his environment more quickly than the ability to get a separate look at himself. If we can stand aside and watch ourselves go by, we may have new and appropriate cause for humor. The actions of others may seem ridiculous, but we feel that the most ridiculous of our should be taken by. A real humorist is one who can enjoy being laughed at as much as he enjoys laughing at. There is a philosopher. Many of the problems which seem deep and terrible are little better than ridiculous if seen in perspective. It is this lack of perspective that causes us. Light mind would solve everything. Humor, of course, is like it plays a zero tribute to nutrition. Research shows, however, that the food which we enjoy is most likely to be and applied to its proper purposes. We cannot live upon condiments, but as social creatures, we require a certain amount of adjustment in order to live well. A sense of humor does not imply a superficial nature. We have all known those who have tried desperately to be funny and have failed miserably. When we force an unnatural wit, we destroy the very humor which cannot flourish in shallow natures. The laws governing human conduct are forever emphasizing balance and a moderation between extremes. That which is unbalanced destroys itself. On the one extreme, we may have a deep and abiding thoughtfulness, a heavy sense of responsibility, a deep dedication to duty, and a firm conviction that life is not funny. If we carry this attitude or group of attitudes to an unreasonable excess, however, we become dull and colorless. Such an excess does not make us more useful or more practical, and of itself solves few of the ills the flesh is heir to. Conversely, to ripple continuously like a shallow stream, living forever on the surface of occurrences and accepting nothing as worthy of mature consideration, is another dangerous extreme. Somewhere there is a point of balance, but man has always found it hard to do anything moderately. This lack of what the Chinese call the mean, or balance, causes us to tip from one extreme to another with considerable wear and tear on the whole personality. There can be no good philosophy of life without humor, and there can be no real humor without a good philosophy of life. The balancing of these two factors is, therefore, the proper symbol of maturity. The human mind, emotions, and physical body flourish best when the person in the body is balanced and moderate and optimistic. Honest laughter relaxes body tension and releases many of the pressures which might otherwise accumulate and break through in less desirable ways. The habit of humor has a wonderful transmuting power. Like the wand of a fairy queen, it transforms the commonplace into something delightful. We have all enjoyed the humor of Mark Twain and Will Rogers, and we know that the world is better for their contributions to our way of life. Never be so busy, so thoughtful, so learned, so rich, or so burdened that you are no longer able to relax with a quiet smile. Rule 7. The seventh rule is concerned with finding a reason for personal existence. Experience shows that we are most likely to attain personality integration if we live each day to advance a main objective. In other words, we are most likely to get somewhere if we have a clear picture of that which we wish to accomplish. Brilliant leaders in the professions, arts, sciences, and trades have all agreed that we must be moved by a strong purpose to which we are willing to sacrifice matters of less importance. This is sound thinking, but it is only valuable to the degree that the purpose we visualize is itself valuable and significant. In order to keep a plan, we must first have a plan. And we cannot strive after goals which we do not understand and for which we have no sincere appreciation. The better and wiser the person, the better the plan to which he can dedicate his life. In these uncertain times, it is not entirely satisfactory to invest all of our hopes and dreams in the physical things around us. We may develop a business which will be swept away by changing times. We may build a social position which will collapse under economic reverses. In the course of years, the time will certainly come when we must ask ourselves how much we would be worth if we lost everything we had. The answer is obvious. Regardless of what we have, we are worth what we are. Modern society offers us wonderful opportunities to become more as persons. The wisdom of 50 centuries is available to us. The noblest visions and dreams of the ages have descended to this generation as a whole inheritance. Most of all, under our way of life, we have the right and privilege to grow internally. Our minds and hearts are not censored, nor are we forbidden to think and speak according to our convictions. This privilege of growth is a fundamental of our freedom, and this freedom to grow is the answer to most of the problems that burden our daily living. We cannot escape problems by denying them or running away from the decisions which they require. There is only one permanent remedy for any critical situation. We must outgrow it. The moment we are bigger than the problem, it ceases and can never return. If, however, we attempt to evade a problem, it will come back time after time to plague us. Would it not, then, be wise to make growth our reason for living? Let us master whatever skill or ability is necessary so that we can do our work well and without fear or worry. As we grow, we also find that increased knowledge and understanding bestow new dimensions upon commonplace activities. Life is more wonderful as we understand it. We experience real joy in doing things well as we become skillful and self-confident. Most folks have many problems, some large and some small, some immediate and some remote, some reasonable and some unreasonable. Suppose you made it a career to go out and solve each of these irritating situations separately. It would be an incredible task, and you would scarcely have time left for the preservation of your standard of living. It is sensible, therefore, to seek for some solution by which many uncertainties can be clarified at the same time. This means that we must say to ourselves, what is the common denominator of our composite unhappiness? Why does this make me unhappy on Wednesday and that on Thursday? In fact, why does nearly everything make me unhappy? Is it not easier to bring ourselves into a constructive attitude, thus correcting many troublesome details altogether, than to attempt to struggle through each as a separate and unrelated incident? A wise man once said, "Change yourself and you change all." Problems cannot exist in a life that has clarified its own purposes. Naturally, there will be much work to do, but it will be meaningful and purposeful. It does not follow that wise persons are free from adversity or tragedy, for few can be completely wise. Even a little wisdom, however, prevents us from making new problems and gives us courage and patience to face such as cannot be prevented with a good hope. Rule 8. In this time of intense competition, it is well to remember the 8th rule for better living. Never intentionally harm any other person. Ruthlessness never bears good fruit, and those who sow thistles will reap thistles. No one in this world can have so many friends that he can afford to make one unnecessary enemy. Civilization cannot attain its natural goal if citizens continue to live by the law of the jungle. There are times when we are all tempted to return evil for evil, but if we follow this policy, we can never know personal happiness and security. To live by compromise means, in the end, we live with compromise. Each of us must be able to bear our own dispositions with a degree of dignity. We cannot do this if we know in the quietude of private meditation that we are rather despicable persons. Many prominent careers will not stand careful examination. Fortunes have been advanced at the expense of honor, and by a direct and intentional contribution to the misfortunes of others. With the passing of years, we must all look back, and there are hours which are heavy upon the heart and mind. In nature, there are laws which we cannot break with impunity. The code by which we live becomes the code which may cause our death. There is something inside of a man called conscience. Just what this is and why it is may be subject to debate, but there is no doubt that its small, still voice cannot be ignored. To go against conscience is to threaten mental balance, emotional integrity, and physical health. No one can be well and happy who is troubled by his own conduct. If we have no philosophy of life, we may take the attitude that we can do as we please regardless of consequence. This does not help much, however, for if there is no philosophy inside of us, we are already desperately sick, whether we know it or not. Repentance is a phenomenon against which no one is impervious. There comes a time in most lives when we must face the mistakes we have made and wish that we had lived differently. I have seen repentance bring with it sorrows almost beyond description. It is wiser and better to so conduct ourselves that our mistakes will be errors of judgment rather than crimes of the heart. If, then, we must make a decision between sacrificing some ambition of our own or contributing to the sorrows of another, Let us recognize the virtue of unselfishness. Constructive impulses regenerate the body of man and give him new resources with which to advance his career honorably and with kindness. There is a streak of sadism in most human beings. If we are frustrated, weary, and problem-ridden, we feel that we are justified in being unkind. If we are hurt, we have the impulse to hurt someone else. We then excuse our own bad behavior because others have been unjust or unreasonable. Actually, there is no excuse for conduct which is not worthy of our own humanity. How do cooperation and honest dealings pay dividends? Can we forget that our conduct must be an example which others will be inclined to follow? If we want a happy home, we must be respected by the members of our own family. If we want our children to be good citizens, we must set them an example. There is no use in preaching honesty and then practicing dishonesty. Those who come after us are inclined to be like us, especially if they receive the constant preachment of our conduct. If, then, we wish to look forward to the simple, natural joys of living, and long, happy years with which to close our earthly span, we must earn the respect and love of those who know us all too well. Happiness cannot come to those who seek it directly. No one can make himself happy, for even planned programs do not work out when the time comes. Happiness is a byproduct of good living. If we keep the law will keep us. If we live well, we will reap a good harvest. It is unfortunate to discover this only in the years of harvest. We may then find that we do not have that which we have not earned. Regrets are then unprofitable, for they cannot restore the damage which has been done. We may then say that if a man is willing to follow a careful program to maintain his physical health and efficiency, he should also follow a well-planned program to maintain the health of his mind and his emotions. He should live a life calculated to strengthen his faculties and to deepen his emotions. If early in life he resolves to keep the faith of his world and to accept only that which he has earned, he will live to know contentment. Rule 9. In our list of rules for better living, number 9 is beware of anger. In the same spirit, also beware of what we commonly call righteous indignation. Both have the same detrimental effect upon human disposition and character. Anger is loss of self-control. It is an excess of resentment expressed through ill-considered words and ill-advised conduct. It is easy for quick-tempered persons to become angry, and often the mood passes quickly, but the results can linger on. There is a school of thought that considers an occasional temper fit as a legitimate extroversion. We are not supposed to frustrate our inclinations, lest these accumulate and ultimately bring serious consequences. It is probably true that once temper has arisen in the emotions, not much can be done to prevent its expression. But why do we get angry so often and over so many comparatively trivial occurrences? Anger, like worry, can be just a habit. Like worry also, the pressures causing anger can be redirected and re-educated. The ill-tempered individual seldom realizes that his conduct is a detriment to the pattern of human society. Concerned only with the expression of his personal irritation, he weakens all of the natural bonds which should be protected and honored. He disfigures himself and diminishes the regard in which he is held by his associates. When small children are angry or have temper fits, one remedy is to place them in front of a mirror. When the child sees his own expression, he recognizes that he is deforming himself and destroying the beauty and charm of his appearance and manner. There is no way of misrepresenting oneself more completely than by indulging in a temper fit. It may be held that when an angry person reveals his irritation, he is not misrepresenting himself, but is actually telling the truth about himself. This is not a strictly factual observation, however. No one is angry all the time, and we bear witness to our own essential nature only when we are not trying to be good or bad. Both extremes depart from the normal, and man is best able to function efficiently when he is without intense pressures of any kind. In anger, we are likely to lose control of our words and our actions. We will resent moderating counsel and become more intense when we are opposed. Words have power and become deeply etched in the memories of our friends and foes. It may require years of patient mending to repair a situation caused by a few moments of emotional intemperance. Thus, valuable energy must be expended to neutralize the results of wasted energy. More and more, our human abilities are squandered on projects which should never have existed. Misunderstandings are seldom repaired through irritability. It may well be that we are appropriately indignant at the words or actions of another. If, however, we wish to have the greatest corrective influence, we must be careful not to take the very attitudes which we resent in others. There is no proof, through experience, that two wrongs ever made a right. The best we can say is that the wrong itself is doubled. When righteous indignation arises within us, there is a pressing need for calmness and character integration. If we can preserve our own balance in a difficult situation, we have mastered that situation. The fact that another has lost his temper can never justify the perpetuation of a feud. We have the right to retire with dignity from any situation that offends our sense of values, but we cannot afford to become emotionally involved. Modern man is under terrific psychological pressure. He must, therefore, exercise ever greater watchfulness over personal conduct. We cannot afford to waste resources which are difficult, if not impossible, to replace. Why should we build ourselves up physically with vitamins, minerals, and innumerable modern remedies, only to tear ourselves down by destructive outbursts of emotion? If we want to live long and remain useful, we must live well and develop a reasonable degree of patience. There are too many instances in which an outburst of temper has been followed by a serious and even fatal physical reaction. The reward of a good disposition is a good life. Perhaps the love of our families and the respect of our friends are worth self-control. Rule 10. The last of our 10 rules, and one of the most important, is never blame others for our own mistakes. In the first place, we can have little respect for an individual who does not acknowledge obvious faults. We consider him self-centered and egotistical. There is really no reason to blame anyone too severely for his first mistake, but we may doubt his intelligence if he repeats the same mistake several times. If things go wrong, it is nice to assume that it is due to corrupt politics, general instability in world affairs, the stupidity of our associates, and the ignorance of our friends. Such thinking leaves us completely innocent of all wrongs, a most comforting reflection. Needless to say, we will never correct our mistakes as long as we decline to acknowledge that we make them. Equally obviously, we cannot correct the mistakes of the whole world, and we can take the horrible attitude that we are predestined and foreordained to suffer. Experience and thoughtfulness reveal that nearly every person is in the predicament which he has caused for himself. There may be times when the rationale of the situation appears dim, But it is much safer to assume that the trouble is of our own making, and therefore can be repaired by our own efforts. To think otherwise is to assume that we live in a dishonest universe, and such an assumption is a catastrophe. If we can build a good future, we may also have the genius to accumulate a bad one. Therefore, when anything goes wrong, let us first examine ourselves. Nor should we be too partial in such examination. Let us not excuse all our own faults because we understand them, and condemn all the faults of others because we do not understand them. From the complaints we hear from troubled persons, it would seem that the principal occupation of mortals is to ruin each other's lives. Nearly everyone can give a long and detailed list of injustices they have suffered, the troubles they have known, and the miseries of which they are the victims. After observing and listening to these complainers, it dawns upon the impartial observer that these folks could themselves be a heavy and thankless burden on everyone they know. They have stewed so long in their own self-pity that it never occurs to them to list the mistakes they have made, the troubles they have caused, and the unpleasant situations which they have generated. It is not necessary for anyone to break down and confess his private faults, but it is good to examine debits and credits of personality in the quietude of private reflection. One trouble with unpleasant persons is that their acquaintances have no inclination to create a situation by starting an argument. When our conduct is such that others cannot get along with us, they usually retire quietly and leave us to the ages. Having made it impossible for them to remain, we then proclaim ourselves the victims of their indifference when they depart. Perhaps it would be wiser for all concerned if departing friends would make a simple and honest statement of why they departed. If several departed for the same cause and we knew it, there might be a larger incentive toward personal reform. We all grow by our mistakes, but they are of little value to us unless we accept and understand them. There is a popular belief that the older we get, the wiser we are. This is not always true, however. For no matter how long we live, experience means little unless we honestly search for the causes of our troubles. It is also a wise idea not to brood over misfortune. Think it through, learn all you can, correct your faults, and then go on living a better life. Too many folks are in abject slavery to the past. They can never forget those things which should not be remembered, and they never seem to remember lessons which should never be forgotten. It is better to be strict with ourselves where principles are involved. There is no use complaining, because we are not perfect, but there is much profit in self-improvement whenever and wherever this is possible. If we are aware of our own defects, we can act accordingly. But while we blame the world for our troubles, we cannot act at all. After all, the world is just a number of persons, most of whom are convinced that everyone else is wrong. Face it squarely. You cannot always be right and always in trouble. These words out of experience summarize in simple form what the world has learned about good living. We hope they will be useful to you. We hope that you've enjoyed this recording. Please remember to subscribe to receive notifications of upcoming recordings. This recording is a production.
What the hell, over?
You better drop that link so these people can come up and talk about this wonderful book. Don't you think it was wonderful?
Oh yeah, it was definitely informative. Do you have to go all the way to YouTube to post the link so people can click on it?
No. You could post it through
But you can't get.
StreamYard like that, but you can't
But you
pin it.
can't. Right. I think I'll go there and post it.
Grand Rising to you, Manel. What's going on, Jeff? No, he didn't. I don't think he wrote it. Manly P. Hall did, but I'm pretty sure he read it. I'm pretty sure a lot of people in the community have read that same book.
All right. I need to know how many coffees we need here. Coffee's hot, brewing, and ready.
Well, did you send the link to Slyshy? Uh-oh. See? If you didn't send the link, she already knows you didn't send the link, Larry. She's getting mad at you, Larry.
Yeah, I know.
She already knows you didn't send the link, Larry. She's getting mad.
All right. Well, I guess I'll just go ahead and pour some damn coffee since nobody wants to tell me how many damn coffees are needed.
Jeff said he needs 3 more coffees.
3 more coffees, huh? All right. Here comes the coffees.
So where's Mary? She said she wanted to talk about the book. There was a few things that she didn't like about the book. Larry's pouring coffee right now. Hold on, folks. He's getting his workout in the morning. Look at that. His gang tattoo from his first stunt in prison.
Hey, you weren't supposed to tell nobody that, dab nabbit. Is this thing working or what? Yeah, I guess it's working. All right, I think that's 6 cups of coffee there. We'll make sure everybody's got one. One more. Here we go. Ooh, look, we even got orange slices. What is that? Cinnamon? Mmm, yummy cinnamon. That's some real cinnamon there. All right. Good morning, fellow StreamYard and YouTubers. Hope everybody's have a great, wonderful morning and a better tomorrow.
Wait, why a better tomorrow? Why can't we have a better today?
Well, if every day's better, it's better. So there.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it's better, then I suppose it is better. Numbers are starting to rise, Larry. I think it's because you woke up. People have been wanting to listen to what you have to say. They're intrigued. They want to know
Nah, I
what you
think they're
think.
just I believe they're just here for the free damn coffee. That's what Jeff said last week. He was here only for the free coffee, and I'm
Well,
sticking to it.
sometimes people come in, they need a cup of coffee, and they need more than that. They don't want to admit that they need more than that, but I've oftentimes had to give therapy to people that have come in just for coffee. For instance, I'll give you an example right here, folks. Um, there was a gentleman who came in for coffee the other day, and this is a real example. Um, a guest that has been here multiple times. His wife and her best friend love to come up and stay here and have vacations and stuff. Well, this gentleman, he got in an accident over the holidays or the winter, and he ran over a 21-year-old, killing him. So he did come in, appearing to want to grab a cup of coffee, but really, what I'm trying to say is sometimes people come in for a cup of coffee and they really have something that they have to say or get off their chest. Um, and with me bringing that up, I do want to say, because it does bring me down a little bit, um, I want to say that our lives are really not that bad. This guy was out just driving to work. There were some cars that were stopped in front of him. He got over in the other lane, and this guy was standing there with the bike. He looked at the guy with the bike. The guy looked at him. Next thing you know, he looked over, and the guy decided to just start walking across the street. And before he could hit the brakes, hit the guy and killed him. All the people there that were watching, that saw it, witnessed it, they all said that he did nothing wrong. But still, your life is not having that many problems compared to that guy. That guy has something haunting him. He's got some shit he's got to deal with, and he's got to like go through some mental healing, and he's got a journey that he's got to go down now because of something that happened in his life. So I guarantee you that you don't have something like that going on. If you do, you're more than welcome to share it with us. But let's try to be kinder to each other. Let's try to be more uplifting to each other, and let's try to be more productive and positive in this community instead of always tearing each other down and treating each other like shit. Because I think we'll go much farther when we treat each other better. I yield, Larry. Take the floor.
Well, as I can speak personally, you can't throw shit very far. Come on now, that was a joke.
Sorry, Larry. I was taking a ball rip.
No excuses. You're slacking on the damn job, Moose. What the hell, over? I'm gonna have to email you.
Yeah, yeah. Call my wife and tell her I'm slacking on the job again.
And what do you mean again? I think it's more like always, isn't it? No doubt about it. Yeah, I'm in a weird mood today. I don't know why. So anyway, anybody got anything on their mind this morning? Any thoughts? Any comments about the book we listened to?
Larry,
Yes.
don't let everybody speak at once, brother. Don't let everybody speak at once.
I know I gotta shut the hell up for just a second so I can let somebody else talk, but I want to control everything. So here I go, controlling, controlling, controlling. I mean, damn it. Here we go. Good morning, Mary.
Morning. How are you, Larry?
Uh, we'll go with Peachy King.
Morning, Mary. Okay, so before we talk about the book, I just want to go over the because the book is titled 10 Basic Rules for a Better Living. It was written in 1953 by Manly P. Hall, and The 10 things are: one is do not worry, two, do not try to dominate your friends and family, three, have moderate ambitions, four, do not accumulate more than you need, five, learn to relax, six, cultivate a sense of humor, seven, find a reason for your existence, eight, never intentionally harm any person with words or deeds, nine, beware of anger, and 10, never blame others for your own mistakes. There you go.
Yeah.
Wait,
I think
go
so
ahead.
many things. I'm sorry, Larry. I think so many things. I think that man did not have a good grasp on what society is. Um. Uh. There's a lot of broad paintbrushing. Not that he didn't have good things to say, because I agree with a lot of those basic the way you put it, Miss. The 10 little rules there. Um. But I picked up a lot of verbiage, a lot of word usage, um, a lot of avoidance of why we need this whole book to be read and said, why he felt the need to write the book itself. So he felt the need to write the book, but he doesn't talk about the reason why the need is there, which is he saw something in society that was happening.
Yeah, absolutely. But he was part of the club, though, Mary.
I don't know what club. I've never subscribed to a club before. You know what I've done?
Oh, I know that's not what I meant. I meant he's part of the club. You know, there's a reason why I wrote those books. It's to
Yeah, yeah,
influence.
yeah, exactly. Yes, yes. So what was going on in society? What was so dastardly that he saw that he needed to put that influence out there?
Right. It's all intentional. It's a bit like, even the books like 1984 and Brave New World, and so there's a lot more. But these are all intentionally put out, and they're all part of that same paradigm. You know.
Well, the book
Or,
wasn't called, "Hey, let's learn how to be a man." You know what I'm just
yeah,
using that for an example, or learn how to be a woman, or learn how to be a
right.
human. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, he keeps using person all the time. He uses person.
I really liked how he was telling victims how they should react to their abuse.
That's not.
What? Wait, what?
Yeah.
That's like somebody smacking you in the face, saying, "Hey, I'm sorry for that," and then wanting to hug and kiss afterwards.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Right. I did buy. Was it To Behold a Pale Horse? And I read some of it, and I thought, I think I might have wasted my money here.
Yeah, you okay? Wait. This one blew me away. This one really blew me away. What's over addiction?
Say again. Sorry.
What is?
Yeah, that was a funny one. Over addiction. Um,
Mm,
how could you be
yes.
overly addicted to something? Because I mean, being addicted in itself, right, is being
Wait,
overly excessive with it.
yes,
Well,
but
you're
what
already
he
there, aren't you?
it was
Yeah.
what he
That's like
didn't say. It was
it's
what
like
he
an
didn't say.
overexpression, isn't it? It's an
No. It was
overexpression.
what he didn't say, guys. What
Go
he
on.
didn't say was certain addictions were justified, but don't be overly addicted. Isn't that usually the whole phrase that goes with overly anything?
Right, right, right. Yeah, you said that better than me. I want to say hi to Nubs.
Hi, Knobs.
Hello.
I only say any of this because I'm currently battling in my own life other people's nefarious behaviors. And I don't mean anything on the metaverse, like literally in my own life, dealing with people's behaviors that are titled one thing but are defined another. we'll just use my original birth family as an example, to not let loose anything else. Um, I was the black sheep. I was the survivor who got up and called the police. I was the survivor who said, "I'm not going to do drugs to sway any issues I might have because of the victimization." It doesn't mean that I wasn't accused of all those things. So, the book was almost appropriate to show me the still programming of the human, that people, they don't do what's right within, like within the soul, within the body, the solar plexus, that inside up under the rib cage.
You mean to
They
themselves initially? Yeah, to themselves.
to themselves. But even after a while, because of what I'm currently seeing, I see that themselves, they don't have this, well, hold on, there's a certain phrase, they don't have that self-preservation skill, that to not do it to themselves.
Right.
And
I think
so
that's a lack of discipline and discernment.
Yeah.
yes, but Nubs, like, we're not talking the weird town joker anymore. We're talking en masse, and this is where it's upsetting my life. You know what I'm saying? It's disrupting my life.
Hmm.
Well, you think about it, it's not going to be the oddball in the group. It's going to be everybody in the group. That's what makes it, quote unquote, socially normal to be fucked up.
Oh my
Yeah.
God! But when did that happen? Who
That-
said it was okay?
I think it's been a regression. It's like a progressive regression of that.
Hasn't it really though always been?
Well,
Right?
Yeah, but
okay
to
would
a
be the
lesser
status
degree.
quo. So
Sorry, say
as
again?
soon as it was implemented, it was okay.
Right.
Mm, yeah,
The first time someone else looked away from a situation that needed their attention, they made it okay.
right.
And this is
Mm.
where we're at. Like, you're absolutely right, Nubs. You know what? My mother's tag phrase was, "I didn't want to be involved." Yo, how do you even say that to your own kids like that? Wait, what?
By
That's
saying that,
crazy.
you're involved.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we understand, absolutely. But the ignorance behind, or the mouth, the person, I still cannot wrap my head around the "I don't want to be involved." We're all human. We're all stuck on this thing called Earth. And I
Mm.
called it a thing because I use no descriptive words about it. Um, why is uh, people actually entertaining the "I don't want to be involved" mindset?
We know you're a baller, Mary. Don't try to pretend that you're
Mm.
not, and say
No,
that
but
you're
I like
not
the
going to
point
describe
though.
what we're both standing on here. You
Yeah.
damn
But
Glover, you.
that weren't Mary's point, Larry. The point is that exactly what Mary just said, is that how can anyone say I don't want to be involved? It's like they don't
Uh,
comprehend, if you do something over there at that end of the world, it's going to affect the other end of the world and everything in between. So
Hmm.
that's how you can't say I don't want to be involved. We are involved because we this is where we were born into. However you want to see it, we want to be esoteric or materialistic. We're still born into this world, and we're aspects of it, and it us.
And listen, I people think because of where I live that I've removed myself. I live 45 minutes away. I physically removed myself for the safety of my son and the safety of my sanity, but I'm still a social being. I still feel the need to interact and offer anything I may have learn something from others. Like, I still feel that need. So to see to hear this gentleman this morning, Moose, I kind of needed to hear it because it was quite interesting. Not that he was wrong on some of the concepts, but maybe how he delivered them all. Um, it's very telling and answers a lot of the why of how we got to where we are when we listen to someone like that from, what is that, like 70 years ago?
I think it was
Yeah,
longer than that, isn't it? Was it
And that
like
70
just
years ago?
shows,
76 or
Right,
something.
and that just shows you that things haven't
right.
really changed. If anything, they've gotten worse.
Well, I
Well, I was
think
about to
it was
say,
going
yeah.
before that. Yeah, I think it was going before that, though, before 70 years ago. I think this has been going for well over 100 years, if not longer than that. Probably more than
Oh,
200
It's
No,
years.
been
you're
probably
going
probably
since
on
the
right.
since the
beginning
last
of time.
reset.
Well,
Since
I
the
mean, if you
beginning of
really
Yes.
want to
time.
go, yeah, if you want to go all the way, it's been going for thousands of years, but I'm talking about the most recent stuff and this kind of writings. I mean, we can't read the old texts because we haven't learned to read Sanskrit and Egyptian and whatever,
Mhm.
Phoenician and whatever you want to call it. But
Well, not only that, but is it really what they say it is? The ones
exactly.
that are
Mhm.
determining it,
Mhm.
because if you look at it, Proto-Phoenician is the same language that Native American tongue, most of it is derived
Yeah.
from. Most of it.
Right, that's
Well,
interesting. That's true.
Proto-Phoenician is also Proto-Hebrew.
Yeah, that's very interesting.
That- you know what? I should have put that
Actually,
connection together. Damn, you are so right.
I do.
You are so right.
Yeah, I do
Well,
believe
not
there's
only
an
is it
ancient.
Proto-Hebrew, but the Phoenicians floated on boats that looked almost identical to giant fucking canoes.
Right, but I do
Not
believe
only
there's
that,
even.
hang on, I've got a couple of more. Not only
Okay.
that, but you have the people of Judah and you have
Mhm.
Utah in America. Well,
Right.
not only that, but you have a people group that were lost in a desert for 40 fucking years. And the desert that they claim to be lost in, you can travel across in about 3 days.
Right. Right.
Not
But
only
wait.
that, but you have the land of Prester John, which is a quote unquote undiscovered land. Well, if Prester John is the king of it, I would say he probably knew where it was. But the Prester John was known to be the Indias, Superior India, Minor India. There's three Indias. Well, Indias could also be the Indian continent, or it could also be the American, hence why we call them American Indian.
Right. Well, they did. They
America
did tend
is
to.
from the Amari people. Amari is a native indigenous people group to America. America is the true old world. They'll tell you it's in other lands, but the grand reality is if you don't know where you're from, you'll never know where you're gonna go.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say about
Follow
the
the yellow
Hebrew,
brick road.
right, the Hebrew language that you were talking about, I do believe that was also found in Ireland as well. So just
I would not say found in Ireland, but it would be found, not founded, but found. Yes, because
no, but
Ireland would
found
be
there.
the.
Yeah,
No, I
that's
don't
what I
think it
meant.
was founded there. I
No,
think
no,
it
no, no.
came.
That's not what I meant. I didn't say that. I said it was found there. So it
Oh, yeah,
means
yeah,
they
yeah,
were
yeah.
everywhere.
No, well, what it means is it means that you have the land of Ur, or Ur of the
Right.
Chaldees. Well, where would the Chaldees and where would Ur be? Well, Ireland, Ireland, Ireland.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ireland.
There's your Netherlands
Mm-hmm.
or the Northlands. It's all
Northland.
there. We
Yeah.
our Canada would be Canaan, Cana, duh.
Yeah, yeah,
And then
yeah,
if
yeah,
you look, you can find the Tower of Babel right there in Canada, just north of um, the what's it? Gosh, I can't think of the forest. The Acadia National Forest in the United States. The Acadians, the Acadia people. Yeah, there you go.
cool. Yeah, I mean, they have. What have they done? They've kind of mushed the language up, from what I can see. They've
Well, yeah,
they
listen to the dude that was just speaking. Like the one thing that talent that he was showing in the book was his use of language, the flow of that language to get you to consider thinking about something. Okay, so Nubs, remember when you made the phrase probably a couple weeks ago, the worth of a man is his ability to hold a thought that is not his own.
What did I say?
Yeah.
I believe it was you that said the worth of a man is his ability to hold a thought which is not his own.
No, that is the measure of a strong mind.
Okay, even better, even better. But here's the thing with that thought. The way this what we listened to, the way this gentleman wrote his book was in the Pied Piper kind of way. Like it led you on a nice journey to get to a mindset which may or may not be yours, but you don't mind the mindset because the flow of the journey has been nice. Like I'm kind of going for that understanding. Like that's not helped anybody because we're like couple thousand years into this society and we're having to listen to some dude who has some rules for a happier life that people have not even been able to pass on to their own kids in the last couple thousand years.
That's so true.
I'm waiting to see if Nubs comes in because sometimes he
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna tell Nubs if he's gonna duh me, make sure next time it's with a capital D. Damn it!
Wow.
Oh wait, that was a dab nabbit.
Sorry, I'm having a bit of chocolate. I don't do that often.
Well, hey, wait a minute. You
What's a
gotta
droplet?
share.
What are you talking about?
I'm having a bit of marzipan chocolate.
Oh,
Rich. I haven't had
yummy.
marzipan for like years. I do like it now and again.
That is so rich too.
Yeah, I literally have like 1 or 2 tiny squares because it's dark chocolate as well. But yeah,
We
it's
So,
love this. Us
so
British love it.
you know what that means.
actually that's not true. Sorry, Larry. Go on.
I was gonna say, you know what that means is Manel's gonna be running around the house in about a half hour on a sugar high.
Yeah,
A damn
probably 'cause I don't
Twix
eat a lot.
costs $4 out here. I bet your
But I
real
always say,
chocolate costs a lot more than that.
Moose, most folk over here tend to like the cheap milk chocolate that I've met. But I like dark chocolate. I'm a bit of a snob. I like German
How
chocolates.
is that being a snob? It's just liking a better quality product.
Yeah. I
Yeah,
know I get called
I
a
agree,
snob because
Nubs.
I like better quality.
If that makes me a snob, like I won't eat really unless it's in like an ice cream or something like that. I don't even eat fucking regular chocolate. That shit's nasty.
Yeah,
You
it's nasty.
snobs.
Fucking snobs,
We've been
knobs.
called
Isn't it?
out.
Hang on, Moose has got to do his snob thing. He loves taking
Oh
the mickey
yeah,
out of me.
Moose, do it.
Your English accent, your East End accent, mate. Come on, you can do it.
I think he's
Ah,
busy
you
working.
shaky blinders.
Oh well, no, he's probably looking after Minnie Moose.
Aye, aye. That's not how we do things around here.
That's funny, Nubs.
Oh, that is super funny.
See, I figured out that in order to have a British accent, all you've got to do is think about having some shit in your mouth. And then it
Actually,
comes
the
out,
only way
hey.
the only way you're gonna be able to right. So let me tell you something else. The only way you're gonna stop having an American accent is take that chewing gum out of your mouth.
Ironic, because that's exactly what I'm saying about a British accent. So you guys hear it one way,
That's
we hear
old.
it the opposite, and it's literally
That's a
the
really
opposite.
old thing. That was in the 70s that folks used to say to me, Americans sound like they're eating gum all the time, which was I found hilarious. But yeah.
You
What's
sure it
really
wasn't
funny about
chewing
that is
tobacco?
gum is from Asia.
Yeah, I know. It's just nonsense, isn't it?
And it
Uh,
came from the rubber plant.
Yep.
Yep. Is that Mary back?
So in other words, you've been chewing on a damn tire the whole time.
I thought I was tired
one
for a reason.
minute.
Just
See what
make
I
sure
did
you don't.
there?
Just make sure you
No,
don't get
no,
a
someone
bias
else.
fly.
Right, no, it's not. Someone else spoke when you spoke.
I said, I feel tired. Do you see what I did there?
Yeah.
And then I
So
said, make sure you don't get a bias fly.
my cheap
You know, this
crappy joke is,
conversation's really going flat.
I know.
I'm
My
getting
cheap
really
joke is,
tired of it. I'm getting
Full
really
of
tired of it.
I am
full of
right,
air,
come
exhausted.
on then.
full of air and nothing but rotational frequency.
Chewing gum and eating shit.
Around and around we go, the merry bell bush we round to go.
Wait, what? Huh?
Exactly
Around the
my point.
mulberry bush. Round and round the mulberry bush.
That's a really disturbing song if you actually know what they're talking about. Kind of like Ring Around the Rosie. That one's really fucked up.
Yeah.
Super fucked up. That's like, no offense to anybody, but it's kind of like when I see Christians worshiping a cross and saying, "Oh no, it's Jesus. It's Jesus." No, that's a Roman torture device.
It is, yeah. You're right.
And I do believe that the book that they supposedly follow says you should not create any graven images. So a symbol of death to me would be kind of, yeah, not just death, but Roman torture would kind of be a graven image.
Absolutely. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I've always questioned that, by the way.
Well, it seems as if honestly, having read the New Testament and the Old Testament many a time, I do my studies. I've come to find out, to my own understanding, that basically the New Testament is the antithesis or the opposite of the Old Testament. So all of the things that were okay in the Old Testament are not okay in the New, and vice versa.
So I'm not totally up with this, but apparently the New Testament is actually the Old Testament, and the Old Testament is the New Testament.
Well, I would say it's more the New Testament. The reason there's so many correlations, in my opinion, is because they had the original book to write the story from. So it's kind of like
Right.
just a sequel. You already had all the
Right.
characters, you already had all the players. All you need to do is change the name, change the story just a little bit, and bam, you got the New Testament. Not only that, but to my understanding and to my studies, I have found out that there is strong evidence to say that the character of Jesus could easily be replaced with the character of Tiberius, and all the stories stay the same.
I
Yeah,
gotta
you go
quickly.
way back in history, and you're going to find that same story occurring in
Well,
India and all over the place.
I gotta quickly interject here. Chuck says such nub sense.
Enough
And then
sense.
Jeff
I
No,
like that.
that's good.
All
and then
right.
Jeff
Well,
says nub sense, laugh my ass off.
come prove me wrong then, Chucky.
Hey, the funny thing is, well, we know what they tell us first, but all these stories are repeated through time itself. Then somebody's telling it wrong because we're not going anywhere. Like humans turn to technology, turn to artificial intelligence, turn to robots instead of nature, and they
Yeah.
work harder, not smarter. They think they're working
Mm.
smarter with technology, but they really are not. They are dumbing themselves down. Sorry, that's just my tangent.
It
Well,
does
Mary,
not compute. It does not compute.
See?
why do you think I do all my digging by hand? And why do you think I'm out there with a fucking shovel? Meanwhile, the company next to me has a fucking bobcat to do the same job, plus 4 guys. I'm out there by
Yeah.
myself. Why do you
Yeah,
think that is?
There's a
I
different
didn't know
resonance
that,
when you
but
do
I
it
can
by
truly appreciate you keeping your work in the physical.
Well, the thing about it is I charge half the price because I have a third of the guys and I don't have the
hand.
overhead of the machine.
Right.
Exactly.
Only your hard labor, really, right?
Right. When I'm putting together bids
Sorry.
and stuff, the anything that is not labor related or gas related, that's literally my essence.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
And yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up, Nubs, because that is one of the things that I think is a side effect to this system that we all live, society we all live under, and that is it's lost the value of that essence. Like now
Welcome
they
to the
attribute it to
machine.
being an artist, right?
I wouldn't say it's lost because I have it. There's other
No,
people that have it. I would say it's very hard to find, and it's much like gold. The whole basis of the price of it is based off of the rarity of it or the perceived rarity of it.
see, it
Right.
used to be the
Exactly.
value. It used to be the value, and I meant the appreciation for that essence is not there
I'll
because they're
agree there.
relying on the AI, they're relying
Absolutely.
on the technology, they're relying on third party responsibility holders. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're looking externally for something that needs to be internal.
Mm.
Yes. The appreciation just can't be there because they refuse to look internally. They refuse to point the
Right.
finger inside or at the mirror or what have you. Talk to your
Mhm.
shadow. That works. You know? So to me, that just means that I'm kind of thinking correctly that there's been a loss of appreciation for not what the human exactly can do, but kind of, yeah, what the human can do. You know, the people have lost their enamor. I think because they pick them apart and they compartmentalize them all. Like
Yeah.
the way they talk about
Definitely.
homeless now is the way they used to talk about hippies in the 70s and the 60s.
Mhm.
Uh,
Mhm. That's true.
Are they not the same thing effectively?
yeah, they
Um,
neither one of them took baths.
I
True.
mean, the
I'm not
only
I'm
thing
saying
that's
the
changed,
general what I'm saying is the general spirit about the situation.
right? That's what I was about to say. The only thing that changed is the political stance on it all, which then
Yes.
changed the social narrative, which now that's why we're calling the homeless by the names that they used for the hippies, because it was derogatory. It's to bring them down, keep them down kind of social enigma that happens when you misbehave.
Well,
Mhm.
the thing about it is, and don't get me wrong, like I've experienced parts of my life where there was homelessness, meaning I didn't have a home to go to. It was my fault from the start. And when I became accountable for my actions, I no longer was homeless. Now, there are some mental issues and everything like that. I'm not saying it's it's an individual choice. However, when you bring in the grand scheme of things, like we're eating food that we aren't supposed to eat and it's causing problems in the brain that's not supposed to be there,
Yeah.
well, no wonder there's fucking homelessness like crazy.
Yes,
Yeah, I
And
agree
exactly.
then
with
what
that
do
as
we
well.
feed the homeless? We feed the homeless all this processed shit
Mm.
and then expect them to
Get
act
better.
and
Hmm.
respond like a.
That's brain damage then, isn't it?
Yes, but here's the thing. I think Larry, you can attest to this, and maybe Nubs too. We're all basically raised and taught within our schools that we can't even sue our government for screwing us over like that.
Whoa.
Well, you're taught lots of things. That doesn't mean it's fucking true. And it doesn't mean you have to
Hey,
listen.
no, true, but we also can't. We can't stop. I'm a stop it at the source kind of person, and hearing those things made me feel like I couldn't stop it at the source when it comes to some of these social problems.
Well, that's where they get you. They get you in your feelings. They get you out of
Yeah.
logic, out of reason, and they get you in feelings. And
Mm.
why would you ever want to sue the government? The government's great. Yeah.
Well, not only that, they set us up to fail to begin with because they make it cost us so much damn money to take them to court. It's like I watched this guy on YouTube. His name's Whistling Diesel. And right now, the court system is taking him with splashing. They're charging him with splashing, basically. And it's cost them $75,000 for him and this other person to go to court.
Jesus.
$75,000.
What do you mean splashing?
Tell me it's not
He
about a
was,
pothole.
he, he, him, okay. He first made this boat. It was powered
So
off
it's
a big,
literally about water.
correct. First,
Okay,
he
there
made
is
a
no
boat.
loss, injury, or harm, so
Oh my
that
God.
lawsuit is absolutely absurd, and there's no way that should ever fucking stand. Anyways, I'm rude as hell.
Well, what happened is first he made this boat and it was powered off a big electric fan to see basically if he could make a pontoon boat with electric fan. He rode that around for a while, then they went out in some jet skis and they were going around on the river or lake or whatever it was, and I guess nobody else was out there on the lake. Well, they got called on by this guy that was in burying his boat in the docking area, and he got pissed because they had this fan bolt out there and this, that, and the other thing. So he called the cops. So when the cops came out there, they seen him out, on the water, and they said that they became too close to each other, and that's putting each other in danger. And the guidelines, I think they said was something like 90 feet, but they were like a mile away. And the guy's point was, oh, they could tell that, you know, the cop was saying, oh, they were more or less than the 90 feet. And the guy that did it said that he was over 100 feet apart. And the guy's just like, oh, he could tell that 10 feet difference from a mile away.
Well,
Wow.
what I would do is I would have the fucking cop write that down, put his fucking name on it, and then prove that motherfucker, because we're innocent until proven guilty.
Right.
Yeah.
That's kind of what he's doing. It's just a bunch of shit. This kid's pretty funny, though. It's like right now he's got a tank video out. Like, I don't have to listen to them. I own a tank.
Well, that's not necessarily a great way to put it. It's kind of it's kind of preparing yourself for failure.
Yeah.
But to say that, hey, I have a tank and I get to listen to myself, now that's a different story.
Yeah, that's basically what he's saying. He's pretty funny. He's made some crazy things. He made a truck like I think it was twice as big as the damn Bigfoot.
How old is he?
Oh, he's pretty damn young. I'd say maybe 30s.
Oh,
Whistling
okay.
Diesel. Whistling Diesel. Check him out.
Oh well, I'll have a look.
And tell them Larry James 965 sent you.
I will.
Give me a sec.
But really, listen, guys, all of this stuff that we're talking about through all the generations of people who have written things down, people who have told oral stories, people who even tried being good role models. Um, some of it does not negate all, any of that does not negate the real negative to what is going on in society. And I recently heard
Hey,
I need to
so
go back. Hold
Mary,
on,
I
Mike.
gotta jump in here. You guys are like, I love you guys so much, but you guys are missing the whole point of like me playing that clip. Wasn't about like he's got like this masterful knowledge of the world or anything. It's about like taking personal accountability, like you pointed out earlier, in our own lives, and we have to be the ones that are better, so that way we can make the world better, and we need to inspire others to be better. We need to help each other be better. Not help each other, but be supportive instead of destructive of each other. I think we can be like way more on a positive note, and we can be more uplifting to people instead of defeating, because there's so many people out there with these like the world's ending. Well, the world's been ending for thousands of years, and I
Mhm.
think we could still like have a good time, and I still think that like our skills that we each possess, we can use our skills to help each other. Like, maybe you'll save some seeds for me or something, and I'll save some seeds for you, and we can start trading them. Like, that's what I
Yeah.
want to get the community into. Like, Larry's making batteries. Maybe he can make us some
Oh,
batteries or something. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
where I was going.
yeah.
Yes, because we can't. I've realized, I can't say we. I speak for myself. I've realized that through my research, some of these social paradigms that we discuss are completely out of our control to either stop or even truly understand. And I'll get some names for you that I'll throw down in chat later. But these two people were caught in an interview basically stating that I never understood this part of what could happen. Like all these people, like you said, Moose, everybody's waiting for that apocalyptic thing to happen, right? I was listening to something last night, and it was two people, and I'll get you their names in the video that I watched. And they were talking about the government or any government or powers that be, maybe understanding the process and actually working to break its own system as a way of restarting it. I didn't get to hear the whole video. I think I fell asleep on it, to tell you the truth. But
Yeah, but that's true. That's what they're doing.
okay, so I just wanted to bring that up for discussion because people might be waiting for the zombie apocalypse, but they'd be looking in the wrong direction, maybe.
Yeah, Erm's right.
Yes, he
Educating each
is.
other
I 100%
through
agree.
our own experiences, not
Well, this is
experiences
the
that Joe
oral
Rogan has.
tradition. This is the funny part
Mhm.
is the oral tradition to this day is proving to be the most valued form of communication of receiving news information of any kind. It's orally, and that's why it works so well. And there are many societies that have written nothing but pictographs because they did their orally.
I like Orly.
No, I knew you were gonna go there, Larry. I should have picked a different word. Damn it.
Dirty Larry.
That's Larry did it again.
Oh no, that's good though.
And
But yeah, you're
again,
right, Mary.
and again,
Oh,
and
Jesus, I did.
again.
Oh, somebody.
But you're right about that. The pictorial aspect of exchanging knowledge, is, and that's when you find it in the older languages. They're still
Hmm.
pictorial. We might not comprehend what they are, but they're pictorial. They're each symbol is a picture. It's not a letter.
Yes, I have an area north of me, just north of the Comanche grasslands.
Nice.
where we had found pictographs on the walls.
Wow. That's
And
cool.
and it was, here's the coolest. I think the area was used like as speaking platform, because there
Right.
was acoustics there that were just phenomenal. Of course, they couldn't have created the acoustics, but the platform
Is it
looked like
natural acoustics?
it was smoothed down, just a small, like
Wow.
maybe a foot and a half by a foot,
Mm-hmm.
square space, but just enough where your feet could stand without any rocks. And if you know anything about the Rocky Mountains, like,
Well, I know
our
there's
feet
resonance.
hurt, you know what I'm saying? There's so
Yeah,
many
yeah.
rocks,
There's
little
going to be
tiny ones.
resonance there.
And
Definitely.
the resonance, yes, with the pictographs, just beautiful. And,
Wow.
because we're in modern times, idiots have literally felt the need to write their names over these
Oh no.
pictographs.
Ah, that
Well,
really
yeah.
pees
So,
me off.
what's that?
I said, well, yeah.
What, like they do
Elroy
over
was
here?
Elroy was here.
Jimmy was here. Jimmy was
Yeah.
here, or Jane and Jimmy, or whatever.
And to
Elroy.
me, and let's use Elroy. To
Elroy.
me, Elroy is doing the same typical social bull crap. Look at me, but now it's happening on YouTube, where people are jumping on other people's panels um, for I forget what it's called when two people do it together, but it seems, we're trying to help Larry. We're trying to have an organic creation here, whereas others try to
Hello.
jump on other subs. Oh, there he is.
I
There he is.
know.
He's trying to steal my subs. I see you, monster. Dirty
I see
Larry, the sub monster.
I'll
Damn
show.
right.
I'll
I
show.
accomplished my mission. And
But it's the same thing
this
as
message will self-destruct in 30 seconds.
everybody back up 6 inches.
Uh-oh.
It's the same thing as writing over the pictographs. Like, if you can't do
Mm.
it organically, are you doing it?
Hmm.
You
Yeah,
know,
yeah, yeah, exactly.
or are you riding on somebody else's coattail still? And is that somebody riding on somebody else's coattail? And that somebody's coattail is, who knows whose coattail that is.
Yeah, but it's just a little bit of respect for things like that that worries me. It's a little bit disturbing when you see these lovely old. You get it over here as well. I mean, I haven't been everywhere, but I have seen some amazing stuff like you get over there. In strange places as well. They are where
Well,
you
I
get
like how
these.
Nub said it. It's the essence of who he is and his work. And
Yeah.
that is the part
But
of humanity that
mhm.
literally these societies kill that. They
Right, and
really,
that writing over that is just so disrespectful, and they don't even bother to find out what it is before they scribble over it. You know.
right. And see, I don't, I thank my ever loving creator for putting things in my head, because sometimes I have a good memory.
Yeah.
And there are some things I can't trace back to where I heard it or saw it to implement it. But what
Yeah.
I implemented with my children was basic human respect. I never heard
Yeah.
the phrase anywhere, but I thought, why don't we have that? Like, we as human beings need a Bible or a book to tell us how to behave. That there is no just general level of you're a being, I'm a being. Sometimes we suck, sometimes we good. Hey, have a nice day. There's no basic human respect out there.
No, I know that. I think that
And
comes from when we're small and what is input in us. What
oh,
is
for
input
sure.
in us.
Yeah,
I mean, we
and I
can
hold myself
change it.
accountable for when my children were small and what I introduced to them, you know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what I mean,
But that's
anyway.
where the choices come in. We can't choose
Mm.
to want to go boating and water skiing and barbecuing and drinking and being by the seashore, and I'm just picking shit out of my brain as descriptive things, all for the sake of being a parent or a person.
Right. Right.
'Cause
Unless you're
that's
going
what
to live
people.
that life with the children and show them how to do it all from scratch. That's a different thing entirely.
Yeah, but
But yeah,
is that real life? That every single day?
well,
No, I had to learn that the
no,
hard
no,
way.
no, no, that's not real life. I mean, it's you
Listen,
can't. Life can't be exciting every day. You're going to have quiet days.
that's what I'm trying to say. Okay, so I
Right.
met friends in Michigan now,
Hmm.
and then we did some fun things together. Some like maybe shady, questionable things, but fun things together. And one of my other friends, like, I was just telling her what we had done that weekend because it didn't happen every day, maybe on the weekends, a couple
Yeah.
times a month. And
Hmm.
she was like, "Oh yeah, you can't live like that 24/7." And first I got insulted because I'm not that type of person to begin with.
Hmm.
But second, I was like, why would she say it like that? And
Yeah, that's
then
weird, isn't it?
truth be told, it unveiled itself to me that she's right. That's not a 24/7 life. And if it is 24/7 for someone and you talk to them and they say they're happy, they're lying to you
Yeah,
because
but they'll
it's
burn
not
themselves out as well. That's the other part. They can,
exactly. Yes, exactly. So all of these things are part of the human condition that nobody talks about. Well, they
mm,
write about it, like this dude that Moose showed us. They write about it, right? Best-selling books and stuff.
yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I get what Moose was saying. You know what the angle he was coming from. Absolutely, and there are. That's what I mean. There's good nuggets in there, but you need to remain discerning, I think, and keep a critical mind when you
It's
read these
The best
things.
nugget is the timeless nugget, and some of his nuggets are timeless, and some of them
Mm,
are not.
mm,
They're
yeah,
very privy of the time that it's written in, right?
absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I'm
So it's written
saying
in the
if it's
50s.
right, and if it's some of it's still privy, that kind of creeps me out on where society has gone.
Yeah, which means it's not grown at all.
Right. If anything, that means it's stagnant, and we all know about
And
stagnant.
regressing as well, sadly.
Yes, yes. To
And I mean,
see, go ahead.
sorry, go on,
Well, I was just gonna
go on.
say to see it like commonplace on YouTube now and Facebook now, and I'm not on Twitter or any of the other social medias,
Hmm.
but just to see it out in the open, bold face, no one's apologetic about bad behavior anymore is like, wowza.
Mm,
I'm kind of
that's
glad
true.
I don't live in the city anymore to be have to be witness to that.
Or in the town, actually, for that matter.
Or yeah,
I
that's
mean,
why I
I'm
hate going to town. Town's 45
yeah,
minutes from me, and I'm like, oh, I hate going to town, you know?
yeah,
Actually,
yeah. I've got
sometimes
a
by now
town.
we want to throw a party when we've actually been to town and got home without a problem happening.
Yeah, I know that
Like, holy
feeling.
crap, I can't believe we just did that.
Yeah, I'm a lot like that, I must admit. And I'm exhausted as well when I come back because it's just, I don't know. There's just that energy. It's not great.
It's absolutely the energy. And here's my current one of my struggles currently is my son is turning 18.
Hmm.
We're gonna have a great big party, like not like
Yay!
hundreds of people, but man, we're gonna be making some fine ass food for a couple days. Like we were
Nice.
told we weren't even gonna have our son by the time he was 18. So
Well,
I
we're
Wow.
just
I want to know, is that going to be filmed live, or are you just going to film it or not film it?
No, private. You
we
should do it
haven't
private.
talked about it. We haven't talked about it yet.
I think
Um,
it'd be cool if you did it on stream.
and it might be because he really loves. We've allowed him to have a small social experience through YouTube.
Right. Hmm.
He doesn't talk to anybody and no one talks to him. He is just experiencing what this social paradigm thing is.
Right.
Right.
So it may or may not. He'll be part of the decision because he'll be 18, and that's how I roll as mom. Is I can't say always say no anymore, right?
Yeah.
But also in what we're going through this year is he's been a part of social programs, which some of them have been kind of forced on people like special needs parents because
Mm.
we've seen them rip kids away from their family, and I personally do not trust the system. So I
Yeah.
had to make sure my I's are dotted, my T's are crossed, the G doesn't look like a Q, and the F doesn't look like a T. You know what I'm saying? Like super diligent. And I'm really to the point, and I've told this behavioral therapist, like, I'm in line at the exit to society. I'm trying to
Mm.
drop these bags off while I'm in line because I'm over this and I've been forced to be a part of it because of the power that schools and hospitals have about calling the system on parents.
Mm.
Um, that's tough. I all I want to do is seriously is drop the bags and run, you know, like I'm done with society, but I've realized moving on to my homestead that I'm still a social person, whether I like it or not.
Yeah. But it's you don't want this nosiness, and that's the thing. You know, I'm a little bit more. I mean, I'm on an old street in a village where the houses are almost all connected. Almost, not quite, but mostly. But most of the folk, I mean, they know who I am. They know why I'm here. You know, folks are gone, blah blah blah. But they don't tend to bother me, even though the house is falling apart. And most of it was the same, even down in the other village. I only had one guy who liked to pick on me, but generally everyone was lovely, you know. So yeah, I do like that smaller community where no one's like gonna go, "Ooh, I'm gonna call so and so on you," you know.
We have
Anyway,
Herman. I haven't seen Herman for a while.
Hi,
Oh,
Herman.
our singer.
hey,
Oh,
I
our
our singer.
singer. Yeah, good dude.
By now,
How you doing, mate?
I had a hospital harass me, then get mad at me because I cursed them out. Have a social worker call me twice. And then when I got pissed off, really pissed off, and called patient relations, told them, you know, and I admit I do curse. I fucking curse. I just want to let everybody know I fucking curse,
So do
okay?
I. Don't worry about it, darling.
And they sent me, I had patient relations do an investigation to have patient relations write me a report. And in the middle of the report, it says, we do not see the need to have CPS involved during this time. Wait, what?
What? That doesn't even make sense.
Excuse me? And you know what? After a page and a third, a page and a half of a report, you know there was no mention of my fucking cursing.
That's
So they
funny.
felt the need to harass me about it. No, they felt the need to harass me before they ever knew me as a person. And then when I called them out on the harassment because I was mad, they're going to call a social worker. And then when I got some bullcrap treatment for my son at the hospital and I got mad and said, "What a stupid bitch," under my breath, she got another social worker to freaking call me.
Whoa.
Oh, yeah. And now you're going to write me a freaking report saying, hey, we researched this stuff and this is what we find. Cookie cutter BS, cookie cutter BS. And oh, we're not going to do it right now. Really?
So,
Because
so
should I call a lawyer? Like, what are my actions at this point? Because I really want to walk up to you if I didn't have a broken hand and sock it right to you.
in your face. But it doesn't even make sense for, like I said, there's so many nosy people.
Yeah.
But then to waste all that time and money to send you a freaking letter is even
Mm-hmm.
more ridiculous. And then it doesn't even go anywhere. So what was the
Mm-hmm.
point in the first place?
Well, for me, point taken is you're a bunch of yeehaws that think you're in control of shit and you don't realize I'm not one of your yahoos. So I'm gonna
Exactly.
take my stuff elsewhere. And I literally had to now I had to call and request all of the referrals to be on a paper so that I could take them outside of the hospital system because they had them all ready to be referred to within the hospital system. So they wanted to
Right.
like keep me involved, keep me in check. You got me twisted.
Right. No, I'm totally with you on that.
Yeehaw! Yahoo!
No, you got
I
to
knew
stand your
you
ground.
don't like that.
No, Mary, you've got to stand your ground. And I'll tell you what, the child social services are some of the worst in the world. And I don't think it matters what country you're in, to be honest.
No, it
Because I
doesn't because
experienced
their
it.
whole thing is to take something that doesn't belong to them.
Exactly.
You
I've had
mean
to fight them before. I fought them.
it's across the whole world? Damn.
No, it is. Larry.
Yo, I'm going to celebrate in October like no other. I've been investigated 4 times in Michigan, and I had these investigators walking away like I don't understand what's going on here. She's a good mom, you know what I'm saying? But it's the pricks who abuse the system, who
Right.
say things to these anonymous lines that get
Hmm.
them to act immediately. Like the one time, okay, so this, I'll tell you the trigger and then I'll tell you how quick it happened. We bought a house. The house had a bad well. They didn't have to tell us, right? I told you this story, right, Monel?
Yeah, I remember.
Okay, so I was in town that day. I went to the grocery store, picked up maybe 10 things, and I lived only 15 minutes from town. So I left the courthouse where the judge could not give me an immediate eviction order. I already had a house set up, and he wanted to give me an immediate eviction order based on the fact that I had a house set up. And I said, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I know the law. Before I walked into this courtroom and told you any facts at all, the law did support a 30 to 60-day eviction time. So, me having a house immediately should not change the law in that fact. Dude, that person was so pissed off. They called child services. I went to the
Whoa.
store and I went home. So
Hmm.
me less than an hour, guys, from leaving the
Whoa.
court to going to my home, and there's CPS.
Gee.
2 people. And I
Mm.
had just put my groceries down, right? So I opened the door. Ooh, dude, I am hot the trot when I deal with the system. So I swung that door open like I meant it. Like they felt the suck in of the wind. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they kind of stepped back and they said, "Hi, we're CPS." Yes, I know who you are. Can you take your cameras out, please? What? I don't know what kind of accusations you guys just got out, but you need to video record your whole entire visit. Tell me every point of fact that someone told you was wrong within this house. And let's do this. And they were kind of like, I'm like, you're not coming in without opening that camera up. So I made them open up and record. So we went around the whole entire house. And when they mentioned cobwebs, I took them to the one spot there was cobwebs, which, in fact, by the way,
Cheeky
was behind the
buggers.
washer and dryer.
It's none of their business. Cobwebs don't mean it's a bad house or you've got a
No,
bad
but the
parent.
list of things that this landlord told CPS, there was rat poop on the mattresses. There was
How
cardboard
on
over
earth would they know that?
they didn't know shit. They lied, my now, which is my whole point. Is the people that abuse these systems and lie
Yeah.
and lie and
Oh,
lie. Um, I had a doctor in
Wow.
Colorado tell me she wanted to take the tubes out of my son's ears, wash them off, and then put
What?
them back in. If
I'm sorry.
anyone knows anything about the medical field, please tell me if you've ever heard of a doctor taking something out of a body, a foreign object, washing it, and then putting it back into that human body.
No,
Happens every
never.
day. What are you talking about? Hey, Mary, Erm got a question here. I'm
He's
thinking you might
right.
know the answer. I could be wrong.
No, he's right.
I believe it's climbing. I believe if we knew the truth, that would be the number one cause of death
I
in
think, yeah.
America.
I wanna second Mary on that. I think it's way higher than the third leading cause.
You know how
So no,
many
that's
times I've had to tell doctors, please don't give me opiates. Yes, my
right.
condition seems to call for it under your social paradigm, but I do not even want your drugs in my house.
Mm,
I have children. Are you kidding me? And I've had to do it
exactly.
over and over and over, multiple times.
Mm,
Dude, malpractice.
hmm.
I know something happened during my cancer surgery. I know something different happened during my cancer surgery, and I couldn't get any answers to it. I tried. I tried to get other doctors to request the operating orders, but all they would do was request the labs, justifying taking a medication that made me faint on top of a wood stove. So I absolutely, vehemently, in my own non-humble opinion, in my educated opinion, with my experience with 12 surgeries and a son with special needs, that is the number one freaking cause of death in this country.
Mm.
And it makes me sick because the medical field was never the medical field and it should have been called the science field, and that they've been doing science on humans all of time. You didn't even want to know what happened to the African women when they wanted to figure out about sexual desires.
Mm. Red says, "What do you expect from going to the medical system?" Well, you're not always in a position to deal with stuff, especially when you're not actually aware of stuff. So I think it takes time for,
Hey,
and
Red,
we all,
there's been Down syndrome people for hundreds of years, and yet the specialized Down syndrome place, I think there's only one in the whole United States, and they can't even get it right. They can't even know more than I know as a parent. Yo, man, that's what I'm talking about, Red. These are the side
mm,
effects to
exactly.
humans not appreciating the essence of being a human, the essence of knowing the land you live on, the essence of living by nature. I could go on and on and on, but man, I'm not your teacher.
Actually, Red, I just want to say that I actually have ceased to go and get tests because you don't even know what these tests involve and what they're gonna,
Well,
how they're gonna
no, no,
fumble with you.
we're not even going to justify it. That's why I was telling you that it's going to be a big party when my son hits 18, because at
Yeah,
18 then we as a family can utilize our own natural cures,
brilliant.
or you know what I'm saying, without the prying
Mhm.
eyes of the system. I'm forced to take
Oh,
him to
Scott,
Dr. Red. I have had no choice. And if I didn't take him to a doctor because he is on disability, I would be giving up his money, which is not my right to do, by not taking him to a doctor. So when I went to this Downs clinic, I was trying to get updated evaluations to show the system we're on the up and up. We don't want no problems. Even if we lose the money, it's different than losing money due to economic failure, which is still their fault, than to be
mm,
told that I've done something wrong. Because if you've ever been preyed upon by the system, then you would know
yep,
that there are certain hoops you really don't want to fuck up, because have had my children. I don't want my children
yeah,
taken
yeah,
from me.
yeah, exactly. No, I totally get you, man.
Let me quickly interject here. Erm says he has diabetes because of the medical malpractice.
Oh man,
Oh man.
so
Truth,
sad.
not lies,
Um,
wants to know, have you ever heard of brain core therapy, Mary?
No.
I want to say no, but I did because of my son's special needs. I did a lot of research into how our society has adapted to Down syndrome members. And what I researched turned my stomach inside out. It was
Mm,
It was
horrible.
horrible. You know what? I have a wishy-washy relationship with the supernatural, so I would watch, some supernatural things just to see what I could catch, and I literally had to stop watching the ones that dealt with mental health asylums because of the trauma, the physical and mental trauma that they put upon the Down syndrome. I had no choice. I had to walk
Mhm.
away, which is unfortunate because I later learned that I grew up in the county in New York that had the one and only holistic mental health hospital, maybe the world, but definitely in the whole entire country. It ran for 100 years. And because the public didn't give a shit about what the medical field was doing. The
Mm.
medical field took over with here's the pill, here's the pill, here's some shock therapy, here's the frontal lobotomy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Can I just say what says? He said he'd
Yeah.
like to tell us about it, but the stream would get flagged and taken down like 3 times in the past. So
That
yeah,
is
no worries.
so disturbing, which means that it's probably not just a secret, but a current implemented fact. That makes me sick to
Yeah,
my stomach.
Yeah,
yeah,
once
same.
again, the truth gets suppressed.
Hmm.
Yes. And that's what
So
they
they
thought.
make us
That's what the
police
hospital thought they
ourselves.
were going to do with me. The
Well,
hospital thought we're going to browbeat
Darn.
this mom and shut her up, you know?
wait a minute. Wait a minute. I forgot. It's misinformation. What the hell was I thinking?
Mm. All of this is
Oh,
all of our opinions, and it has nothing to do with 52 years of experience or about 10 years of education. But who am I to say?
Which way did he?
oh.
Which way did he go? I hug him and I squeeze him and George, George, why is he turning blue, George?
Oh dear.
These are the things that the average parent doesn't realize that the
Mm,
unusual parent has to reteach their kids and teach them how not to fall for these social stigmas that want you in the box and thinking the way they want you to think and employing the way they want you to employ and don't forget to curl your hair and put your makeup on. Yo, I've had so
mm.
many people beat me about the makeup. When I met my husband, I was like, dude, this is it. If you can't
This
handle
is
that,
what you
this is
get,
it.
mate.
I'll
Yeah,
never put
quite.
makeup on for you because we would never be together if you cannot handle me in my natural state.
Right. Exactly.
And people
That's
don't understand
pretense,
that.
isn't
I
it?
mean, even my husband struggles with it sometimes because the men in the world would rather browbeat him into making me quote unquote behave
Hmm.
than to do the honorable thing and be a man. You want to be accepted naturally, but you won't accept your woman naturally. Like, my husband
Hmm.
says I should get a channel and do lives of my own, but I'll tell you, I'll get more people that'll hate me than they would like me because I'm not a feminist, right? I'm not like
No.
about the male ego or anything like that. I kind of look
No.
at the bullshit behavior I see in the world like, are you guys human or are you the actual alien and we just don't know it? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But the thing is, it's like a lot of them go on about, oh, it's men, oh, it's women. It's not. It's finding that balance, that fine-tuned balance. And yeah, we're not there yet, are we? In fact, we've kind of drifted away from that. I think that's where you're coming from, Mary.
Yeah, and who needs to place blame? I mean, it's
Yeah.
obvious that none of us were at the point where society took a left. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying?
hmm.
We're all unintentional experiences. experiencers, if that's a word, of it all.
Yeah.
So why
It's a
can't
whole
we come together even on that basis to understand, okay, we didn't screw it up, but let's not keep the fire burning, right?
Yeah, it's not arguing with each other the toss about irrelevant stuff.
Can we all come together now?
I mean, yeah, we've all been in a classroom where we've had to learn something regardless of the behavior of the other classmates.
Yeah.
So why as adults, now that we understand that some of the programming is you can see why the programmers are like, yo, we got to get this trait out of them because holy crap. You know what I'm saying? Because it all of this is getting us nowhere fast.
Mm-hmm. Says 52 years of experience gave me 52 years of health challenges. Thanks,
Yeah.
professionals.
Yo,
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Red says
so
brain core. I'm sorry.
no, go
Red's
ahead.
talking about that brain core therapy, by the way. Do you want to read it?
Brain core therapy helps the brain relearn the correct electrical pathways, input, output in the brain, non-invasive.
Interesting.
No one's ever really brought that to my attention in regards to, and my son has been at teaching hospitals, U of M in Michigan, U of C here in Colorado, University of Colorado. Um, oh yeah, there you go. Thanks for asking. Um, so it's not like we haven't been in places where we weren't going to hear that. We should have heard them at those learning hospitals. The thing is, we are not voluntary people to their scientific experiments, and that
Guinea pig.
includes the human brain.
Right.
We were approached for, I think, I mean, my son was already born, so they couldn't change the fact that he had Down syndrome, but they were looking into maybe preventing that in utero. I don't know, but I was like,
Gene
yo, you got the
therapy.
wrong family. Go away from me.
Quite right.
And this last time, no, we would have already told them, no, we do not. And I think I did tell them, no, I don't want to participate in any research. And the day they had us seeing like 7, 8, 9, well, it would have been 9 doctors. One of the last, I think the 7th one was this research person coming in to ask questions. And if I weren't already mad, I would have probably then started cursing.
Oh, it's going back to the 60s.
I mean,
Red says.
old tech. That doesn't sound old tech. I've done a lot of research. If you're trying to tell me you know something I don't know, then please just spit it out and say something and continue the conversation. Because I'm not going to put up bullcrap conversations, insinuations. If you think you know something I don't know, then please educate. It's really simple.
Quite. I've never heard of it, I must admit. But then, I mean, who knows? They do have been doing all sorts of weird stuff since pre-World War One. I mean, they were doing horrible stuff then, right the way
Hey,
through.
I don't know what year it was, but Dr. Flexner is a researcher who did research on the medical system and informed not so many people because it was hush hushed that the medical system did go from a natural based system with the plants to a petroleum based system.
So from homeopathic to allopathic, basically.
Yes. And of
same.
course, it's not a well-known report because that we wouldn't be in the system if it was a well-known report because a lot of people would have been turned away from it.
Right. What was the doctor called again? I'm sure I've read this and I've heard about him.
Flexner. F is in frog. Lexner. I believe it's called the Flexner Report.
Yeah. I have come across it, but it never hurts to re-look at these things because
Right.
our minds, our brains tend to forget stuff if we don't, you know, it's like if you don't use it, you lose it. So reading and rereading stuff
Absolutely.
and even
And
rewatching and sorry, go on.
Yeah, that's not a very good description. I mean, if you're bragging about your description, don't.
What's that? Oh, where's she gone?
What happened to Mary?
I don't know. She was just in mid conversation, in mid
What?
explanation.
I didn't do it. Was
No. Mary, come back.
God
it wasn't
damn it! I
me.
Yay.
hate hitting the back button.
Hey.
I
Right,
didn't
go on,
do it.
please
I
continue.
promise.
No, it
Wasn't
didn't.
No, that was me. I hit the back button. Don't call
Oh,
Webster
jeez.
for a freaking job because that's a crappy definition. If you're trying to teach someone, Monel doesn't have my hard head. She doesn't deserve to be talked to that way. If you want to say and bring something to the
Oh, is
conversation,
someone attacking me?
Red just won't quit. I mean, he's coming with the same energy he uses elsewhere, and that's not the energy we have.
Oh, dear. Just chill
If
out,
you want
Red
to,
Man.
you can brag about being an asshole, or you can brag about teaching somebody something new. You can't brag about them both. Pick a side. I'm not going to ever play those games. I don't care if the modern person thinks of me as a bitch. Good. In society, I want to be known as a
Yeah.
bitch. That is who I am. I do not fuck around. I do not play around. Life can be funny, but is not a joke.
beep,
Mary,
beep,
you are never a bitch.
beep.
So,
I'm coming through. Look out. Get out of the way. Beep, beep.
Oh, shit, those were my toes. Larry, you ran my toes over. God damn it.
arr. You got
On
tired
that big
there.
ass scooter of yours. Yeah, that
Yeah,
thing must weigh
Mary.
a lot now that you put two batteries on it, right?
I'm
Say again?
sorry.
I didn't get talked to you before about your scooter. Does it hold up with the two batteries?
Oh, yeah, that scooter.
Um, well, I have two batteries hooked up to my scooter now. They're both 48 volts, and the only reason I have two batteries hooked up so I could go further. And then also with just the one battery, I'm drawing so much power, I'm getting what they call battery sag. But when I hook the two up, I don't get the battery sag.
Yeah, I saw the one ride. Have you done more than a test ride now? Have you gotten comfortable with it?
Oh, I've ridden the scooter quite a bit. That was just one outing. I Sly was giving me shit about, let people know who I was and stuff. So I figured I'd just grab the camera one day and strapped it to the scooter and went off on.
Come on, Sly, give you
Brilliant.
shit.
I know.
Go,
Can you?
Larry.
I. It was just really out of character.
I wish you could put it up so people could
I don't
see.
think I've ever seen her give you a bit. I mean, a skit. I mean, shit.
Oh, I can bring it up, no problem. The
I'll
only
bring it up then.
is
That'd be really
figuring out
cool.
which
No
one.
worries. Anyway, Mary, just want to
Yeah.
let you know you're not a bitch. You're just being strong for your family. There's nothing bitchy about that.
Well, other people like even Red is taking affront to how I'm speaking because several times I've said we don't know it. Explain it. He gives a really basic explanation. It's not like he's up here so that we can ask him questions.
Right.
So I mean, even the phrase electrical pathways, I've never even unless he meant electrical pathways. I mean, if he's not going to correct it or even go back to it, man, just stop talking to me. Then I don't have to be
And
everybody's cup of tea,
so
but
there's
you do. Eventually, got to leave me the fuck alone.
so basically there has to be context with what he's saying, obviously.
We're trying to figure out what brain
Right,
core
so
therapy
if Red,
is
if you
because
come up here, you can speak to us and tell us exactly what you're
it
saying, mate.
sounds very invasive, does it not? Brain core therapy.
Yeah, I don't like the sound of that at all.
And
I've
my
actually seen that.
condition is an extra chromosome. And that, by the way, if you don't know anything about this Down syndrome, that's
I
not a
do. I do know a
fixable
little bit about
thing.
it.
That's within the bone marrow of his body.
Right.
It's how his cells develop. They have that extra chromosome. Each and every cell of his body has that. That there's no
Mhm.
therapy that's gonna get him out of. He can't grow up out of Down syndrome.
Hmm.
All
And I've
right.
had that ignorant idea brought to me.
Here's my
Yeah.
ride I filmed, I guess last week now on my
Okay.
scooter.
Thank you.
Larry James 965.
Okay, Red, if you left a link down there, I will go down after I'm off and I will go research it. I appreciate that. Thank you. That's all I
Thank
was
you,
looking
Red.
for, and just not some ignorant comment. People are used to talking to people a certain way elsewhere. I get that. But we have a pretty good flow to our conversation that doesn't really include any derogatory language or inference to each other.
Right, Mary.
And we have every damn right to maintain that level here. It does
Blimey,
not have
Larry.
to go to
Sorry, Mary.
chaos.
Go
The
nice and
sound of that.
slow. So
Oh, bless.
There he
Sorry, Mary.
is. Look at that path he's going. Is that your road there or an alley?
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's lovely and
Yeah, it
green.
is.
Gorgeous.
no, that's the road. I just took a right out of my property and I'm going down the road.
Nice. I kind of miss all
Nice
that
though.
greenery.
That's
Mm,
one thing nice about the Northwest is there's all kinds of green, millions of trees, but you
beautiful.
can kind of see how run down, I guess, where I live.
Oh, you mean the properties are?
Here this morning.
It
Well, the
probably looks
nature,
more
isn't
run
it?
down when there's no greenery.
Yeah, exactly.
It's hard going slow on these things. I'm gonna be out. It's cold out here.
Larry, that bike sounds hilarious. I'd love to see it.
All right, this is I guess we'll call it the hood corner. This is where all the druggies and homeless like to hang out.
That looks like a main highway up there. Is that a main highway?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Hey, how you guys doing today? All right, you? Hanging in there, man. What are you up to? Well, the battery's down so far now. Oh yeah. I believe that the battery that's in here is a dead too. You know, yeah. I'm not positive if that's it or if it's an alternator. You know. I'd go up to Battery Exchange and get one. That's about the cheapest place you can get one. Well, I'll go somewhere and get it, but I haven't had good experience with them. Oh yeah. But you can actually get them cheaper at a junkyard, but yeah, I go to B&R. They use them.
Larry, you get them cheaper in the junkyard.
Oh yeah. I
Okay.
don't know how that works, but they were new and $25 for 4. Yeah. I was telling him I got beautiful big old big AC Delta one time. Way back in Bronco. It was so hot. I just took 3 batteries up to Battery Exchange and they only gave me $5 a battery. You tell me that, yeah. Yeah, it's freaking ridiculous. So I mean that's the best deal is a DNR for a battery. Yeah. If they got any, you know, they don't always have them. Yeah, that's true. Well, you know, I'm all. You know, if you ever need any help, you know where I'm at. You know, I'm always willing to help. Yeah.
Oh, Larry, that's so kind, man.
Yeah. What was that?
I said you're so kind, Larry. Laz says, question to the panel, what if we only speak from experiences and not from beliefs, suppositions and assumptions, etc.? Well, yeah, that's the whole point. We are speaking from experience.
A lot of people think way too high of their own belief, assumptions, and suppositions.
Indeed.
And when you have to battle that in other people instead of having a flowing conversation, that's where interrupt happens. That's where the stop signs happen. You know what I'm saying?
Wait a minute.
Mm.
My assumptions are the best assumptions and are the only assumptions there are, and I'm sticking to it, Dab Nabbit.
Uh, uh,
All right, back to the video.
All right.
All right, man. I'm gonna head out. I'll check you out later. You guys take care. All right, you too. Not a problem. We'll go on my little loop I make on my scooter. Is that Jacqueline? Yeah, it's Jacqueline.
I mean,
Morning, Jacqueline.
what's Laz's point?
How are you doing?
It is.
Oh, fucking, I left a big old tweaker mess over here again, and I was picking shit up, and I fell.
Yeah.
Like a retard.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't watching what I was doing.
Is that your corner store, Larry,
No,
down
state
there?
trooper. Oh, you're filming me.
Yeah.
Don't be filming my ass.
What was that?
God, Larry, you got hated on immediately there. Blimey.
I'll let it play for a little bit, and then I'll explain Jacqueline a little better. But you'll
All right,
kind
no
of
worries.
get the drift
Okay.
just from the video. Yeah.
You're filming me.
I'm filming everything.
Well, don't film me.
I was hanging up my phone.
No, I am.
I know, but I don't need to be filmed. I didn't do nothing.
I didn't say you
So
did.
here's what happened.
All right.
Okay, I pulled all that shit off that back porch there because there's rats in it. Then I'm walking down the thing. The lady's walking down, and I said hi. Something about me cleaning the porch off because it's rat infested. They need to get the guy that rents the place. He's calling the owners, and she goes, "There's some whore." So where there's a red thing over there, they're doing lewd shit right in front of women and children over here on this street. So when I woke up and heard that shit after fucking working my ass off for free yesterday, it fucking brings tears to my eyes. I tried cleaning shit up. I drink beer what they do, but I'm not fucking. These folks down here need to go somewhere else, man. They're doing weird shit and they're turning tricks down here. That's where that red polka dotted thing is, I think. They're doing lewd shit. And the woman just moved in, her and her son. Yeah. And another thing, a state trooper came up here and he said something about you know anything about anyone missing or whatever. And he said it's near I-5, and I thought it was over here. There was a dead body. So I put my shit away and ride my ass up here, and I look all over. Then when I get home, I look on the internet. It's Kaiser, not here. It's Kaiser I-5, where they found a head or some body or something decomposed.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah.
It's cold out here. I'm gonna get home.
Well, that's I'm allergic, but I'm not cold because I just picked all that shit up over there.
Yeah. I'll talk to you later,
All
Jacqueline.
right.
Take care. All right. You gotta understand that's crazy Jacqueline, our neighborhood crazy lady. She means well, but she's pretty out there. I'm gonna go up here and make my loop. Look at all that graffiti.
Larry, you sound like you're going to take off.
Well, I was speeding up a little bit there, and you couldn't hear what I said. I says it takes a little bit to build its speed up because the way I have it geared.
Right, got you.
This is where Jacqueline was talking about where the rats were. We'll go up this way, we'll make a loop up this way. Next block up from where I live. That's a nice trailer. I think next time when I do this, I'll have to hook a mic up to my phone so you can hear me a little better.
Good idea. Yeah, that worked.
All right, here we go. You hear that motor winding up? This is one thing I really enjoy. One thing that exhilarates me. It's a lot of
Larry's
fun.
drag racing.
Old man woke up. And we're back home. I'll show you what I'm riding here in a second. Yeah, I don't know, my yard looks like a garbage pile too. Grandkids
It
don't help any.
looks quite cute.
It's cold out here. Couldn't really hear it, but I said grandkids don't help any. They use my yard, to work on stuff and let it sit there for a few days before. Oh yeah, I left a mess over at Grandpa's.
Oh.
All right. All right. This is my. Can you see it? There we go. That's my basket for my batteries and to hold my groceries. This is that's the scooter that I actually got hit on by the sheriff. Oh shit, I guess I should have showed you. We'll go back here, maybe you could see. Anyway, it was 1 block away. I live right there. I was gonna give the street I lived on, and then I maybe I shouldn't do that. Yeah.
Whoopsie.
Up here, it was. I guess I can't zoom in my video. Anyway, it's 1 block away down that way. As you can see, I was going down the main road. He was coming from a side street like this over here, the next block up, and hit me. And I just got that scooter running again. I got another controller for it that will make it go faster. Where is it? There it is. We'll show you that here. Hang on. Let's switch this around. How do you? Guess you can't. Anyway, that's my new controller. With that controller, my scooter could probably do, I don't know, 30, maybe 35 at the very most now. With that new controller, I'll be able to do,
wow.
shoot, I don't know, 40, 50. I don't know if I'll ever go that fast, but it'd be nice to have the power. All right, we're going to get back in the house here. this will be it for the moment. You all have a great day and a better tomorrow.
Yeah, cool, man. Wow, I didn't realize it was so little, that thing that you were riding on. That's tiny.
All right, I'll show you. I'm going to start this next video. This video is actually part one. The one you saw was part two. And this will show you a little better view of the things I have to put up with.
Okay.
My grandson started 2 days ago. He brought these two mopeds over to fix his one moped. As you can see, he left me a mess. And Sly wonders why I always have stuff to do. All right, so now we're going to take a little tour around the neighborhood. This is a pretty good sized tree right across the street. I'll show you these trees over here. Look at this. This tree right here is pretty big. Look at that. That's a big tree. We'll walk down here to, they call the trap house. See what's happening down here. Check out the hood. Kitty cat. It's getting worse. I think it's getting worse. And of course, for lack of better words, we'll call them the government. Can't do nothing about it because we're too busy writing traffic tickets. People sleeping in their cars.
Why don't you go finish having
This
your
is the
nice
kind of
dinner?
stuff I got to deal with
Watching
every
the phone.
day.
You took up a lot of your time. Okay?
Finding the hood.
Liz, I'm just waiting to answer you. Larry, I just wanted to put that out there. I'm just waiting to the end of the video to answer Laz.
We're going to pause for a minute, grab the scooter, and go down the road. We'll be back.
Am I free to answer Laz, Larry?
All right, go ahead, Mary.
He says, taking into account that our own experiences are subject to interpretation filtered by our beliefs, suppositions, and assumptions, how do we sort out the remaining facts? I think that the facts are the basic parts. The things that people include within the facts, the feelings, the like you said, beliefs, intuition, suppositions, and assumptions. When it really comes to the listener on that point to just pull out said facts. I was, let me see if I can figure out a good way to do it. I was walking down the street in a stupid pothole. I hit it and it popped my tire, man. Now I'm poor as hell. What do you get from that?
The damn
Stupid shit.
pothole fault.
A pothole,
Kind of.
exactly. Yeah, they're terrible.
But
And they
there's
damage the wheel.
well, still the fact is there's only one fact that there was a pothole there. Maybe two facts that damaged the tire, right?
Yeah.
So I only say that to say, like, I say a lot that people talk around the bush a lot. You know, they go around the bush when they're talking. That's what I mean. Like they incorporate all these verbs and adjectives and adverbs that really do pull away from the facts. So I agree with and I appreciate what you're bringing up, Laz. Is that is kind of a mental dance I think we all have to do, not just with the things we hear, but with the way we speak and the words we use when we do speak. It would be great if we could get on one page as basic human beings that says, okay, there's a hammer in the middle of the yard. This is what a hammer is. This is what hammers do. This is what it looks like. This is what it sounds like. Can we all agree that's a hammer? And on a lot of parts of society, that may be so. But on some really important parts, that is not even close because of what you're saying, Laz. It's the beliefs, suppositions, and assumptions that people make that believe it changes the fact. And he says most people will blame the pothole, but the fact is the hole is not to blame. Exactly. I try to swerve around everyone I meet. I mean, I try to swerve around everyone I come to, but if I miss
Yeah,
one,
you can get around the pothole, can't you?
yes, get around it, go over it. You know, like your four wheels got a giant space in between. You know, you could go over the pothole and not damage your vehicle.
Exactly.
Then you're not pointing fingers. But then, you know, people that do that type of stuff then just find something else to do that about.
But
Yeah,
here
it's
again,
called not paying attention.
you
Right.
know,
Sorry, Larry.
I got to throw a kink in the works. Yes,
Go
a
on.
fact could be a fact, but your fact and my fact could be two different facts.
Mm-hmm.
If the fact has to include a
I
person's
threw a wrench in the
perspective,
works, damn it. If you can
no,
dodge
but
a wrench, dodge
no,
a ball.
Larry, you're so right because there are some facts that have to include a perspective, like colors.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the perspective things, how people see colors. We've seen that with the, is it gold or is it this blue? Whatever it is, test it was on Facebook. We've seen that fact played out. So yeah, there are facts that not their personal belief in regards to the perspective they hold may
Right.
be a fact. Absolutely for that person.
Like that dress thing they had out a long time ago. They had like 16 different colors of one color.
Yes, yes,
What?
yes. And how they even got on the news, didn't it, Larry? Is
Yeah,
this dress this or that?
that was important shit. What the hell are you talking about, girl? That was informative news. We needed to know that like yesterday. We should have
Maybe
found about it
this
yesterday.
talk stopped for 1 second on that question. It was like, we got to have this answer before we go to doomsday. Like, this is some important shit. But you know what? If we do, well, let me read what Laz says. Yeah, actually, we can't tell the facts, only descriptions using words we agreed among ourselves. I mean, yo, Laz, that is so accurate. And it is really why I have been driven to investigate oral stories. But it's really hard to investigate oral stories of communities that have had an attempted annihilation on them. It interrupts their story, and it interrupts the talents of using your words, your descriptions, like you said, because it's not about the words, it's really about the description and the picture you paint for other people, right? Ask Stephen King. There was a talent that every single person had in an oral telling community. You learn to use your words, you use them wisely, you don't abuse them, you don't intentionally mislead people. Like there are really relevant social paradigms that go untaught because orally went to physically written, which then
Right.
you lose the essence. I'm going to use that for a while, Nubs. You lose that essence of the human being
Essence.
when you put it on paper.
Right. Absolutely agree.
And I'm just going to call bullshit on all the. Hey, I was going to be a writer, guys, so I'm calling bullshit on myself. So no doubt I'm talking to myself as I'm saying this.
Yeah, but this is good that
But
we all do that. I think we all talk as we're talking to others. We're also talking to ourselves, always.
yes, yes, um, yes. Facts are only agreements of descriptions. Well, and people can disagree. It's the browbeat and through the disagreement that I have real serious issues with, because then people are not allowing other people just to be them. I mean, the art of loving the book that I read, aside from the descriptions of the different types of loving relationships, the one thing I absolutely understood but was not said in the book, that the art of loving is the art of accepting someone as they are without
Yes.
feeling the need to correct or fix them or guide them in a certain journey
Or
and
change
and
them. Yeah.
or change them. My husband and I had that problem and still have that problem about, because we're generations into people changing people. So
Right.
to get unindoctrinated from that, that's going to take generations. And if people haven't started yet, well, damn, get something going, because to become unindoctrinated, it doesn't happen in the first generation.
No.
That's just planting the seed. You're hoping the next generation sows the field so that seed may grow. And possibly in the third generation, the seed may grow. In the fourth generation, it might produce fruit.
It's got to germinate as well. There is that.
Dude, that's five. That's five right there. And people who are not starting, and by starting, I just mean having conversations, having the conversations like Laz just brought up. These are
Right.
important conversations. Yo, I had a neighbor that I thought was going to be a friend, turned out to be woo woo. Laughed at the fact that I wanted to talk about human experiences while I stood in a line that was probably 1 hour long. And
Oh.
I didn't look at her, thank God, because she would have got this really weird look at it, like she had two heads. What do you mean you don't talk about the human experience to other humans?
Wow.
That doesn't make sense to me.
I know.
And that's the thing, lads. People have made disagreements like this fact of matter instead of accepting that someone else holds a different opinion than you. Like, why is that a crime?
Because I
It's
said
not. Because you
Well,
said so.
Larry, you should not have put the rules under the coaster where my coffee cup sat, because I spilt my coffee.
well,
Oh
no,
God.
actually, I forgot. I fired my memo maker 3 weeks ago, so I guess I forgot to send that memo out. I apologize.
So now you got blank coasters under your coffee cups?
Well, duh. No!
That's hilarious.
With a capital D.
Brilliant. So Mary, I must confess that every now and again I succumb to some of the, you know, like Family Man and stuff like that. And there's a channel on Odyssey. He does all sorts of stuff. But I've been watching Family Man, and there's like 3 episodes where the telly goes off, and they basically do a Star Wars version of Family Man because he's telling the story, but they're all characters in the story, and it's so funny. I've never seen anything like it.
My
But
girls are both into the animation comedy, adult comedy, and I've tried. I have, but I didn't watch TV in the typical fashion the way the average person may have grown up with multitude of cartoons and stuff. So by the time I kind of started investigating cartoons when I became a mom, I didn't have that glamour to it.
no.
So even though it was funny, I'm looking at the
Yeah.
TV
I
like,
mean,
did that cartoon just tell me to fuck off?
yeah, they
You
do
know
all
what
the
I'm saying?
time.
Like now I get it,
Yeah,
but my first
yeah.
reaction was like, what the hell are you watching?
I must admit, there's something I can't get to grips with in Family Man, that it's extremely aggressive. I mean, when they have a fight, it just goes on and on and on and on until they've almost killed each other. And it's, even though it's like cartoon, it's still quite, you know, near the knuckle. So yeah, I found that was just one aspect that I didn't like about it.
And
It's only those,
I know I'm a
it was only
serious
those.
person. I probably should take that, laugh at that stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But it's
Yeah,
only those 3 episodes that I thought were brilliant. The Star Wars ones, the way that they'd done it was really funny and really actually quite
Oh yeah,
good.
I think I saw one of those with my daughter, with my oldest. She really loves Family Guy. Really loves.
Oh well, show her those 3.
hey, let me interject here real quick. We got
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
YouTube or StreamYard or something playing games again because Laws just said he can't see Erm's comments, and I went to go subscribe to Laws's channel because Erm said, he makes cool jewelry or whatever,
Right.
Yeah,
and
says he makes beautiful jewelry on his channel.
he's not in either chat on mine or Moose's channel
Wait, what?
showing up
Who
here
does?
on StreamYard. Yeah, so
Oh.
they're playing some big time games this morning.
Yo, I
Hmm.
knew it because guess what? My phone is charging while I'm on here, and normally they don't let it charge while I'm on here. And now you're saying some wacky stuff is happening. That's so weird. Oh my god.
Yeah, it just
I'm not
shows
surprised.
how many different games they can play. It's really weird. In fact,
Yeah.
just yesterday I watched a video with Here's the Deal, and he was showing this one video on what I think it was YouTube. It said it like, I don't know, 33,000 people saw the video, but then in his analytics it was like 330,000 people saw it.
Whoa.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Huh.
So yeah, they can do basically whatever they want, how they want, when they want, to who they want.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find that video that I watched yesterday so I could get the names out. I think Jew was the last name of one of them. It's driving me nuts. But when they said that it was within the government that this meeting happened, like probably I can't even venture during recording years. So when they came out with video recordings on, because I can't really tell you pinpoint a time.
Oh,
But when they
we're
said,
going back a bit.
Hey,
what?
Can you put your link of your channel in private chat so we could subscribe to you, please? That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that would be
I can't
cool.
see the
Because
private
we
chat
can't
at
find
all.
you on the streams, and I can't click on your name here at StreamYard.
Right, it
I can't
doesn't
see any of the chat at all. None of it. Nothing. I'm like when I'm in
see.
stream because I'm on a tablet. All I can see is the StreamYard. That's it.
Oh, gotcha. I wonder if
Yeah, I'm
that's
not on
why
a computer.
Svetlana can't see or read stuff sometimes.
Right. She's
Because
probably
she
on a
has said,
tablet.
and she's in
Yeah.
another country, I believe. I believe
Right.
she's.
Right.
I can't say for sure, but I believe she's in another country, which then gives that lag sometimes that we hear.
Hmm. Hmm.
That makes for a difficult
You can
conversation.
private chat from chat, right?
Definitely.
Um,
Sorry.
it, for me, if I hit chat, I can see private chat, and if I hit the comments, I can see the YouTube comments.
Right. But what I was asking, and I believe is true, is when you're in chat, you post. Ah, here he is. Cool. Yeah, if you could post your link in private chat, that'd be awesome. How you doing, bud? You've had some definitely words of wisdom today, and I definitely appreciate them.
Well, I just jump in. I got to go to work. Jump in because this live stream is. I find it beautiful that you guys are comparing experiences. And
Bless you.
Moose, this you did it now. Normally, I stay away from dramas and arguments and vain talk, but this one was good. This one was very good. So
Well, we pretty much
Oh,
are like this every day. We don't like know, uh,
we're pretty
we're
chilled.
the children's games. I mean, it does happen every now and again, but
We're
overall,
the
I
children of chilled.
I think we respect each other and our comments and our thoughts and our beliefs. And we all just here want to learn from each other. Basically, is the way I'm putting my platform out there.
that's great. That's the key word there, in my opinion. Learn from each other in a good way,
Uh,
you know.
Yes, and thank you. Thank you for what you brought up because I think these are much needed conversations amongst people that no longer have an oral tradition except telling people off.
hmm,
Right, because we all have been programmed to the point that what we look at things and how we see it is filtered by a neuro linguistic programming that we have been indoctrinated into, and we think that what we see is the facts, but we only see a very small percentage of what's going on, and we want to give our opinion based on that. But by doing that, we're missing the whole big picture, like 90% of the facts that remain.
Hmm.
So to meditate on any specific situation, take whatever point you want to get and meditate on that and expand it. I was thinking the other day that if anyone want to write a book about what a dog is, he can write 1,000 pages just about a dog, all the
that's
description,
true.
where it comes from, the digestive system, the hair, the teeth. I mean, it's 1,000 pages book. So how can we claim that we know anything factually when we only have bits and pieces?
From a
Hmm.
Right?
human point of
And
view.
then, right, exactly. And that would be good to, like you did, ma'am, express your experience, and anybody else will learn from that. But that experience is not a one size fit all, you know.
Hmm.
And
Hmm.
we try to, we tend to judge other people's behavior by our own lack of understanding of the facts. So
Mm.
And I
that's
find
the
that I have
drama.
to overly explain when I do understand the facts. So, like, I told my story about my experience at the children's hospital to a caseworker that helps special needs people, and I had to give her the disclaimer, like, I'm not telling you because I want something to happen for me
Hmm.
or my son. I'm telling you so that,
Yeah.
maybe a parent needs to be there, they'll pack a lunch. Because in
Right,
my experience, us parents had to go hungry because we were late for an appointment that they made us late for. So I'm not saying like everybody listen to me. I'm saying here's my experience. All I'm saying is maybe prepare for that, prepare for the worst, and accept the best, or however the stupid phrase goes, right?
right. No, that's beautiful. To share experiences take away our personal importance, that we are unique and special in this awesome universe, because it can happen to anybody, and not necessarily. We got to say that. Like I made a live stream the other day talking about this. I mean, that people. I hear people coming into live streams. Talking all this about. I'm the chosen one. Everything I do is right, and you guys are wrong. And I mean, come on, man. Stop
There's a
it,
lot
man.
of
You
that.
know,
There's a lot of
stop it.
that. I know.
Yeah, we
Well,
are
it's funny
humans,
because they act like they
Exactly.
got that authority from somewhere, and
right?
it's not an authority you can have over someone. That's an oppression you can put upon someone, but it's not
Right.
an
And
authority.
when
Yeah, but share
someone
it like,
quote, I'm
but it's
sorry.
like Mary putting her experience across, or you, or I, or Larry. That's not telling someone how to do something, or saying,
Right.
"Well, this worked for me." So I'm saying this worked for me. It doesn't mean it's going to work for you.
Mm-hmm.
Or
So
didn't
I've
work.
been told.
Or didn't work. I fucked it up.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
right,
but I've been told that I'm telling folk what to do when I'm just telling them my experience. It's hilarious.
Right. Right. Right.
right. It
Hey,
is hilarious because I have some other choice words to use if I'm actually telling people what to do. I wouldn't be speaking this way.
yeah,
Mhm.
I think it has to do. I think it has to do with the mindset of the people today in social media, that if it's not drama, it's not entertaining. What can I learn from it? And I guess if you want to be popular on YouTube, you have to create drama and infighting and calling people's name and stupid and this and that and the other.
The
Once
bitching
you
and stuff
go,
like that.
in the logic and reasonable and the factual, as close as you can describe it, then it becomes boring.
Yes.
No, it's not
Yes.
true. It's quite the opposite.
kind of like a traffic accident. We're all damn rubberneckers.
Yes.
No,
Not really funny
see,
guy.
It
nah,
really
So
Larry.
is.
God.
you,
It's the
I
hey,
truth.
was a courier for 10 years, man. I don't look at accidents. I look when I approach, and that's it, mate. I don't look again.
so I take it you came in through Moose's chat last.
I
Yeah,
did,
whatever
yeah.
link was there.
All right,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah. Me and Moose are joining together. He's helping me get my stream going. Moose has
cool.
great talents that we're both helping each other grow. And so you're welcome to the channel. My channel is Larry James 965. Like I said, if
Okay.
you could drop your link, if you have a channel, drop yours in there, and I'm sure everybody will subscribe to you too. Also,
All right.
drop it in
Well,
Okay,
private.
let me
I'll
get
drop it
ready to
in the
work.
chat.
I gotta get ready to work, and I appreciate you guys accepting
We'll
me
see you
here
again,
to
man.
talk.
We'll see you
Thank
again.
you
Yeah.
so much for coming up, Laz. Peace and
I've
love to
You'll
forgotten
have
your
a
you.
great
name.
night.
Is it Laz?
Yeah, don't forget to post your link in private chat so we can subscribe to you.
Laz, are you the one that's making the jewelry?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Awesome. Can't wait
What's
to
the
see
name of
it.
you? Just tell me the name of your channel.
Just like you see there in my name, that's my channel
I
name, Last
can't
V.
see it. I'm in the live. I can't see the chat at all.
Oh,
Just
When I
tell
was
me.
good
Last
day
V.
out. Yeah,
LA.
Laz V.
yeah,
Yeah.
capital V.
Yeah.
Laz
And that's
V.
my
Cool.
face right
I'll look
there.
for you. I'll look for
All
you.
right. You have a great day, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay.
You
Thank
too.
you, guys. Take care,
Bye.
man.
You
Bye.
too.
And that's a good example of adding to a conversation. Like I
Yay.
enjoy these intellectual conversations where we don't have to watch our backs and wait for the next negative Nancy to say something.
I like that. No, that was a
And see,
nice.
they're playing games with him a big time because I just put the exact thing what it said in this StreamYard and nothing's coming up. That's
No, it didn't
oh,
come up.
I have a blue wrench, so I can get on his Oh, it looks like may have saved it. This is one of Laz's. The link put
The
in chat is to Laz's latest piece that he created.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was super hard to say. I don't know if I'm high or what's going on.
Laz's latest piece.
Ooh, that was hard.
Bless you.
So if you want to pull that up, Larry, so we can see some of his art, that would be cool.
Oh yeah, definitely.
The video,
I'm big on jewelry. I love
the
jewelry.
video he brought up is short, and it doesn't look like it shows his jewelry. But now that I got it, I'll see if I can go there.
Oh, there you go. Good idea. Follow that backwards. Yeah. So I put a high on video up yesterday, Monel.
I still can't find your channel.
Oh my gosh. Okay. I'll put a link down in the chat when I leave.
Don't put it in the private because I won't be able to find it. Put it in the main. That'd be great. If possible.
It's a video. It's like a 9-second video.
Right, I'll tell you what. Hang on, 2 seconds. 2 ticks. Right, hold on a minute. I'm just going to write your name down because I haven't gotten your whole name right. I know you're Mary, but I don't know the name of the channel properly.
Oh, right. Yes.
Right, hold on. What is it? Home?
No, creating a homestead in Colorado.
Right. Now I remember.
Yeah, I had a lot moment and I made some kettle corn. Do you know what that is, Monel?
No, is it like a cornbread type thing?
No, it's like a sugary, salty popcorn.
Oh, well, that sounds really
almost
tasty.
like Cracker Jacks. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yeah, definitely.
But, okay, so Cracker Jacks popcorn is completely coated in caramel, and I didn't want that. Kettle corn is just like a lightly sweetened, salty popcorn.
Oh, I love sweet and salty popcorn.
I make it at home now.
So, can you just give me a hint?
All I do is pop the popcorn about like halfway, start sprinkling in the sugar and the salt, and continue to pop. I put it in a container, and then I scrape all the caramel off the pan and drop that in the bag with it.
Ooh, that sounds nice. Okay.
Delicious.
Yeah, no, I do like a bit of popcorn now and again. Not all the time. Just, once in a while I get a little.
I kind of like it because I might have to say this quieter, but popcorn is a natural appetite suppressant. And my young boy out there could use some little suppressing there. So that's one of the reasons I'm making popcorn a little more yummier. And it's raw sugar, and he has to have iodized salt.
Right, okay.
Because of his thyroid.
So you manage to sort of sneak in the things that he needs, kind of stuff.
Yes. We get low blood sugar, diabetes. So
I won't tell you about tablet then, Mary.
Go ahead.
Scottish tablet. That's just pure sugar.
Really
Hold on, you guys are talking at the same time.
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I say YouTube is really messing with me because I subscribed to him. I went to my subscribe list, and it says I subscribed to him, but he's not in my list. Maybe it'll take a little while. I don't know. It's weird.
I don't like the creepy algorithm feeling I'm getting.
Yeah, probably. Because there's not many real people doing real jobs these days in these sort of places. Most of it is algorithmic.
Yes.
Which is kind of sad. But anyway, tablet, this is for you to make to just a little tiny bit every once in a while. But it's basically you heat icing sugar with condensed milk and then you leave it to set on a tray, and then you cut it into squares. So, but
I
you
can't
must
have
hide
milk.
that. Oh, we
I
can't have
can't have
milk, can
milk. I
you?
have some. I don't know if it's lactose because I can't eat beef either. So I don't know if it's the whole animal I'm
Oh,
allergic
okay,
to.
okay. Right,
But
don't do it then.
Anyway, I'll play this video that Herm gave us the link to.
oh, cool.
No worries. Cool.
But what I do, Monel, is I keep honey around.
Oh, I'm a honey girl. Yeah, I don't actually do sugar. I only do honey, but it was just that it's a traditionally Scottish thing, which I don't actually eat. Sorry.
I wish I could have some. I mean, I do eat dairy and I do suffer.
Oh, but you shouldn't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, I do not do it often at all. It's primarily
Don't do it.
dairy free.
It might just
Okay,
break.
so
Shall we watch
beating a
this
rigged
On my
video
first
then?
attempt,
game.
I accidentally missed
Yeah,
Woody
right.
and just grabbed more money. That wouldn't be heavy enough to make the tape break. On the next attempt, I was able to grab a hold of Woody and bring him all the way over. I was so sure that he would be heavy enough to break the tape, but when I dropped him, it didn't break. My next target was this giant wooden chest. If I can grab that entire chest and drop it on the tape, it will surely break. And on this attempt, I go for it, and I somehow pull the 100 out of the chest, close the chest, and now there's no chance of me grabbing it again. My last resort is the baseball, and I didn't even know if the claw would be strong enough to lift it. But on my first try, I grabbed a hold of it and dropped it on tape, and it actually fell through. But there was still a bunch of money on the tape, so I decided to gently bump. My first attempt, I grabbed a ton of cash. But when it dropped it, I realized there was tape blocking the slot. This is a completely rigged claw machine, but I thought if I can just find something heavy, like Woody, to drop on the
Dirty
tape, it
boys.
might just
That's
break
terrible,
and
isn't it?
fall through. On my first
Yeah.
attempt, I accidentally missed Woody and just grabbed more money. That wouldn't be heavy enough to make the tape break. On the next attempt, I was able to grab a hold of Woody and bring him all the way over. I was so sure that he would be heavy enough to break the tape, but when I dropped him, it didn't break. My next target was this giant wooden chest. If I can grab that entire chest and drop it on the tape, it will surely break. And on this attempt, I go for it, and I somehow pull the 100 out of the chest, close the chest, and now there's no chance of me grabbing it again. My last resort is the baseball, and I didn't even know if the claw would be strong enough to lift it. But on my first try, I grabbed a hold of it and dropped it on tape, and it actually fell through. But there was still a bunch of money on the tape, so I decided to gently bump. My first attempt, I grabbed a ton of
I
cash.
just
When I
realized
dropped it, I realized there was tape blocking the slot. This is a completely rigged claw machine, but I thought if I can
I don't know how I got here. This isn't the right video.
No, I was gonna say
It's still hilariously true though.
All right, bring up
It's
another
like
one.
the penny slot machines that that we used to have in Blackpool and places like that along the coast. I think
it's
they
like
still
all the
got them.
slot machines we got in Vegas and Atlantic City and everywhere else. There's gambling
Yeah,
machines.
they're all rigged, aren't they?
Yeah.
Here we go, and this actually shows his jewelry.
Oh,
Oh, that's
okay.
nice.
Now, ooh,
Is that ceramic?
is that a
Is that made out
frog?
of ceramic?
I want to take it right out of your hand. Oh my
Beautiful.
gosh!
I
Look,
want
look,
one.
look, look, look. That's a frog on a leaf.
I know. I want one.
Yo,
Is it
that's my
ceramic?
name. That's my nickname, Feeling Froggy.
Oh, that's
Oh
lovely, isn't
my
it?
gosh.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, you should probably pause it so it doesn't get no copyright thingy because of the music. I'm gonna keep talking until.
Really
Okay, there you
nice.
go. There
That
you
is
go.
So
Because,
that looks. Is that
that was
ceramic? It looks like it might be ceramic.
I think so. It's
Possibly.
beautiful though. That's some good work.
that
That's
really, if
really
that's
lovely.
ceramic, then holy cow, that because it's giving me like almost like a glass feeling.
Yes, even glass it could be. You're right. That was the other one, because the frog is kind of translucent.
Yes. So I'm not sure what it is, but I want one. I'm just saying,
Yeah, so do I.
red.
So
That
do
is
I.
awesome. I bought so I'll turn my camera on. I have gone to local artists. Let's see. Try to block the light.
Oh yeah, I see the froggy. That's cute.
So he glows in the dark. His chest glows in the dark.
Oh, that's cool. Oh,
I had a local artist rendition this for me.
that's nice.
That's
Yeah,
pretty
I
good.
love creative stuff.
So
Man,
Yeah, I'm
your
definitely gonna
I
go
love
find
that
Laz.
stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I have one more that's really adorable.
camera's really grainy this morning.
Yeah, I don't know what's
Oh,
going on with
is
that.
that a moo? Is that a cow?
No, this is a turtle.
Oh, it's a,
All
a
made out of
turtle. Yeah,
shells.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the
Oh, that's
face
lovely.
now at first.
That's really cute.
That's good
I
too.
like small things like that.
I really like things made by people. Like
Yeah,
legitly, no mass production. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Unique.
There we go.
Crushed
That's
Made
quartz
out of
stones.
crushed
Nice
quartz
lad.
stones.
go. Look at the
Lovely. It's
Oh my
beautiful art,
god!
man. Yeah, we want.
I
We
want
want.
one.
we
I
want
want
it.
one, lads. I will pay for one. I
Okay.
want one because that is
I
some
want
talent you got there. Wow.
definitely
made out of
that.
crushed quartz. That's
The
cool.
the
So that means
detail as well is
that
beautiful
means
on that.
also it was made out of quartz that it has uh powers.
It's beautiful.
Whoop.
He's putting into it being crushed quartz.
Yeah,
You know,
crushed
he's got to
quartz.
take all like the ambers to separate that for the frog and the green to separate that for the leaf. Like that takes a lot of intricate detail work. Like bravo,
Yeah,
bravo.
beautiful.
I'm more like a growing stuff kind of artist. Like, you know, maybe decorating the house with colors and, you know, earthing it basically, making it comfortable. The people with the intricate detail, my hat's off. I can't do that.
Yeah,
See what
says he crushes crystals into powder, then builds them layer by layer with epoxy.
Wow.
It's beautiful.
That
See,
is,
creativity. Amazing. Really
yes.
cool.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Like he's putting the essence of himself into an idea he came up with that just beautifies nature. And nature's beautiful. So to beautify nature, that's quite talented.
Yeah, I work with wood, and I work with clay, and I also work on paper, but I also work with fabric. I mean, I can make clothes and things like
I
that.
love working with fabric. We gotta talk about that one day. I have done things from working in a sewing machine factory, making my own
Oh,
wedding dress, doing
good girl.
upholstery. I have
Mm.
like 3 or 4 sewing machines, different types.
Ooh. I
But
have
I
an old
love to.
Jones.
What's
Sorry.
that?
work it.
I have an old
Yeah,
Jones
work
and an
it.
old Singer.
Just
But
work
the
it.
Jones. Oh, sorry, Larry. We're all talking at once.
I was being silly.
Go on, be silly. It's always good.
Just
Yeah.
work it. You work it. Gotta work
Just
it.
work it. Oh, yeah. Oh,
Instead of
yeah.
just beat it, it's just work it.
Yeah, so now I've got my mum, I don't know where it is. She's got an old Singer that I used to actually sew on when I was in Germany, when I was like in single numbers. I don't know where that is, but I've got an old Jones which has got its own wooden table, and
Oh,
it's a hand one where you put the metal bobbins in. And
you know
I
what
had a
I
Jones.
found a couple months ago, Monel?
Go on.
This is crazy. I found a double needled sewing machine that
No way.
came in its own travel box.
Whoa.
$35.
Cool.
I was like, I
Yeah,
have to
that's
have this. Like, I have one more
yeah, yeah,
sewing
yeah,
machine
yeah.
to acquire, and then I'd be set to really make whatever it is I
Was it a
wanted.
hand one? Was it a hand one?
No, it's a full on heavy duty electric
Electric.
one,
Oh, okay. Well, no, the
but
reason
come
I
in
say
its
that.
own. What's
Go
that?
on. No, no.
Send
The,
some about the double needle, is that meant for like sewing leather and
No,
stuff?
but we'll come back to what you were saying, Mary. But the reason
Denim
I got
too.
my first Jones machine was one that you basically put on a table. It was tiny with a lid, and I paid a fiver for it. £5 I paid for it, and I had it for several years. And I made loads of curtains on it. I did leather alterations on it, all sorts of stuff, and I sold it for £5. On hindsight, at the
Wow.
time, I wish I'd what?
So I'm going to answer Larry's question. So a double needle machine does a couple things, but usually one of it's most popularly known for doing is the hem, the double stitched hem, where you have two lines
And the
sewing.
seams, like on jeans,
Right, that's what.
down.
Yep, the seams on jeans. So it'll be doing denim, maybe leather. I'm not sure. I'm gonna try, but
Mm.
if it struggles, then I'm probably gonna look for industrial double
I would
needle.
go with the hand. That's what I was saying to you. If you want to do leather, go with a hand machine. Once you make a hole in leather, that's the end of it. And that's what
Oh
I'm
yeah,
saying.
I've done upholstery for that. Yeah.
You have to go slow with leather, especially if you're doing serious stitching that's going to be visible on the outside. If you get a couple of stitches wrong on the inner seam, that's not so much a problem, as long as you're not going to cut the leather by making the stitches too close. So you're dealing with skin here, not fabric. I studied textiles, dressmaking, and fashion design, and I seriously big time. So you need to know
That's
your
why I'm
fabric.
saying I think I would need to get industrial strength. It's just a little more
Right,
powerful than what we're used to, but that's how I screwed my hand
right.
up. I think the second
Uh,
time is I was, them Diamondback chairs they put in offices?
yes.
I was doing those in the early 2000s.
Oh my
And
God.
just from trimming the leather, because if you don't trim it right and you try to
Yeah.
sew it with just even an eighth of an inch too much fabric, it's going to screw up
Yeah.
your pattern.
Yeah.
So from trimming
Wow.
the little pieces off, I herniated the tendon in my right wrist. Like it looked like a bump was coming up off my wrist because it was herniated there.
Yeah. Well, you're
Um,
gonna get that. Yeah. I got that. I got that through doing cleaning and motorcycle riding.
mm,
So you can get
mm.
that through a lot of musicians get that, guitarists, uh, programmers, people that write a lot on keyboards and that. Motorcyclists, motorcycle cops get it a lot as well. They get they're actually called ganglions, where you get this
Yep,
hard nodule
ganglion
come up.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yep,
is
that's
that what you're talking
exactly what it
about?
was. Yeah.
Right. So it looks sort of whitish as it pushes up through the skin, but that's
Hmm.
on one of your knuckles in your hand, and it can happen anywhere,
What,
depending.
no, for me,
Sorry,
it
go on.
was right smack in the middle of the wrist on
Oh,
top, on top. So, like,
yeah,
it
I can
started
see where that would
affecting.
happen. Yeah,
So,
I
like,
can
the
see the bone.
motorcyclists would get it because they're pulling backwards on their wrist.
Right,
I
right.
was I was going forward with the sewing. I was using my last three fingers with the scissors. And when you don't
Oh,
use a second hand to, reinforce the strength of it and you just use one, that's in fact what you're doing is overstressing that tendon there, and that's how it
but
bursts.
you're also going to overstress the whole arm and into the shoulder and then into the neck.
How'd
So
you
it's
know that when it gets aggravated, the whole arm like starts
yeah,
turning
I've
into
had
this
all these
dead
problems.
thing, aches at the
I've had all
elbow
them.
and the wrist? Yep.
Yeah, yeah. I've had all these problems. Yeah, and it's when you do these
Yeah.
repetitive jobs, these repetitive. Larry putting his angel wings on.
Angel
Bless.
Cot is here.
How dare you tell on me?
Uh,
Wait,
but I don't even complain about those things.
wait a minute. I think I told on myself first. No!
Oh shit! Let's get back to Larry.
Can we go back now, man? Come back to the
Yeah,
present,
go on then.
man.
That's
Oh
why
yeah, I
I'm a
never
little
asked.
mad at the doctor for messing with my hand, because that particular hand has already gone through so much and really
Hmm.
didn't need a doctor wrenching on it like he did.
Right, right.
Because
Well, I
now,
learned that.
2 months after breaking it, and my
Oh
pinky
shit,
at
you
that
broke
middle
it as well.
knuckle.
You broke
What's
your
that?
hand as well.
Yes, I hit the fridge when I was pissed off at the puppies.
Oh
It was like a
no,
3 in
God,
the
no.
morning thing when I wasn't thinking.
Oh dear.
I broke near the wrist that long pinky bone. I broke
Mm.
the pinky knuckle. And I think something happened with the actual first knuckle on the pinky. So boom, boom,
Mm.
boom. And
Mm.
now I can't make a proper fist. And when I try to bend my finger, even it's not atrophy, because I understand what Nels was saying about atrophy. Um, but
Okay.
it's painful.
Can
Like
I,
I just broke it. It should not feel like that.
can
And
I
I don't know what
help
you're talking
you with
about,
that?
Mary. That doctor enjoyed himself immensely when he wrenched your hand.
Yes, he fucking did while he cashed the check,
Oh,
right?
Mary, I want to help you with something here that I went through, which is not quite the same, but sort of similar. And it was on my left hand. Now, my cat, where I lived before, he didn't go out, but he spent a lot of time just sitting with me in the bedroom. And I used to have my window just a little bit open, to let some air through, quite stiff. So he couldn't really push it open. And he decided to have a scratch. I was watching something on YouTube, and it happened so fast. He fell out the window. My hand went out and I grabbed him, but he grabbed my finger with his jaws, and he was howling. And I had a chicken at the time down at the bottom, and there were other things that were pokey and spiky. So he didn't need to fall. So he's chewing on my finger, right? So I've brought him back in, shut the window, and I'm just in agony, and the blood's pissing out everywhere. And it's going to take a lot of rehabilitation for your finger, but you can do it because mine's a lot better now. I can actually pick heavy things up with it, but I still can't bend. He's damaged my ligaments. It's not his
Mm-hmm.
fault. He was just trying to not fall. Do you know what I mean? He's a silly little bugger. He
Right,
goes in
right.
places he shouldn't go into. But anyway, my point is this: is um, I ended up lying on the bed, going, "Oh my god," with a towel wrapped around my hand and the blood pissing out everywhere. 1 minute everything was nice and calm and it was fine, and then he fell out the window, and then the next thing my finger's chewed. And
Mm.
ironically, it's my middle finger, so I don't have to work too hard when someone pisses me off,
Right,
if that makes.
right.
But on a more, we're talking about healing now. So what you're going to need to do is how's the skin? Is it all healed and everything?
Oh yeah, it didn't come through the skin kind of break.
Okay, that's not the
But
point though. There's a lot of damage there. You're going to need to take time, and I suggest doing, get yourself a squishy ball of sorts or something natural to do it with, even a ball of wool. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And try
well,
and use
right now I'm doing hot soaks with it, particularly when it becomes bothersome.
Epsom
And
salt.
well, that's what my son-in-law said. So I got to dig those out and do that. Dig out the
But
Epsom
you
salt. He just told me.
but you need to move it. You've got to move it, otherwise you're not going to get that movement back. I can do a lot with that finger now that I mean, it was never that bad, it was fine. But
Right.
now that all this, it still feels thick on the knuckle because of the damage of the ligaments. And he must have obviously chewed some of the cartilage as well. Oh, it was bad. It was really bad.
So, Manel, are you trying to say sometimes you have to feel pain to heal?
Well, maybe. I'm not saying you should go through that or put your cat through that either. That's not.
Well, no, actually, I mean, I was kind of saying it sarcastically, but if you honestly
Yeah,
think is yes, we all have to experience some kind of pain to be able to heal.
yeah. Mm.
Well, I'd like to think that just living inspires people to go forth and learn these things ahead of time. But I kind of thinking like, yeah, pain does inspire a lot of people to learn about their affliction.
Yeah, I mean, that was some pain, and it did teach me a lot. It taught me to pay more attention to like windows and
So
things.
there again, isn't one thing. Emotional
Well, no, I
pain, you
mean,
have physical pain,
but
you have
Larry,
pain.
he's a cat that doesn't go out. So, it's not like he was trying to get out. It was just because he was having
No,
a scratch,
I understand
fell
your situation.
against the window. Sorry.
Yeah, I understand the situation. I was just,
Yeah.
putting
I
a
know
little.
I can laugh at it now, but it wasn't funny at the time. Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
But it taught me a
I
lot.
was put in the hospital by a cat attack, so I can't even fathom. Like it was on my leg, and that was bad enough. I can't fathom having
Ouch.
it on my hand.
Chewing your knuckle.
Seriously, when you said chewing the knuckle, I was like, what?
But he was gonna fall. It would have been a really bad mess. He would have been hurt, right? There was no way. And there was a chicken living below in the yard. No, that wasn't a good idea. So yeah, we're all fine. I mean, the chicken's gone to heaven now, but
I
it was
walked
one of
in the
them.
middle of a cat fight I didn't know was going on.
Oh
So
dear.
yeah, I
Whoops.
was upstairs with my girlfriend smoking a doobie. I was getting ready to move from Virginia to Michigan,
Right.
and she starts passing out. So I'm like, I'm heading out. I got shit to do. I go downstairs and grab the pizza box for the girls. Both our daughters were at my apartment. Well, there is an outside male and an inside male, and that cat was protecting its pizza because that's his favorite food, I later found out. So when I picked up the pizza box, that cat attacked me, like latched onto my left leg, bit me, scratched me from mid thigh all the way down. When I got it off my leg, it reached for the right leg because, like,
Wow.
I live with dogs, not cats. You know what I'm saying? So
Hmm.
he got a couple scratches then on the right leg, but I was able to just like throw him off. I had to scream to my girlfriend like to wake her out of a pot coma, because she was passed
Oh
out.
God.
I'm beating on the wall. Only between apartments in Virginia, they make it a brick wall. So I can beat all
Right.
day long. If the TV's on, nobody's going to hear me.
Right. Ouch. No, that's not
Yeah,
good.
went to the hospital. The whole leg was the size of my thigh. They thought maybe a cat's tooth was stuck underneath my
Or a
kneecap.
claw. It's usually claws that are the worst.
Well, I have
Was it a claw?
four. No, I got four tooth marks right around my kneecap. That like when I
Oh,
tried to pull the cat off, like it pulled my kneecap. Like that's why I couldn't get it off of me because its teeth was
ah,
behind my kneecap.
oh Jesus.
Yeah, so I was moving. Marnell, I was moving. So like there was a U-Haul truck in the freaking parking lot of the hospital. And the hospital's like, you really need to stay here. And I'm like, dude, I got a freaking U-Haul in the
I'm
parking lot. I
moving.
cannot stay here. I have to leave. Well, I'm allergic to
Oh,
penicillin, which is their worry. So they sent me two giant bottles of amoxicillin, like the highest dosage they could give me, two bottles of it, and said, you have to take this every so many hours and you have to come back to us when you turn in that U-Haul. So I'm like, yeah, 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 whatever. I have business to do, man. You holding me up. Even through the pain, I'm weird like that.
yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
I empty the U-Haul into the storage unit. I go back, I uh, fill up about two
You must
things
have been
away
in
from
pain
filling.
though.
Oh yeah, by this point I couldn't bend the knee, so I was just
Yeah.
like peg legging it almost
Limping. Oh,
with
jeez.
a stiff kneecap. I couldn't bend it.
No.
So I refilled the U-Haul, emptied the house as much as I could, took it back to the unit, And of course, now I have to go from an automatic truck to a standard car because I was driving a standard Celica. And my right foot had to do double time because I could not bend my left leg. Went to the hospital and I'm like, I'm here. I said I'd be back. And they just took one look at the wounds and me, and they took this phone with like had a mile long cord on it, brought it all the way over to me, and they're like, we don't care who you have to call to take care of your kid or your U-Haul or whatever, but now you're not leaving the hospital.
Oh shit.
So that's when they thought like something was underneath my kneecap or something because my leg blew up really bad.
Yeah.
They never found a claw or a cat's tooth or anything like that. And you're right. It took me almost 2 years, maybe 3 years to be able to kneel on that knee
Gee.
without any
Yeah.
pain. And I didn't even break it. So like I guess that's the human body. Like it does take that long to adjust itself around a wound.
Regenerate. Yeah.
Well, with cats, I believe I know their claws are meant, and I'm sure their teeth also are meant to infect the wound when it opens it up.
Yeah. I was just gonna say that, but Larry took it out of my mouth.
Well,
And
of course I did. I just roll that way, damn it, because you got to talk about me 7 days a week, and then
and see, I let my daughter have cats because her cats never treated me that way. But that was the second time. First time I was attacked by a cat, I kind of related it to just being pregnant and cats being weird, is what I've heard. Cats are weird around pregnant women. So I just attribute it to that. But this cat was on somebody's balcony. I wasn't even told the cat was there. I was with my friend. My friend forgot something at her house. She was babysitting. So I'm just walking around getting juice for the kids, yada, yada, yada. All of a sudden, this cat gets a sliding glass door open. I don't know if one of the boys did it or not. They're little boys. But this cat started chasing me through the house. I'm on top of a couch. I jump on a couch like the cat can't jump, like I'm an idiot. So I'm, trying to run around furniture. And I finally like see the doorway because there's a new apartment. I never been here before. I see the doorway of a bedroom and I'm like, beeline for it. So I get into the bedroom, I slam the door, and I'm like, oh crap, the boys are out there. And I'm trying to open the door like, boys, boys. And the cat is putting its freaking claw through that little crack, like trying to get at me still.
Wow.
I'm like,
I've never seen a cat do that. That's bizarre.
I
Wow.
don't know. Manel, I didn't do
Oh,
nothing to this cat. I didn't even like know where
no.
the cat's food was. Like this was like, what the hell, right? So as I
That's
try
bizarre.
and scream, like I'm standing away from the door, like, it's just that my hands are on the door, but away from where the cat can reach. And the
Yeah.
little boy goes to grab the cat, like to get the cat away from me. God love his little soul. But I was like,
Oh.
no, for the love of God, put the cat down and go in the bedroom. Take your brother in the bedroom, I'm freaking out.
well,
I
Mary,
finally, yeah.
I I gotta enlighten you. I just realized, and I never thought it could be, but we're actually part of the same group because you brought it up twice that once you were weird and weird things happened. So I just wanted to let you know, lo and behold, we're part of the weird group and we never knew it. We always thought
Oh,
we were just weird in our own ways, but yes, we
Yeah, I do
signed
have weird things happen.
up.
we've
It's
been
not
on
maybe
each
not the place
other, you
though.
guys. It took
I
some
bet those
weird
little kids weren't
connections, but
scared.
we did it.
Yeah, yeah. Mary, I bet those little kids weren't scared of that cat that
It's
they
weirdly
after
how
you.
that happened. It's weirdly how that happened.
Hmm.
Yeah, it is. What's that, Manel?
I was saying, I bet those little children weren't scared of the cat.
No, that's what weirded me out.
See, there we
The
go.
little boy was like, let me help you. I'll just go put him in the bedroom. As soon as he did that, the cat turned its frustrations onto the boy, So I'm like,
Oh,
no,
really?
not the
Oh, jeez.
freaking cat. No. So the girl, this is before cell phones. This was like in 1991.
Right.
The girl I went to the apartment with was like finally like coming across the street, and I open the window and I scream at her like, "Get your ass up here right now!" And she like drops what she's doing and just starts running. And she was able to get the cat and put it on the balcony, and we were able to come out. And I'm like, "Bye, I gotta go home. I can't be
Yeah,
friends with
yeah,
you no more."
yeah. Exactly. Yeah, you don't need that.
But yeah, that's twice a cat come after me. And what's really weird is my great and ever loving creator must be a real funny because I live somewhere where we visibly seen lynx, bobcats, I think cougars.
Oh,
Um,
lovely.
there's also
I love big
fox,
cats.
coyote, wolf.
Wow.
The
Cool.
bears actually are the ones that don't scare me right now because they're called the cinnamon bear.
Right.
They kind of match the desert-like environment as far as color,
Yeah.
and they eat juniper berries, which every one of us have all over our property. And they're a smaller bear, so just less. They're less frightening than the cat situation.
Well,
They're a
plus
little bit
they're less
sweeter.
aggressive.
What, Larry?
Second hand?
I believe too those bears are less aggressive.
I think so
Yeah, they
too
are.
because they're not a meat eater.
Right.
So yeah, when Nub says there are animals that are vegetarians, I mean I totally get it. There absolutely are. I just hate when other humans tell other humans what to eat. Like that's none of your damn business. You know what I'm saying?
Totally agree.
You better
Totally
stop
agree.
that talk because if you keep that talk going, you know what the hell's going to happen. The tard will show up.
Oh
He
God.
better not. He likes to butt heads with me, but as of lately, I got my own helmet on.
Yeah.
Shit retelling helmet.
Yes.
Wow, where
Yes,
do I
it's got little spikes on it all over. It doesn't matter how you try to come at me. All I gotta do is, there you go.
so it's got a built-in uh, shit fan protector?
Ship fan
No,
protector.
I couldn't even ask that idiot how blue his sky was without him asking me what my motivation was.
It's purple.
And I would be okay if you told me that because I love you, Larry. But somebody
Oh,
out there who doesn't, uh, what's my motivation? Hold on. What's your motivation? There ain't none. It turns out there ain't none. Now the disappearing actors come. So yeah, I'll take that challenge. Come at me.
My motivation is to tell you and convince you that the sky is purple and I'm sticking to it, dab nabbit.
I'm pretty sure that was a My Little Pony story.
Oh, no! There you go. Giving up my trade secrets again. I'll tell you,
I'll
that's the
tell
last
you
time
what
I
though.
ever told you a
Hang
secret.
on a minute. Hang on a minute. There are times when the sky has got purple, and that's
Hmm
usually when the sun sets and sometimes when it rises.
There,
Actually, my favorite time. I don't know if Larry's seen it. Actually, on the Pacific Northwest, do you even get tornadoes out there?
no.
Okay,
No,
I
I've never
didn't think
seen them.
so. Okay, so listen, guys. Sometimes when the storm that would create a tornado passes you, no matter what time of day, you get this, the air is turned orange hue. Not the
Wow.
sky. Like the
Yeah.
literal air. Like you're looking now through orange colored sunglasses and everything outside is this weird color orange. It's happened with not so much green, but yellows, orange yellows are really the ones that really stop you. Like, what's going on outside? Why is the air look orange? You know what I'm saying? Like, what? And what it
Hmm.
is like the reflection of the high storm cloud that creates the tornadoes.
Right.
Supercells, I think, right?
Right. Yeah. When I was in Germany as a kid, we used to get, and in fact, it happened even in London, before a thunderstorm, the sky used to kind of go yellowish. So similar, but it was like
Yeah.
not green exactly, but it was sort of like a yellow to lime almost, not quite. It was like a
Yes, that's why I almost tripped up and said green, but I'm like, it's green, but it's not green.
sort of
But it's sort of green. You
sulphury.
noticed that too, right?
Yeah. Sort of sulphury. But I've never seen a tornado, but I have seen thunderstorms, quite a lot of them, and what happens before them and after and so on and during. And
I
I
don't
that's
live in
something.
I don't know if I
Sorry.
could live somewhere where there's tornadoes.
Mhm.
I inadvertently moved to Michigan and Colorado for different reasons other than the weather, so I didn't pay too much attention to it when I moved into either of those two states.
Yeah.
And
Right.
it turned out that Michigan was at the end of Tornado Alley and Colorado sort of at the beginning or Tornado Alley, sharing it with the likes of Texas and Nebraska.
So what's the
Right.
closest ones come to you?
What's that?
What's the closest tornado ever came to you? How close?
Legitly, a class 0 in Michigan hit an apple tree that was between me and the neighbor's house just an eighth of a mile away and snapped that
Wow.
apple tree. You could hear,
Wow.
like, when they say it sounds like a thunderous train, it really does sound like a thunderous train. And we were underneath the stairs in the house. We lived in an old Victorian house. And
Mm.
that's when we decided that we didn't like trees that were bigger than our house.
So how fast are the winds at class 0?
I believe it's 60 to 100. And then anything over 100 starts the classifications.
Hmm.
This one was probably about 75 miles per hour winds
Yeah.
because Michigan's a very flat state. So we're definitely used to winds all the time. We didn't think that any state could compare to the winds until we moved to the eastern slope of the Rocky Mountains. And then Mother Nature said, "You stand corrected," because the
Yeah.
winds out here that come off the slope, the
Yeah,
weatherman
that's
will
what I
say
was
they're
going to
20
say. Yeah.
miles an hour. They feel
Hmm.
40.
Wow. Yeah.
Insane. The winds are insane here.
Mm. It's fascinating.
I don't know why I just thought of this, but have you ever traveled through Arizona, Mary?
I haven't, no. This is the farthest west I've been to.
Well, the reason I brought that up is there's been people talking about the nukes not existing and stuff. Well, when I went through Arizona, I was looking at, the scenery and I could look at this land and it looked to me like the land had been scorched, like it was just pure black. And I was thinking to myself, I was wondering if that's where they supposedly tested these nukes because they did a lot of nuke testing in Arizona, supposedly. And then after I came home, sure enough, all the parts where I seen was black is where they supposedly did it.
Wow.
Well,
No,
some we have
true or
some.
not true. I just know what I saw.
Mm.
Well, I understand what you're saying because we're so close to where Colorado's part of the Four Corner regions. Um, and we were driving down one of these side roads when we first moved here, just getting to know where we live, and we seen some terraform that kind of looked like you're saying, like blackish. And we're like, what? This is the middle of a freaking grasslands, 5,500 feet up. This is
Wow.
weird. What is this? And that's when we started looking into the volcanoes around us. So we're right in between us, you and I, is of course Yellowstone. But also going past me, there's a quote unquote inactive volcano in New Mexico. So I thought, well, maybe that could possibly be. And then I saw people going places that the average person wouldn't dare to go, like what you're alluding to.
Hmm.
And I mean, they've shown abandoned places that they abandoned silos, underground type thingamajigs.
Mm-hmm.
It
When I
didn't
understand
quite.
there's whole cities
It starts with a D and ends in an S.
on the ground.
Yes, yes. And um, the funny thing is, why? If they're
Well,
everlasting, why is
because there's no one
abandoned in front
around.
of their name? What? Hold on.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mano.
Oh, sorry. Go on, please. Go on. Sorry.
Well, why would they abandon them if they're everlasting?
Hmm. That's true.
And why would you abandon a site that is capable of holding such a grand home defense system?
Maybe they didn't build it. They just took it over.
Like
And
everything.
it
Like
outlived its
everything else.
use?
Well, yeah. I don't think so. I think that, I mean, there's a lot of this over here as well in Britain, you know. I just wanted to say, you're right in a very volcanically active area, aren't you, Mary? Because you're
Yes.
near Yellowstone and then you've got these other kind of dormant volcanoes. I mean, in Scotland, we've got a lot of volcanic mounds as well. I mean, who knows what they're going to do? Just because they haven't done anything for I don't know how many thousands of years doesn't mean they're not
And there's a
gonna.
lot of do you ever watch any kind of earthquake researcher?
Little bit, yeah, yeah. Seismic stuff,
There's a
yeah.
pretty popular one. I just don't want to send no shade his way because listeners listen. Um,
Oh,
that has definitely taken notice of dotted formations made by humans looking for things that they sell in the market. That's a nice rounded way of saying it, which also interfere. And if I look on my map and I go just southwest of where I'm at here in Colorado, it's
mhm,
dotted like one of those dot to dots you do as the kid. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
And we're talking 6,000, 7,000 feet up in some places.
Wow.
So completely in my brain unnecessary, but I'm thinking of a brain that is is really putting all its effort towards living by nature. Now I'm gonna have my
Mhm.
solar panels. I'm gonna have ways of doing stuff like that. I'm um putting all my efforts towards living by nature doesn't always mean I'm successful. So for some idiot who wants to take apart my words. Um, but for real, living by way of this society is not really giving longevity to our species.
I agree. You're going to live the best you can, balanced with nature the best you can. And no
Yeah.
one should pick that apart. I
Well, it's
agree.
kind of like our government, tries to tell us, oh, we're so worried about the energy crisis and oil and electricity and this, and that, and the other thing. Well, if that was partially true, I believe we could take a third of the money we spend on our damn military because we don't need to be in any of these fucking wars. We don't need to be sticking our nose in anybody's business till our fucking backyard's clean. But anyway, where I was going with this is if we really wanted everlasting energy, one of the easiest ways to do that would be Tesla's idea where we use the energy from all these volcanoes. And if
Yeah,
we
yeah.
did that, none of them would ever blow up. So basically, we're solving
Mm.
two problems at the same time. We're creating free energy. All we got to do is lay the fucking piping down, hook up a couple lines or whatever to that heat, that steam that's coming out of that damn
This is
volcano.
true.
Well, all
maybe
these
they're already
systems
doing
relied
this.
on oil being self-sustainable, and it would never run out. And as
Well,
ridiculous as it sounds, they put a market on it.
yeah, the reason gas and oil was such a drive is because it can make money. If we did that with the volcanoes, it would pay for itself in probably a year, and then now, oh wait a minute, self-sustaining. We might have to repair a pipe once every 500 years or whatever, because most of our piping in the ground nowadays is like 100 years old, and then
Mm.
we wonder why they're exploding, and
Yeah,
water
yeah.
pipes are exploding, gas pipes are exploding. Oh, this gave
Yeah, but they
out
haven't maintained anything,
sewer
Larry.
pipe
They don't maintain
or whatever
anything.
because they're over
I
Just
mean,
fucking.
I
make the
just
money
love
that.
how the government has said, we're going to take these taxes because we need to be self-sustainable as a nation and don't want to be under anyone else's thumb, but we're also not going to fix our house. Fuck
Mm,
everybody and live free. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
Like, what?
Yeah, yeah,
I
yeah.
want to
So
beach in
can I
Michigan.
just? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I wanted to say about energy because Larry was saying about gas and oil, and you were saying about gas and oil and all that. So we're not running out of gas and we're not running out of oil. And in fact, thousands of years ago, the Chinese were piping gas with bamboo pipes through and cooking with it. So what's really going on? And we're certainly not running out of water because there's a lot of water underneath the crust flowing
And they
around. I
certainly
mean, it's
had to know that the infrastructure was not an everlasting gobstopper.
Yeah.
right. The infrastructure's
What?
badly managed. That's it. That's it
What?
exactly.
You're gonna
So,
go and just burst my bubble like that, Mary? How dare you?
I mean, you gotta build your stuff with disposable wood, and then I get to ignore my own failings. Doesn't that sound awesome?
Can we get back to me now?
yeah.
Because seriously, you're right, my now. With
Mm,
a resource like bamboo
mm,
that grows super fast and depending on how you do it, could easily be replaced. To make infrastructure that is nearly impossible to replace, regardless how much money any particular vicinity has.
mm,
Yeah, now it's starting to look like a self-sabotage game just to break it all.
definitely. Yeah. Yeah.
Look at the right
Definitely.
hand so you don't see what the left hand's doing, dummy.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
that's what's frustrating about some of these truther, I don't want to call them communities, groups and sites,
Mm-hmm.
corner meetings,
Yep.
suburbs. Yeah, the truther suburbs.
You mean on the
Um,
YouTube streets?
on the YouTube streets, right? They're all at the local swimming pool yakking about, but they're not talking about the depth of everything.
I agree.
Because when someone says indoctrination, my question is, how deep does it go?
Mm.
And
Deeper
if you
than you
know how
ever
deep the
know.
well is, are you going to jump in and swim in it and just rely on all the other idiots who know how deep the well is to try and pull you out?
no, because it's
Especially if
generational
you
as
don't know
well.
how to swim.
Well, there is that as well. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
generational. Like we spoke about this before. It's generational. It's going to take it's not going to take 5 minutes. It's
Hmm.
because the indoctrination's so deep through the generations, and it goes even from some of the older generations through to ours and into the younger ones. To unindoctrinate is good luck with that one. Because I mean, look, it's possible, but folk have to want to actually change themselves. You can't make
Well, that's what I
anyone.
was going to say. The comfort level is really um,
Mm,
people's guidestone to what they
yeah.
will stay indoctrinated to and then not believe.
Mm.
It wasn't until the jibby jabby walkie walkie of Star Wars years that people started opening their eyes
hmm
and then
Yeah.
acting arrogant because they might have flickered their eyes a minute, but they haven't held them open long enough to catch even a tenth of the truth. And now they're going around these YouTube suburbs like, let me bash you over the head with a little bit of truth I have, and I'm going to continue to walk my ignorant way through life because that's the only truth you allow yourself to learn about or believe.
Well, I mean, truth is truth, but it's still nonetheless, it's multi-layered. It's like an onion. So no,
Yes.
it applies to many different aspects of life, but it's still
And it's
nonetheless the
never
truth.
one shade deep, is it, Monel, Larry?
Second, sorry.
It's never one shade deep.
Oh, I agree. Absolutely, absolutely.
Is it not? That's why it's called layers of shit.
Oi,
Yeah,
what'd
I
you have
mean,
to
they
do
even
there?
yeah, they even put it in kids stuff. Shrek, you like your onions? Onions have layers, and they all stink.
Yeah.
That is not the quote. That's how Mom adapted the quote because I've had to wait. My kids are arguing with me. Wait, I have had to sit through. How old is your sister? 25 very long years of constant Shrek talking. So when
Oh
I
dear.
change the words of it, that's not a
Right.
Mandela effect. No, I meant that shit. I will quote the entire movie. No, don't even. But I say that
Mary, the only
I only
reason I use the onion is because it's descriptive of
yeah.
the multifacetedness. That's why.
But they use the onion, what we use as the multifaceted purpose, they have used to what's an onion? It's stinky. It makes you cry. It's not a friendly thing that you
But
break out
it's
when
not.
company's
It's a
around.
healer. It's a healer, though. It
Yeah,
heals.
but that's not their motivation. They're only going
Oh,
to
I know that.
use it in the motivation they want, which is the indoctrination. So when
And to
you
turn
talk
everything
about
on its head. Yeah.
right,
Sorry,
right, and
yes.
you talk about your feelings and you talk about this, that, or the other thing, that's now been
Mm.
categorized in that movie as being an onion that stinks, that turns
Wow.
people
I never knew
away.
that. Wow.
Yo,
Ah,
me and my
what,
husband watch
what,
movies by now, and
what movie
sometimes
was
we're
that
like,
from? Sorry,
huh,
Mary, what movie was that from?
Shrek, that's Shrek.
Oh, it was in
Him and
Shrek.
Donkey. Yeah, him and Donkey were
Oh, I
talking
didn't. I
about
watched
onions,
it years
remember?
ago. Wow. No, I
And
watched
they
it
were
years
talking
ago.
about feelings.
Right. Oh,
And
What are
now
feelings
look
being
those?
at,
stinky.
What are
well,
those?
I just want to finish that connection.
Yeah.
Now look at these YouTube suburbs and all the feeling haters out there.
Right.
So when
Yeah.
you watch Hollywood, you can see in which direction they're going to start moving people by what they put out
Hmm.
there.
Yeah.
I have
One of the
never had
things
them.
that,
I've never had those
So,
things called feelers, so I'm not sure what you're talking about.
don't lie. You got feelers on top of your hat.
Damn
yeah,
you!
you know when that hat's too small for you, your feelers start getting in the way.
And here I thought those were my antlers or my horns or wait, my antennas.
That's funny.
Even when we get dark, we
That is,
got to go back up to the light and laugh. I think that's important.
yeah, I really appreciate using humor to break the ice, break the tension. Sometimes it's the best vehicle to use to deliver some tough stuff, is humor. But it's not all
Definitely.
the time. Like when it's done all the time, that's like that Chinese water torture. That's what makes it torture is that constant, that, you know what I'm saying?
Drip,
It's the thumb
drip,
trap. The
drip,
thumb trap.
Yes,
drip,
yes.
drip,
See,
drip,
you turned it on, didn't you?
drip,
I knew it, Larry.
drip,
I knew it.
drip,
You gotta make my Agent
drip,
Orange act up.
drip,
Dirty dog.
drip, drip.
That was
Oh,
perfect. That was was so perfect. Oh my gosh.
Brilliant.
Yeah, I'm gonna join. I'm gonna join with that. Yes, that was clap worthy. Yes.
Mm. My
So
face
have
hurts
you
a little bit
guys?
now.
Hey, Monel and Larry, I got a question for you, and maybe
Go
I
on.
don't have
anybody
an
in the
answer.
chat.
You don't know what the question is.
Yeah, for real. Have you guys ever been in a chat where you highly suspect a bot or AI is present, but
Oh
then
Oh
yeah.
you
yeah.
also see other people interact with them? Like, is that a do something or do nothing situation?
No, you let them get on with it. They'll learn. Honestly.
That's questionable too, though. I think it depends on the person.
Oh
Because
yeah.
there's
Well,
been
yeah.
a
There is
couple
that.
times, there's been a few times I had the suspicion that it might be a bot, but the way usually bots reply in certain sentences in certain ways. But this one was
Mm,
really good. It was like Chat GPT or something. I'm not really sure.
mm,
But I
right.
knew in my heart that it was a bot. And then finally, I'm like, by the end of the chat, I knew it was a bot. But there again, I think there's some people out there, so lonely and want the attention
Oh yeah.
that they're believe that this inanimate object is real.
Well, I was doing research, and through my research, I did hear people speaking that oftentimes there is a human behind the use
The bot.
of the AI on these social platforms.
Uh,
Mm.
I think sometimes not. I think it depends on the situation. I think most of them, like I said,
Maybe.
are programmed. Some are programmed a little better to respond to,
You're
your
probably right.
questions. I've
No.
had bots. I ask it a certain question and then that question never gets answered. But then I've had
No.
Right.
other bots. I'll ask a question and they'll answer right away with the right answer. So I think it
Mm.
just depends on how it's formatted and programmed and, how to respond to your question.
Right. But they don't teach it how to read a room, which is the
Exactly.
funniest thing in the whole entire world because
Well, that's
I
impossible for them.
exactly. It doesn't have the essence of a human being to know how to read a room.
Right.
And that is the
Yeah.
most telling thing. It's so funny. I start laughing my pants off, and then I start giving clues to people I know, telling them what I know without saying it.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? And then we all sit there and chuckle. It's almost like smoke when the bot screws up kind of smoking game.
Well,
Mm.
the biggest thing too is, do you think a AI could honestly pick up an inflection in somebody's voice?
No.
Not yet. Well, I don't know
That's what I'm trying.
actually.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
I mean, I'm
not
Mm.
sure
that they
there's
wouldn't pick it up. I think scientifically they would pick it up because they're programmed to do that. But their guess on what that means without being told by a human is going to be
right,
highly inaccurate.
right,
Okay, but then think about this aspect. So, if they're a bot and they're connected to a Google platform, which is YouTube, they're going to have an infinite amount of information that they can sift through. So they could easily find a picture, create a profile, come up in a chat, and never show their actual face like we're doing
Right,
right
but
now.
I
But
don't
we,
know
we
nothing. Let's put the equation together right, Monel. I don't know anything, number
I'm
one,
going a bit.
about Chat GPT. I only know those 8 letters, 7 letters together, only because people have
Right.
been talking about it, right?
Yeah.
My brother was the computer person, not me.
Mm-hmm.
I
Right.
have I have really dragged my feet on all of this technology
That's
Ever
all right.
since Hillary Clinton thought it was hers to give out to the free world. So if I'm picking up on what they've programmed that thing to do, I'm sorry, they're not doing a great job.
No, they're not. They're not.
Because there's so many people out there that are so well versed in technology and social media and probably work for one of the companies that if I'm picking it up and they're not, they're either lying to you
Well, they're
or they
stupid.
just don't give a damn or they're just cashing their check, right?
Yeah. No, I agree. You can see that we see the conversations and we might get caught once, possibly, and then we know what it is. And then sometimes you have to let the others just have their conversation with it. And when we all realize, we just go away, and then it disappears because they know they can't infiltrate the conversation anymore.
Right.
Hey,
And that's what makes it funny because the other people talk to them like they're people.
I know.
last night, me and Nubs were on stream basically talking shop. So it made me think about this guy that I showed last night on some videos. So I don't know why, but all of a sudden I thought about him. And I came across this video that I think would be perfect for you, Mary. And the title of the video is A Solar Powered Barbecue.
Oh my God. I've been thinking
That sounds
about that.
interesting.
All right, I'll bring it
So
up
is
here.
it the one, Larry, tell me, is it the one with the I don't know, parabolic screen from the giant screen TV, or is it because I saw you guys' talk, but then you guys went live, so I did this instead. Or is it the one with the glass type of enclosure?
1938. Good God.
I'm not actually sure how he's going to do it, but we'll see here. This man is, I think, brilliant. He does it really good, and all the information he gives you a link so you could build these things he talks about. Also, everything's free information.
Cool. I like it.
That's really cool. Get a bowl or something, honey. Because
Hey,
sometimes
so
have
the
you
local
seen the
government in
links
my
in
area
like the
has decided
description?
to
Oh, here
ban
we go.
these
Here we go. Let
things.
me listen.
They're disposable portable barbecues, and apparently, if you believe the stories, they're worse than bear traps, causing fires and havoc everywhere and damaging kids running around in play areas. So much so the local governments are banning these all over the place. Now, there is a call for a national ban, but so far that hasn't actually got very far. The government's just shifted it to the local government level, and the local government are invoking their nuisance laws to make them illegal in public places, and in my case, 14 miles of beach. It has become such an issue that the major retailers, Asda, Sainsbury's, Lidl, Marks and Spencer's, to name but a few, have removed it from their shelves for sale to the public, and the stated reason being public safety. If the ban does go in place, of course, there's not a lot we can do about it, and that's going to be the end of beach barbecues. Unless
We've never heard those two words before, have we? Public
What, beach
safety.
barbecues?
Public safety. We've never heard those words before.
Oh, yeah. No, never. Of course not.
of course, you drag down a non-portable version, break the law, suffer the fine, or buy one of these. What is that price? They're stupid money. So unless you're prepared to spend stupid money, pre-cook your food, or make something yourself. Now, you can make such a thing using these, and these are stunningly available. If you put in solar thermal evacuated tube into a Google search, you'll come across loads of them. Now, this was £10, but I have seen this at $5 each if you buy 10 of them, which is just madness, really, when you think about it. It's 50 millimeters long, and it's 58 millimeters across the outside edges. So that's all that cost you? Now, you can get these in a whole range of sizes. I mean, they go up to a couple of meters long. This will go up to, I think, 150 millimeters, which is 6 inches. So that's huge. I mean, bear in mind, you can buy that for about $55 if you buy it direct from China. If you buy it in Europe, it's actually about £250. So it's quite a markup, really. But then they do have to get it through customs and ship it.
See,
But
we
these
get
are
taxed
available in a
to
whole
our
range of
pocket,
sizes. We're going to use this one because we've got it. But if we were to get one at 6 inches, then we could make an absolutely huge oven. Now, we used this to make this solar kettle, and essentially a solar barbecue is exactly the same thing, but instead of being like that, it's like that. That's all the difference there is. If I were to take this and lay it just like that, I'd have myself a solar barbecue. But of course, that's not particularly attractive. What we want is something that's maybe a bit more barbecue-esque. So, of course, I turned to Tinkercad and I printed off these 4 parts. The Tinkercad files are freely available, and I'll put the link in description. So these 4 parts are all we need to make our solar barbecue, plus one of these and this reflector and hinge section at the back. The hinge section is here from the Tinkercad file, and it goes together like that to make the hinge, and we put a bit of 8mm threaded bar down there to complete that hinge. But that is anything but a reflector right now. So I want to show you this stuff. Now, I'm not getting paid to do this. I bought this and I discovered it a while ago. It's a Rust-Oleum paint product called Mirror Effect. Now, mirror paints have been very disappointing. This stuff is astonishing, actually, how easy and well it forms a mirror. So I'm going to spray paint the inside of these with Mirror Effect to create a couple of curved mirrors. And that's what that stuff looks like. Now, you could probably get the same effect pretty much if you just stuck some aluminium down there, but it does give a really nice mirror finish, and it's a piece of cake. Now, we have 2 ends to this. We have a blanked off end, and we have an end with a hole right the way through it. For the blanked off end, you can see I put 3 8mm threaded rods at 43 centimeters each, because our tube goes in there like that. This end then goes on there like that, until it meets those 3 screws, the 3 bolts, sorry. But before you do that, you've got to insert your reflector, and you'll notice that there's a big old hole here to take the reflector, and equally there's a big old hole here. The reflector goes in that hole like that, and that's it shut up. Now we can put the top bit on. Okay, that's it together. And as you can see, looking remarkably like the kettle. These bits are feet. Okay, so we put the feet on by resting that in there. Other side goes on that. Of course, we can glue the feet down or put a screw in them. The reflector opens up, and that's it finished. Now we need to actually fix that, and as I say, you can put a screw in it. And if you want to make sure that this bit makes a 45-degree angle there, and then fix on the feet either by gluing and screwing. Put together and ready to go. Now I did make a little bit of a food shelf right here from some bent stainless steel.
I'm not too sure about the gluing part, but I like the sound of the screwing part.
Yeah, the
sheet
screw
stainless
is
steel.
dirty, Larry.
Line around. There we go. I cut a strip of it and bent it over into that U and put a plastic handle. Now, I guess you could use a bit of aluminium, like say from an old computer case or something like that. But your food goes in there, that goes in there, and we're ready to cook. So when it's shut, it's actually stunningly neat and kind of portable. Anyway, we're having another glorious day, so let's get something in there and cook it. And I'm going to go for some sausages. Okay, rumour is this should take 15 to 20 minutes. Oh, oh, hey, they're hot and they look cooked. Let's put them in some bread and try them. Well, surprisingly enough, it worked to a treat. Now, I did have to wait for the sun. We were having a cloudy day and we had to wait for a period for the sun to come out to cook the sausages, but it cooked them fine, and in about 20 minutes or so, Because these things, remember, are being sold, and there's cooking times and different configurations all over the place. My argument is they're a bit expensive. I mean, this is £120. You can get a 2-barrel version, which is £250. You can get the 6-inch version, which is £650.
Holy
And that
shit.
strikes me as crackers when you can buy these for somewhere like £10 and build your own. Okay, we've used 3D printing, but you could build your own
I'll
for
just build a
probably
fire,
£15
man.
or
That's
so.
way easier.
But it does do the job, and it does do it within the time. So I'm not really surprised, but quite impressed. And I'm going to enjoy my sausage sandwich and my cup of coffee. So if you want to save your summer barbecue, chances are you could do worse than something like that. Anyway.
But Larry, that was great. Something to be noted, though, that was supposedly, allegedly, a 1938 invention that he's remastered. So, but I'd still build a fire and do a stone.
Actually, from when I'm gathering, that's kind of what I thought too at first, but it has something to do with. I think he's working with some organization that's what they're called as 198 or something. I'm not really sure. I've been watching the guy for a really long time, and he's come out with some just really good ideas. He's very smart. He tries to, describe what he's doing in layman terms, so you could understand what he's talking about. And like the biggest thing he said, that whole thing maybe cost you, $15, and they're selling the same thing for $600.
Yeah, that's the bigger ones. But I'm still of the mind that cooking naturally is better, and there's nothing like food cooked on a fire. And I moved into a house. We couldn't find the gas connection. We found it after, but by that time I'd cooked a whole evening meal in the fireplace. And it was all. So
I love food.
I
Go
cooked on
ahead,
a fire.
Lynell. I'm sorry.
Right. So, and I'm not for the moment. I will mention it at the end before I leave the channel. I've not seen them for a while, but they cook outdoors, so it's all really, really natural, and their chopping boards and everything are natural. And when they make a fire, they go and collect the kindling, the wood they're going to use. They find the stones that they're going to make the surround of their oven on. Sometimes they make structures to roast a chicken on, and all sorts. I mean, it's just so good to eat. Just to look at, you just want to eat it. But I've cooked like that, and so when you cook like that, there's no going back, even to a stove. And I know there's got easy parts to it, but cooking in nature, there's nothing
Oh, I love barbecues, barbecues as much as the rest of anybody, but I would like to try some food that's been cooked by the sun. I think it probably'd have its own unique taste, like barbecuing.
Yeah, for sure.
Here's my thing. I have looked pretty hard into cooking by way of the sun. We don't use microwaves. We haven't used a microwave in years.
Same.
And I actually want to build a window box for heating food up purposes. We get 300 sunny days a year. There's only 365 days a year. So
you
for
lucky girl.
me, it's not that it's great, but it can be kind of hard, that kind of sunshine all the time.
Sorry, Mary. Laz says it'll be really difficult for us Cubans to stick a whole pig inside one of those tubes.
Well, no, I was thinking making it like a box a little bigger than what a typical microwave size would be. Using glass except for the bottom, because the sun here at 5,400 feet is so intense that there really isn't a part of the year that our tan isn't, or our skin isn't tan. And we're not sun like worshipers. We don't go out and lay in it. It's just regular life. So I'm
Yeah.
like, if the sun's that intense, all I got to do is put the right rock. So we found a rock here that really
Yeah.
absorbs the heat of the sun.
Yes.
So you can't step on them in the summertime. You'll burn the bottom of your feet.
So you can cook
So
on that.
exactly. And if I put that in a window compartment, and you only want to open it up when you want to use it. So it would be a planned thing like any other meal, you know?
Yeah.
But there's a microwave where I might be waiting 20, 25 minutes for my food to heat up. But like you were saying, when it's done naturally and you use the right elements to build it,
Mhm.
it's going to have
Yeah.
that different taste to it.
Yeah. So I stopped, like you, Mary, I stopped using microwaves many years ago. So just for those that don't actually know what microwaves do, they destructure your food and you will get literally no nutrients from that food if you cook it in the microwave or even reheat it. It becomes toxic to your body, basically.
It looks
It's
fun in the
microwave.
Jetsons, but it's not a good reality.
No, it's not a good reality. I agree.
So wait a minute. You're telling me George had the wrong idea the whole time?
He was
Who's George?
following what's his face, who was
What's his
just a
face?
damn corporate man, right?
Oh
I thought
God,
he
I
was
don't know who
following his dog.
No, who's that?
that.
Who's that short guy that reminds me of Danny DeVito? That was Jetson's boss.
Yeah, I
Oh
know who you're
God, I
talking about.
know. I don't know the name.
Jetson followed
Don't know
him around like a lost puppy, so I'm thinking that he's damn corporate, and that's why he's got all them quote unquote awesome amenities.
Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, micrograves, exactly. So, like, I want to do a
Mm.
pit one day.
Who said
Do a pig pit.
micrograves?
I believe that was Let me go look.
Yeah, the
Yeah,
term.
Yes,
good one.
I like that
They are
micrograves.
micrograves. They'll kill you.
Absolutely. So I want to do some of those things, like dig a pit and create a pit of coals. Uh, um,
Mm. A rock pit.
to, yes, for a pig rotisserie.
Cookie. Yeah. Well, you build
Um,
that. You make your rock pit, and then you build your fire. You've obviously got to clean it out when
yes,
you're finished, but you build your. But it all goes into the soil. It goes into nature. All this stuff, you
and
know.
it's
And
a pit because of the type of wild creatures we have here. We really want to refill the pit, basically.
yeah,
So as not to give them easy access, or to get them into a habit of thinking they can get food or even food juices from
yeah,
anywhere.
right. Yeah.
So real living is like you began the conversation with the term multifaceted. Living by nature is so multifaceted that it's a
Hmm.
job in and of itself.
Absolutely. And that's what folk have forgotten, because we've all become. And I'm the same. I'm just as guilty. A lot of us have become so reliant on this modern system. Before I was a courier, I was so much more in touch with nature, and that was quite a while ago, quite a few decades ago. But I'm coming back to it.
You know what? It's really not everybody's fault. I mean, we have to remember that indoctrination
Hmm.
worldwide. That's not country related. That's a worldwide thing.
Absolutely. I know, but they've
And
been plucking at all the countries. That's the point. So it's affected all
mhm,
of us. They're not just plucking at one country.
exactly. And to think that there may be natives that are unaffected by it. To be unaffected by it is to be able to move freely in the world with no conscious thought of it. But that's not true. These tribes are now isolated,
Mm.
where they can't go in between each other for normal natural
They
bartering.
can't
Uh,
interact.
not interacting, right? Not sharing language skills, not sharing that oral story.
Like they used to.
They're absolutely used to, but
No,
it goes
I mean,
against the narrative they want everyone to believe.
yeah, but the thing is, all the folk were connected at one point, like harmonious. Yeah, they were still fighting and a bit of this and a bit of that, but generally everything was connected and it was harmonious. And those that lived and those civilizations were there long before they said they were there. You know, they weren't
Yeah.
colonial Greco-Roman structures. They were taken, they were stolen, and I
Hmm.
still feel strongly that they literally genocided the adults. They're doing this now, by the way, and took the
Hmm.
children. They're doing it. They're taking your children now, so protect them. Go on,
Yes.
Larry.
So I was looking around his site again, and I think I figured out what the numbers are. The numbers are actually the number of the video, I believe, now. And I love his title, TNT, Thinking and Tinkering. I love it.
Yeah,
That's
that is
great.
cute. Yep.
Yeah, that is good.
So anyway, the name of this video is Inventive Use for a Toothbrush That You Haven't Seen Before.
Hmm.
Are we talking like Jacob's Ladder? Rated R.
He's got a
No,
regular
no,
toothbrush in his hand. Hang on.
Mary,
Oh,
I'll
shit,
talk
it's
about
muted.
toothbrushes after. Sorry, Larry.
To them after we throw them away is they either go to landfill or incineration or find their way into the sea. And you'll find examples of this from the 1950s still floating around out there. Toothbrushes can wash up as far away as
Wow.
Hawaii. It's incredible how these things get around. They're possibly worse than drinking straws, but the question is, why don't we recycle them? This particular one actually is from a company called TP. The handle is made of one material and the bristles are made of nylon. So if you chop the head off, this is recyclable. But something like this, which contains at least 6 materials, we've got a polypropylene body, we've got a polyethylene coloured bit, we've got a silicone bit right there, we've got an acrylic bit there you can see through, and then we've got the nylon of the bristles, and in the head there's some metal staples holding the bristles and
Now
brace.
you know how they make your
That is next to impossible to recycle, because bear in mind, that costs 12 pence. And if it costs 12 pence as a manufactured product, how much can you spend on recycling it? So we don't recycle them. We just throw them away to the tune of 200 million a year, which to my mind is absolutely incredible. I mean, these are fantastic instruments, hey? They're to do, well, a relatively simple job, and they're surprisingly complex for that job. I mean, although there's 5 to 6 parts in this, in an electric toothbrush, there's something like 500 plus parts, which is crazy when you think all you really want to do is brush your teeth. In this, the nylon, which was invented obviously in 1938 by Carruthers, there's about 2,800 tiny little bristles in there. So there's an awful lot more that goes on in a toothbrush than we think of at first sight, and they're extremely problematic to get rid of. In particular, that section there, the head has nylon, polypropylene, and then metal staples holding the bristles in. Chop the rest off, and courtesy of TP, this bit is actually really recyclable. This bit, not so much. So I was pondering this as an issue. Is there some way that we could upcycle, recycle, or reuse the heads of toothbrushes? So I went to Tinkercad and designed this, and then I've printed them off. So what we've got here is a cog with some upstands on it, and then another cog with the teeth in a ratchet formation. You can.
How many people in this damn world would even think of anything like that, let alone devise something to use for it?
Very
Not
interesting.
enough.
Yeah, exactly the point.
But when this finishes, I'm going to talk to you about toothbrushes and brushing teeth. All right.
See that they're just in one direction. What we're going to do is take some of our toothbrush heads and glue them onto the upstand so they point in that direction. Okay, let's saw some heads off. There's our heads, there's our handles. These are actually quite nice in themselves. You could turn them into, I don't know, handles for spoons, or you could chop these up yourself and turn them into filament because they're now ready to be recycled. And of course, once they're filament, you can print that part with them. Now what we have to do is glue those onto the little steps like that, so the brushes are pointing upwards. And once you've done that, this is what you get. Now, I've made a little cradle in Tinkercad as well, and you need a bit of 40mm.
You basically made a buffer.
He's a clever man.
8mm bar, feed that into the cradle. There's a spacer as well to go in there. Put that spacer in. There we go. Now what we're going to do is take this piece and point it that way and feed it onto that cradle. Okay, the way it works is we attach something to here, like maybe a wind turbine, maybe a chain, something. And when we drive that, of course, the bristles of the brush catch in those jagged teeth and they force it around. Now, it's quite a surprising amount of force, which is no surprise because we have, what, 8 of these with 2,000 on each head. So we've got about 16,000 little points pressing on there. That's a lot of force. If we want more, of course, we could add more bristles. So we've got quite a lot of force turning that, and I can feel it.
I guess he's using it for something else. I thought for sure it was going to be basically, like I said, a buffer.
Well, no, it's a brush is used in a motor, and it can be made out of different materials. Sometimes it's made out of a type of, I'm not sure if it's a resin, but it's like dark stuff and it's more solid. But it's basically the same thing where it catches on those teeth. And you get them in washing machines, hoovers, you know, all sorts of things.
Yeah.
In my hand, and yet when I turn that way, nothing at all, because the bristles act like a ratchet, and as they go around, they're also incredibly silent, which is really cool. And if I spin that, then that will continue to spin when I hold that, just like any other ratchet. So we've turned our toothbrush bristles into a flexible and silent ratchet with a surprising amount of force that it can put on that joint, which is pretty cool if you think about it. Now, what would you use that for? Well, of course, we've been making mechanical movement rectifiers.
I like it too, like how you can tell he enjoys this shit. You can tell, like, when it comes together, he gets jovial and, you know, excited like a little kid almost. It's great. I think it's great.
Yeah, you can hear it in his voice.
How his mind works is amazing, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mary.
That's all right.
Okay, carry on, Larry.
Why, thank you.
So that would be part of a mechanical movement rectifier, for sure. It could be a bicycle freewheel, for sure. It could be overrun protection for your wind turbine, for sure. So there's a whole load of things that you can use a freewheel for. This toothbrush freewheel takes what is effectively a bit of a curse and turns it into something that is incredibly useful. So I reckon third order recycling for that. Chop them up, make it a filament, use the heads to put that in there, and you've turned an old discarded toothbrush, which would have ended up in the beaches in Hawaii, into a very useful component you made at home. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you very much for watching, and please do remember to like and subscribe.
Bless him. What a cute old man.
Yeah.
That was quite nifty. If I ever need a buffer or a wheel for anything.
Yeah, for sure. I bet he knows a lot about a lot of other stuff and all.
Yeah, his name of his channel is Robert Murray Smith.
Murray Smith.
Yeah, go subscribe to him. I'm sorry, what?
I said I'll write him down. Don't worry, Larry, carry on.
Yeah, he's definitely a good person. Like I was telling Nubs a while back, I don't know if he's still doing it because I kind of stopped watching him for a little while, but I'd say, I don't know, good 2 or 3 years ago, he was trying to, actually he didn't try, he did make his own battery and he designed this battery to basically replace all the car batteries. And this
Oh
battery
wow.
weighs half as much as a lead acid battery does, but has
Oh,
twice the capacity as your
wow.
average car
I want to
battery.
know how to make one of them.
And he
I'll just have
was
to buy a new one.
he was selling kits. He'd give
Oh,
you
really?
all the material to be
And you
able to
build it.
make your own battery. All you had to do was come up with some kind of case for it. Like I
Mm-hmm.
said, I don't know if he's still doing that or not. And I thought about, investing in that idea because you could definitely, I believe, make some money with it. But I
Well,
don't know if
that
he's still
Larry's
doing it
good
or not.
dude,
Can I ask his
Larry.
name again quickly, please? Sorry, Mary. What's his name again?
Robert Murray Smith.
Dude,
Here, I could
Oh,
put his.
dude.
no, it's all right. Don't worry.
We
Is
need
it
to
a
put that in.
Murray or
I was just
Murray?
thinking. Larry. I'm gonna try and make a habit of when I mention um things like needing a link that maybe after it's done streaming, I'm gonna try to remember. So I might need some prodding in this category, but I want to make a habit of where I can to leave a link or leave a direct spelling of the people's names if YouTube doesn't let a
That's
link
cool.
stay up there.
Yeah, I put his link in the chat now.
All
Can
right,
I? Can
awesome.
I? That's cool. Can I be cheeky and go back to toothbrushes? Just because it's
Sure, go
fun
for it.
You said cheeky
and
and toothbrushes.
forgive the pun.
Go
So,
for it.
all right. So I'm going to go back before toothbrushes, and I have a feeling I might be wrong. I have a feeling they come from somewhere like China or India or somewhere like that. And the reason I say this is because my dad, and we used to buy these actually. I don't know what they're called, but it's a plant that grows in Sri Lanka, and I'm sure it grows in a lot of hot countries. And you can buy this online. It's a matter of knowing what the name of it is, but it's basically got a brownish, when you bite into it, slightly yellow under the, slightly red under the bark, and then the wood underneath is yellowish. And it's a herb plant. And what you do is you chew on the end and you brush your teeth with it because it becomes like a brush on the end. It's really tastes gorgeous, really, really lovely. But it's a really nice way of cleaning your teeth, and it really does clean your teeth.
All right,
But
you look for that from your admin, and there's got to be an indigenous teeth cleaning
something, yeah, I know what you mean.
right habit
Yeah,
or what have you.
I'll
Yes.
have to do some research when
Wait,
I. But sorry, go on.
wait a
Wait,
minute
what?
now. There you two go again, using something natural. We cannot
Oh
make
yeah.
money off of natural things, so we got to make
Well, that's
these
not actually
these
true.
petroleum plastic objects that don't break apart. So then they, kill us in the long run. And we won't mention that
So
we inhale a credit card
the
worth
Yeah,
of
but
beautiful.
plastic a
wait,
day.
Larry, you don't even need to put that disclaimer because you just showed a video of an alternative way to use toothbrushes. So we're not trying to take away their business.
Don't!
Exactly. Don't. So also the thing is, I mean, you're obviously going to have to harvest these things locally, or learn how to grow them, or something, or
Mhm.
purchase from someone that does it sustainably without. I believe it's the whole plant, so even the roots, all the branches. But generally, it's usually small, so it's harvested small. So you only take the small twigs, and then it's cut into sections. So you buy them in little sections that are so many inches long. Um,
Mhm.
but so that's one aspect. And now I want to go to modern toothbrushes. So, you know that I've done housekeeping and hoteliering and all that stuff for like
Mhm.
years. They're really good for cleaning around sinks and little nooks and crannies. So never throw
Mhm.
away your old toothbrushes because they're really good for all that nasty
Actually,
stuff.
I'm glad you brought that up, Monal. So here's how I use toothbrushes. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
All my old ones get saved. One of the
Right.
best things to use it for is on your air conditioner. You have a condenser, right? Am I saying it right,
Right.
Larry?
Is that like a filter area?
Well, if you've ever looked in your vehicle, that your engine area, it's much like looks like a radiator.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. No, I know what
Well,
you
a
mean.
lot of dust will collect, especially in humid areas,
Mm-hmm.
and where I am, a lot of dust collects, and then it gets humid, and it kind of
Uh-huh.
becomes like a dusty gook. And I've used a
Oh,
toothbrush to clean off the condenser of my roof-mounted air conditioner in my camper to make it work better.
cool. Can you
Your
take off the
turn,
cover,
Lenny.
or is it like built in and you can't take it off, or what?
I try to go above and below, but because it's a camper and it's really built as a solid unit to withstand
Oh,
traveling, it's
right.
really hard to get inside that. So I take the
That's.
inside cover off and the
Mm-hmm.
condenser's up there in the roof. So I take the toothbrush to a longer
Mm-hmm.
stick so that I could get up there and use that toothbrush to pull that. You have to do it when it's moist. It doesn't work the same when it's dry.
Right.
So I waited till it rained. It got it
Oh, so
moist
it's good
and
when it's good when it's moist. You get it. It's easier to clean then.
yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. Near it, like So look, I've done a lot of cleaning, and hang on. Says your mouth bacteria is extremely important for your health. Overbrushing kills all the beneficial bacteria that keeps you healthy. Now, I have
Yep.
to agree with this, and this is why I don't brush as often as they say that we should. And I
Yep.
don't use a lot of toothpaste. I tend to just brush with dissolved sea salt in hot water, and then I add for temperature for my mouth, and then I brush with that. So there you
Actually,
go.
I worked for a dentist for a couple years. Very, very good dentistry in New York.
Right.
And the damage you do to your teeth when you brush them the way they tell you to brush them
Mm-hmm.
actually requires a dentist to help you maintain those cavities and welfare of your teeth because you're literally wearing stuff off. Some people are so obsessed they've worn the dentin off of their teeth. The
Yes.
natural enamel that protects the teeth for what it does.
I want to back you up on that because I had my enamel extremely damaged. It was quite a lot of years ago. It was very expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and it was very painful for a long time
Mm-hmm.
after that because she damaged all the edges of my gums. My teeth have never been the same again. I won't go to dentists now. It's scary. The other part was, and this is something to watch out for, folks, is if you have a family member going to the same dentist and they start talking to you about your family member, don't talk to them about it.
Yeah,
Seriously, I promise
That's
you.
big. That's a big HIPAA thing there.
it is
Mm.
So
now, but it wasn't. It really wasn't
right.
until like the early 2000s that it
Hmm.
actually
No,
became
my
an
teeth were
issue.
damaged in the 70s, Mary. They damaged them in the
No,
70s.
I'm saying what you're saying is
Oh,
correct.
yeah, yeah.
It wasn't
Mm.
until the early 2000s that HIPAA was put into place to keep people from cross talking like that.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
So I
I
found
agree.
another video here, and that's one thing I love about this guy is he'll pick up this stuff that's laying around the house and make some kind of use out of it. And the name of this video is called PC Fan Blown Air Generator.
1987.
Yeah, like I said, I think that's the number of the video because I've noticed every video has a
Oh, you
different
think?
number on it. I think that's how
But
many.
this sounds like 1987, the fan, because that's look that our
Yeah, but you're
for the.
misreading it, Monel. It says
Oh, okay.
1897.
Oh yeah, that is eight. Well, maybe it was in 1897, but I know what you're saying. You're saying it's the number of the video. Sorry,
I
I beg your pardon.
believe, yes.
everybody. So in video 1896, we made this thing, which is a blow generator, and it sort of takes the principles of generation and puts them all.
See, he just said that is the number of the video.
Yes, I'm sorry. Forgive
He
me.
just said the video before, which was 1896. So.
Into one device. And essentially, you've got a way of capturing the energy, which for that is like a blow section like this. And then a way of converting that energy into electricity, which was this generator section that we've got here. Now, it caused some great comments. And one that I really liked was from Cube Techie. He said, why don't you just do that and connect it to a PC fan? And that will save you the generation part of it. And he's dead right. It really would, because there was a craze on the internet of turning those things into generators. Really dead simple to do. You'll find at least 1 billion videos on how to do it, and I've done one myself, which I'll link to at the end of this video. So it's dead simple to turn that into a generator section. And of course, what it saves you the trouble of is making this section here. I mean, I love this section. It's got a flywheel and it's brilliant. But he's quite right. If you want to do these things, sometimes it's much simpler just to convert what already exists. So convert that following the video instructions and you've got yourself a generator. Our issue then is connecting the section that captures the energy to that there. It's pretty easy, really. What you need is a little bit of plastic that glues on the top and then some kind of surround. So I've come up with this. So I created this Tinkercad drawing, and of course these Tinkercad files are free and available for anybody who wants to use them, and I put the link in the description. And you can see we've got 2 base plates. They're 2 plates in red. Then in pink we've got the rotor, in cream we've got the body of the generator. This brown is a cap, and then we've got a kind of golden color, which is a plastic attachment. But that is the basic PC fan air generator right there. Okay, so I've printed those parts out. Now, it's this little section here that we saw that has to be glued onto that bit there, but it's still a PC fan. So if you spin that, it's going to be a fan. So first thing is to break off those blades. Now, those blades break off just really easily, actually. I've got some needle nose pliers, get them in there, give it a snap, and the blades come straight off. Once you've done that, stick a bit of steel bar in that cap. It's 8mm bar and it's 60mm long. And then we glue that straight on there. When that's glued on, add the top cap. Now this is an 80mm fan,
please?
And everything's done for 80mm. If you want a bigger fan, make it bigger. In the body, I've put a bearing.
What was that, Manel?
I just wanted to ask something quickly, because he's saying he's got like basically a blueprint of these parts. Are there dimensions for the parts? Does it matter about the dimensions? Has he done the measurements for the capacity on size and all that stuff? And is he 3D printing all this stuff himself and selling it?
No, like he said, all this information, he called it the Tinker files, and that Tinker file link is in his videos, and this is all open source information that he gives.
Okay.
And
Right,
he
okay,
prints, he prints up all these plastic parts. He prints up
So he
on
does
a 3D
print. So he 3D
right,
prints
and
it.
and I'm sure the dimensions and everything are in that.
Right, in the
that link.
specifications of what size you want to make it and stuff like that. Right, okay. So, is he? How old is this? And is he still doing it though? That's my point, as well.
Well, he does things every day. Like I said, if you figure that's his 1800th video, and he's got probably 1800 more after that. Like I said, the greatest thing about him is he'll most of the time just use stuff that's laying around the house and show you how to utilize it for something else.
So he obviously is granulating his plastic and for his 3D printing.
That's what it
Like you
sounded
said,
like he was doing.
Yeah, like
Sorry,
you said,
man?
you could grind up those toothbrushes and use that plastic from the toothbrushes to
Okay,
make
just
whatever you
recapping.
need. Yeah.
Cool. So he's taking this stuff, and wow, that's a lot of time, a lot of effort that he's put. That's really
Now,
cool.
universally, I use skater bearings, 22mm by 8mm, hence the 8mm bar. So that goes on there like that. There we go. And we put a bit of glue in there to hold it. Then we've got the cap with another bearing in, and then the rotor. So let's glue that down. 8mm washer, drop it in, and then the rotor. Blow down here. So the rotor wants to go with the cups facing the direction of blow. So pop the rotor in. Drop another washer on top, and then we cap with the bearing in it, put the cap on. So I've soldered an LED onto the output. Now, in video 1896, we did talk about the various electronics and storage that you might put in there, and I've created this bottom bit with enough depth to take those electronics, but we're just going to put an LED in it. And you stick the LED in the little hole that's ready, and then that clips on there like that. Okay, there it is, all finished and closed over. Let's give it a blow. We've got the whirring sound back.
Brilliant.
Okay, that was certainly fun to do. Now, you have to remember what this is about. This is about principles. What we've got here is an...
And that was just with blowing in it with his mouth. I mean, yeah, that light bulb don't, take much power to light it, but still the theory...
but nonetheless, we
the
are
theory is
energy,
there, and you could utilize it how you, make it the way you want it to work.
Brilliant. It's really cool. I like it.
Energy capture device based on the fluid energy. Now, a fluid is a gas or a liquid. The difference between a gas and a liquid is that a gas will fill the volume you put it into, where a liquid will only fill to its own volume. So if I get half a pint of water and pour it into a pint glass, a liquid will fill half that pint glass. But do the same with gas. The gas will fill the entire pint glass. So gases and liquids differ in the volume they will occupy, but they are both fluids. And something like that, a cupped rotor in a cylinder, is a way that fluids can capture energy. So we inject the fluid into that rotor, it will turn the rotor. That energy capture is then transferred into electrical energy using a generator. Now, in this case, we used a PC fan that we converted to a generator. In this case, we built our own generator. But they both do exactly the same thing. So in answer to the question, will this work on compressed air? Yes, it's a fluid. Will it work on a garden hose? Yes, it's a fluid. Will it work with an air pump? Yes, it's a fluid. So any fluid put into here, a gas or a liquid, is going to turn that rotor. It's really just about the arrangement of it, because this energy capture device, remember we talked about wind generators as being two parts, an energy capture and a conversion to electricity. This energy capture device is for fluids. This conversion device is identical. It's an arrangement of magnets and coils of wire that spin to turn mechanical motion into electrical energy. So this is just the same thing as a wind generator, a water wheel, anything. It just differs in the fact that the energy transfer medium we're using is a fluid instead of wind pressure or water pressure. Anyway, that's a very compact, easy to make device. I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you very much for watching, and please do remember to like and subscribe.
Very good. Oh, that was really
I
good.
just thought of something. I think, watching him again has really brought back a lot of memories. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to make I'm not sure which day, but I'm going to make a Robert Murray Smith day and play his videos. 'Cause I think we can all learn stuff from him. And like I said, most of the stuff is just stuff that's laying around the house or the scrap yard or junkyard or whatever. Reutilizing basically somebody's garbage and making it useful.
One man's garbage is another man's gold.
Well, it's like the philosophy on the homestead. We have a
Mhm.
building over in a different area that we're not using and don't plan on using. We're not gonna put
Mhm.
the wood on the truck and take it to the dump. We're gonna go put it in the resource file, and we're gonna wait to the next opportunity that we need such materials to use them again.
Mhm. Exactly.
But
That's
we
it.
live in a disposable society, so to them, why not throw out the toothbrushes? If I need a
Yeah.
bearing, I'll go buy a bearing. I'm not gonna go build one. It's just disposable.
Roy, there's the link to the channel we were just watching.
Larry.
Yes, ma'am.
Larry. Yeah, I look forward to you doing some of this stuff, by the way. That'll be really cool. And putting up like pick them though, pick them in what feels right, like a succession and go, right, I'm gonna do that.
I
It's
I
just
guess I
like a
had to put you in the back for a second. I don't know how I did it, but I guess I did it.
who's that?
Why?
The universe spoke to me, and my finger just couldn't help itself, even though the finger didn't touch nothing.
That damn fingering again.
He's fingering
Fickle
again.
finger of fate
Dirty
award.
Larry.
I got
Ooh,
the fickle finger of fate award.
pickle finger fate. What?
That's back
I
from a laugh. That saying's back from laughing in the 70s.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it
I
used to be a.
noticed that Anna popped in and she has to be
Hey,
on her
Anna.
way. I just want to send some
Oh,
positive vibes to Anna today.
yeah. Travel well, Anna.
Well,
Oh, I just want.
I don't
Oh,
know.
sorry.
This she's this is like her, I think, fifth infusion, and this whole thing, I don't know, starting to worry me in some ways. In other ways, because the games they medical field plays. So I don't know. They said something about her red blood cells were supposedly collapsing or exploding or something, and that's why she has to get all these transfusions and stuff.
Hmm.
And she had any pokey jabbies recently?
No,
Oh.
Hmm.
But Mary, we know that the other farmer does it. Without that
Oh,
even. It,
hey,
it did it. It did it to my folks. It's done it to my sister, and it did it to my cousin who had breast cancer, and she would be my sister's age now, and
you know what
she
really
was in.
clued me in my now? I was
Say
living in
again?
Michigan.
In
This is
Michigan,
what
yeah.
clued me in. This is what clued me in
Mhm.
years ago. I was living in
Mm.
Michigan, gosh, probably 10, 11 years ago.
Mhm.
Maybe no longer than that. I lived in Michigan for 15 years, so that's probably almost 20 years ago.
Wow,
And
we forget about time, don't we?
we sure do. And
Mhm.
something weird happened. It's between 15 and 20 years. Something weird happened. And I want to say
Right.
that Pfizer bought Dow Chemical. So let me just say that, phrase it
imagine
in
that.
so that you could get your head
Mm.
around it. Pfizer bought
Mhm.
Dow Chemical.
Mm. Well, look, they've
That's
been
because
swallowed up.
all the medicines made from petroleum.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
well, and strange bacteria. I mean, look, things grow that they grow fine when they're in nature because there's that balance. But when you start putting them into like vials and mixing them with other crap, and then shoving them in needles and shoving them in folk, yeah, ain't gonna go well, folks. Work it out.
right. It's like, let's use this example. Potatoes are delicious. We love a mashed potato made the right way.
Oh yeah.
If you put potato, excuse me, if you put potato in an injection, it's not going to go the same way
Mm-mm-mm.
because the body is
So,
meant to receive that product a certain way. Like herbs. Some
yes,
herbs, they're really good. You could use a tincture, you could make oils out of them. But if
yes.
you use them a certain way, It'll be
wrong.
detrimental to your body.
Exactly. It's so. See, what was I was watching something earlier on, and it might have been. Well, it might have been that Manly P. Hall thing where he said that some plants grow in the wrong places. No, they don't. Plants don't grow in the wrong places. They know exactly where to grow.
Yes.
Am I right?
Yes.
So,
Well,
Yeah.
plus who's to really say where in the hell a plant's supposed to grow and not grow?
Yeah,
it's
one of
the
these
choice.
growers on YouTube made a video about, I hate this plant, or what plant never to have, and they were talking about comfrey.
What?
And
No.
comfrey is
Wow.
such a
That wow. Comfrey is such
useful.
a good plant. Good
Yeah,
Lord.
that I stopped. I
Jeez.
let me listen to some schmuck trying to down my comfrey. And I start listening, and the
And he went,
only
yeah.
comment that I could leave was, listen, everybody, please do your own research and make your judgment upon your own research and not the opinion of someone who had difficulties. And
Exactly. So
they're
can I
saying,
just
like,
go back briefly about where plants, as Manly P. Hall said, plants sometimes grow in the wrong places. Well, no, they
mm,
don't. Plants grow exactly where they. So dandelion, it's the consciousness of the seed. They know exactly where to fall. This is what dandelions. I always go back to the dandelion, even though there's many millions of more plants, because this is essential. If you can observe that one plant, you will observe others. You'll observe,
mm,
they all walk, by the way, plants. They walk. So, what a dandelion does is it finds hard soil. And that big tap, and there's other plants that do this, that big tap root is to help loosen the soil so other plants can grow. So tell me there's not a conversation going on between all of them. There
Well,
is.
plus two, I just found recently, and I never knew how many things dandelions can help heal in your body.
Everything. Everything, man.
yeah,
From tip to top, top to tip, wherever.
yes.
and the width. Because they're beautiful. It's a beautiful plant.
And in society,
And
there's been a war against dandelions in their beautifully manicured garden or grass lawn, whatever you
yeah,
call it.
Oh yeah,
obviously, Mary. We can't
they're
have
called the
dandelions
weeds.
on our lawn, can we now?
Oh
Right,
yeah,
no weeds.
that's the
But
perception is that they're a weed, and you can't have a dandelion in your grass because now your grass isn't totally
Right.
green. How
no,
Here's the
I
dare
thing.
you?
love those ones that have people come and spray the yards. No weeds in the front.
Oh,
Let's
God.
go smoke a joint in the back, right?
So here's the thing that I learned a long time ago, and I'm sure you learned this as well, both of you. When you have a lawn made of different plants that are slightly more soft, flat leafed, and a mixture. So, yeah, a bit of grass, because grasses are good. We need those, and the birds love them, and all the little creatures and insects and whatnot. But there are other finer plants that have a completely different leaf system that are
Hmm.
really, really soft, just like the dandelion. And if you mow that and you know how to keep that lawn the level you want it to, I mean, the earth, not the lawn, the earth, because the earth has got to be level underneath if you want it to be nice and smooth. Otherwise, you're going to have like something where the goats have gone through.
Mm.
So if you have this mixture of small dandelion leaves, and I can't remember what the other one's called, but they're particularly good, really soft leaved. They're almost like a miniature fern, but not quite, mixed
Mm.
with grass. And you keep that short. It is so soft under barefoot. It's beautiful. And the smell is completely different to grass because it's almost
That's
like
what we
herbaceous.
plan on doing, is making some ground cover, because the ground is so hot that we kind of really need a cover over it to be able to.
Right.
We like being barefoot. And
Yeah, yeah,
we
yeah.
have been researching ground covers, mosses, um,
Yeah.
things like that that will cover the ground and take some of the heat, at least out of the areas where we want to walk.
Well, I'm going to send you a bit of my coolness, and you can send me some of your heat, because even though it's warmer here in Scotland, it ain't that great. Wants to say, weed does one disregard. It will tell you what it need to know if you listen. Yeah, I
Yes,
tend to agree.
in northern Colorado, they call them aspen trees, but they
Mhm.
seem to be in the family of birch trees.
Right.
But they live and tap off of one root system. And the root system
Mm.
is I don't know if it's states wide, but it's hundreds and hundreds of acres wide. And when
Wow.
something seems to happen on the east side, they've noticed that the trees on the west side start a preparation process.
Mhm. Well, they're all
So
talking to each other.
yes, that was my point. Absolutely. Like, how else would a tree? Like, I have this picture. I'll have to post it one day.
What do you think
And the
roots
pic-
are for? They're their arms and legs. They're all they're and then
but
there's the
not just
mycelium in
roots.
between.
But not just
Sorry.
roots. Like this one
No,
tree
no,
on
no. I agree.
this one tree on my friend's property. They're like probably 8, 9 feet apart. But when you look all the way up, there's a common branch.
Right.
So it's
Yes.
not just in the roots, like you said before. It's the whole thing. Just like we're a
Yeah.
whole human being, we're not just our hair, right?
Right. Or a heart, or a gut, or a this or that.
Right. So when I seen like these trees connected, that's very interesting to understand about nature. It's not just we go back to that multifaceted idea again, right?
Mhm. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah. And so I want to go to the mycelium again, because and I do keep going back to that as well. Something that and even in modern medicine, they have found that within us there is mycelium. And there are natural, and they're ancient, by the way, and they're also modern homeopathic stuff that you can do. Your best to ingest the fresh, but you can get dried alternatives and tinctures and whatnot. But to remember that naturally, and this is what Mary was just saying, is I was talking about the not ignoring the branches reaching towards one another, and there is a connection up there as well. And it's even if they're not touching, there is that energetic connection because they're reaching for each other. So they're constantly, there's a spark. But underneath all that, in the soil, there's all this, there's another language going on. And if anyone has done any kind of gardening ever, when you pull a plant out, there is a white fibrous thing that is all around the roots and it goes into the soil. And what you've just done is you've broken that connection of communication between the next plant and the next plant and the next plant, because that is that mycelium. It's very, very fine. It's almost like powder. If you rub it with your fingers, it's like powder. But that is like our brain, and that's the Earth's brain. Does that make
Yes,
sense?
actually, it's the first detection when you are growing from seed. Your first the first thing that comes out is the mycelium. You don't even see the leaves
Yes.
until it has already created its base
In the soil, exactly.
in the
If
soil.
you've
Yes,
gotten your soil right. If you've gotten your soil right.
So we
yes.
still have StreamYard playing games. We have a Yeti,
Yeti life.
Yeti. Uh, he's not in either broadcast, mine or Moose's, but yet he's typing in StreamYard. It's kind of weird.
How bizarre.
I'm not sure why he thinks I'm going to wrench him up. I don't wrench people just willy nilly. I have to get to
Larry,
know
you,
you.
you know I don't need a wrench. I've got Mary, I've got Anna, I've got you. Why would I need a
No, what I'm
wrench?
not you, this Yeti guy or
Yeti
whatever.
life.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I've heard of him. I don't know who he is.
I
I mean, if you don't even see him in either YouTube, then
Well, that was
his,
happening earlier with somebody else. Oh, that Laws guy. That's right.
Yeah, it was with the last, yeah. And
yes,
that, but he did
yes.
manage to
So
come
that's
up
why I
though.
say StreamYard's playing games.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't trying to say that he was.
Right, right.
No, I know that.
I have
Mm.
a video on my page about mixing dirt,
Oh,
and
I'm
yeah,
gonna
you would
find
think
you,
people would
Mary.
want to see that, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna find you. I seriously look. How many months ago was it? I said I wanted to find you.
I
I don't even remember.
I know you do.
But you
can't
would think
confirm or deny.
you
Oh,
would
I
think
can't.
that
Right.
it's a it's not
They're
a bad
trying to keep
video
us
and it's pretty
apart.
short.
No,
But
they're trying to keep us apart.
yes, yes. Doing that,
Can
I
I
think
ask you,
someone called it
please?
shadow banning or something like that.
No, they're literally trying to keep us apart. Can I ask you what's happened to Linda?
Linda, I don't know. I feel like she has her off the grid moments and on the grid moments.
Oh, okay, fine. Right, well, just I hope she's all right. If you ever speak to her, send her my love.
Well, I know personally, I started, lack of better words, revolving around YouTube, and
Mm,
I
Uh-huh.
did it. I did it probably, I don't know, I'm guessing 2 or 3 months. And then all of a
mm,
sudden I started looking at that, just basically realizing that I was living for YouTube. And
right.
that's why now I've basically made myself a mental list, to get, I got all kinds of projects and stuff that have to get done. So I make one project a day and get that one project done. It doesn't really matter, if I get that project done in 5 minutes or whatever.
Mm,
Mm.
As long as I get that one thing accomplished, sometimes I'll go on to something else. Most of the time I do. Sometimes I won't,
Mhm.
but as long as I get that one task that needed accomplished, then I don't see how it cannot be an accomplishment.
Mm.
yeah.
Yeah,
I did
absolutely.
see, I didn't get a chance to look at it. I was scrolling before I went to sleep. I did see that she does put some shorts, some videos up there, where the chickens and I think
But
her
I don't know
chicken
what her
had
channel is.
her
I couldn't
babies.
find her either. What's that? Could you let me write it down?
Linda, and the last name is Wolf with two O's.
So it's Linda Wolf, two R's, Wolf.
I don't think it
Yes,
has an E in it, right?
No, I think it's just
Sorry.
W, two O's and a F.
Linda
It has an
Wolf.
L in it. Wolf. Two O's
W
L
O
S.
O L F.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool. Excellent. Thank you.
And I totally get it. Sometimes one does need to step away when there's too much soap opera type drama going on.
Mhm.
Well, not only that, like I said, for myself, I just basically, like I said, started to live for YouTube. I revolved around it. I'd wake up in the morning, basically felt like a junkie. I was craving it, had to figure out, see what was going on,
Like you need the
Mm.
first
had to get
ciggies.
all the lowdown, had to get the dirt. And I started thinking, wait a minute, now I'm doing the same thing I'm saying I don't like, and
Right.
I got to utilize my time more efficiently because there's got to be better things to do than just sit here and watch YouTube all day. I feel.
Well,
But then again,
yeah.
what I know, I was born last week, not yesterday.
Last week. Yeah, but when you look outside and you see that beauty of just, I mean, even on a grey day, there's still texture and beauty, and the birds. See the birds, they crack me up. They don't give a shit. Still carry on singing. They sing their hearts out. Right? We've got these, and there's a mixture. It's not just sparrows. You literally got blackbirds and all sorts here. They're still going, and they flit across the road back to my hedge, and I've got a big hedge which needs cutting. Then over the house, over the roof, into the garden, and I've got a jungle there, and they literally don't shut up. They don't care.
Manel,
If
we don't need to hear about your bush and your jungle that you have.
yeah, you do.
uh
Oh my God, that is great.
I was talking about my sparrows in my bush.
huh.
Oh,
Yeah, it's okay. We understand, Manel. Go
that
ahead with your
really,
Even
that
better.
tiny,
go
that
ahead with your
tiny
story.
no, it's just my point is it's that beauty out there. I mean, it was shitty this morning, and I knew it was going to piss down. It didn't. It just drizzled. It was like little. You're like, yeah, we need some rain now. Nah, you're just going to get a drizzle. So I was like, okay, not putting the girls out because it might start chucking it down, and they don't like that. Now it's glorious sunshine. So the beauty, you take nature one step at a time, flow with it. That's my point. Don't try and anticipate it. I was trying to anticipate the day. Well, you get where I'm saying,
I
Mary?
kind of jumped the gun. I felt like it wasn't going to snow anymore. That's a dangerous thing to do in
Uh-oh.
Colorado. But I kind of
Uh-oh.
just went with my gut, and I'm glad I did because now, I mean, my whole garden's popping. And
Ooh.
one of the hard things about growing corn is here in Colorado is if you don't get it to a certain height, and not that knee high by July crap, like I get what they're saying there, but I'm a personal grower. If you don't
Hmm.
get it to the right height at the right time, it will produce corn cobs, but it will not bring them all the way to maturity.
Right.
So it's such a fickle relationship to have with Mother Nature that this year
Mm.
I'm like, yeah, I put boards up, I put plastic up, I even had a cover for it. Like, Mother Nature, if you want to be mad, I did this. Like, I'm putting
Mary.
these safety measures into place because without thinking outside the box, I would just have been putting seeds in just this week.
Mary,
Yeah.
just a little thought. I might be completely wrong, and you might correct me. I want to
You've
go
been
back.
corrected.
Right. So remember what I said? Well, I didn't actually say it. This is a well-known fact if you observe nature. Plants don't grow in the wrong places. So maybe those plants don't like growing there. Have you tried growing them somewhere else?
Actually, because I live on slate, there's very, very, very little dirt in between these levels of rock.
That
So,
wasn't what I said.
no,
But
listen,
no,
let me
that's what.
finish. Let me
Oh,
finish,
sorry.
Niall.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
So, I started just growing in the natural dirt here. And after a few years, I realized that I'm trying to grow my food. And
Mm,
my food, yes, may grow in the dirt and may produce small fruits, but that wasn't going to sustain me. So I
exactly.
had to figure out how to mix my own dirt, incorporating natural soil, so
And put it on
that
top. Mm.
no, I actually used a hammer drill and dug a garden. I broke the
Oh, did
rock.
you what through the stone? Good
Yes, like
girl.
we did it by hand the
Nice.
first year.
Yeah.
The
Yeah. Yeah.
second year, I was introduced to the hammer drill. So I just dotted, I used a hammer drill to dot out the garden and then use
Did
the
you
rock.
feel really relaxed after using the hammer drill? Because it has a tendency of doing that.
No, I have a plate in
No?
my neck, so
Oh,
it
shit, of
actually
course.
kind
I'm
of
so sorry.
hurts.
Oh, God, I forgot about that.
It's okay. I
Oh,
just do it in bursts. So that project took me about a month to do by myself. And I was
sheesh.
only extending the garden by like 4 feet.
Right.
But now I
So,
mix my own dirt. I don't till the dirt. If there's something I don't want in the garden, like the hay will start growing, I just walk around and pick it because the use of hay is very useful out here where we want the moisture to stay in the ground.
Right, right. So, can I ask you something?
Yeah.
No way. Not allowed.
No way. No way.
No questions on this stream. How dare you even think that thought?
No, it's rhetorical. Well, it's not even rhetorical. It was going. It was going back to what I was saying. Is when I say, and I know I get, we've got a lot of rocky ground here where I live. Okay, we're literally on a bedrock in this village. We're on the mouth of the Forth, so it is on bedrock. I guarantee you, all sorts. There's quartz here. There's coal, darling. I can go just a few miles away, and if I can carry it back, I can get coal from coal veins, and we're talking natural coal, nothing processed. So this is the hardness of it. No, it's like, and it's all different kinds of stone, and there's fossils, there's agates, there's all sorts.
Yep. We have all that here. Yep.
I've lost my point.
Yeah, I want to pick up some of the coal. Well, I'll have to research
Have you got
because I
some
want to
there?
make. Yeah, and I want to make my
wow,
own
you've got
water
veins there and all.
filtration.
Good girl.
So I know there's a process you got to put the coal through to activate its carbon to for it to work within a water filtration process. So once I
Right,
get
right.
all my resources lined up for that thing, that's when I'll start trying it out and processing stuff. So I got a lot of balls in the air as far as researching where I live. I never lived at elevation. I never lived in a like desert grassland environment.
Yeah, but
So
you're in like a bowl, aren't you? Kind of thing, almost. Am I seeing that right or not?
kind of yes. Kind
Because
of
you
like
said
the
you've got
bowl is more
mountains
south of
kind of
me, but
around you. Sorry.
you know when you spill a bowl of soup, like you have your bowl, but then you have the spillway of where the liquid went. I
Okay, so
kind
it's
of
not
live out
even.
in an area
Right,
like that.
right. So it's not even. It's like a
No, no. I
to
mean,
one
we kind
side.
of live on the flattest part of my land
Mhm. A slight
because there's
elevation, but you're high up.
yes, and there's a lot of
How many feet?
arroyos.
Oh wow. How
5,400,
high up are you? How high?
5,400 feet.
4,000. Oh, sorry, 5,400.
5,400 feet.
Gee whiz, 5,400. Oh man, I bet the air's great up there.
I love it. It's really helped me deal with
Yeah.
what are they called? Hold on. You know how you can get a barometric pressure headache when storms go
Yes,
by?
yes, yes. Yeah.
When
Yeah, but once
when
you
I used to have them in Michigan, they would let because there's so much weather in Michigan, they would last anywhere from 3, and I think the longest one I had was like 11 days.
Yeah, but
So
how long have
since
you lived there?
I've lived here 6 years, I lived in Michigan 15
Right.
years, and I lived
So
in
you
New
probably
York.
acclimatized to this sort of in the first, I don't know, couple of years or so, you know?
Right. I grew to be used to sea level elevation, moist, humid East
Yeah.
Coast life, and
Yeah,
now
I
I
live
live
there.
in high elevation desert like grasslands. When you were talking about the grass and the soft
Yeah.
covering, I'm looking
The
out at my
different
land
plants,
like
the different soft leaf plants, that's what I was talking about, together with
right.
grass.
Well,
And
our grasslands, they're not for bare feet.
not
So,
spiky.
Hey,
spiky, yes.
you two might know. I believe my grass that I have is all, I think what they call crabgrass. Is that
Oh, yeah.
healthy in any way to use?
Oh, I don't know.
Most
Listen, I'm gonna
people,
have to. Sorry,
go ahead.
go on. No, I was gonna say I'm gonna have to grab my botany in a day book because it reaches across the northern hemisphere, so it will cover literally all through from where you guys are right through this region and even northern Europe, and then right through to Russia because it's the northern hemisphere. So it's all the plants. I'm gonna have to dig it out, definitely.
If
Well,
you
on the
ever run across it, I would like to know because back east, crabgrass
Mhm.
was talked about as one of those invasive type rough grass, like you can't walk bare feet on it type thing.
Right, the
well
blades are
the
literally like blades.
Yeah.
the thing is the reason I think it, I'm not sure, but the reason I believe it's crabgrass is because when like I went to clean the area where my plants is, you pull it up and it's got these really super long roots, and they're
Yes.
pretty thick.
Mm.
And if
Well,
you don't
grass
get to
is.
the bottom of it, it'll grow back easily.
Oh yeah, but the
Mm.
problem is those roots are probably a mile long. I mean, I followed one for like 20 feet.
Oh, shit.
Right, so it's like Japanese bindweed that have got those beautiful trumpety. They're either white with pink edges or just pure white. You know what I
Uh,
mean?
I think so,
yeah.
yeah.
Japanese bindweed. Yeah, we've got this all over the place here. Says most things that have rhizomes have a benefit. I don't know what rhizomes are, but I need to read up on that. Crabgrass typically is a rhizome grass, so it's an edible. These all look, they all have. They don't grow in the wrong place ever. They grow there
Right.
for a reason. So you need to learn why they're growing there. You need to look at the
Hey, that's why
soil.
I told my family by now that if you don't want to mow it, you won't plant it because we live on the edge of the grassland. So if we live
Right.
by nature and how nature gives us grass,
Mm-hmm.
then it's not a thing that needs to be mowed. Like if we wanted soft grass like in the city, all we have to do is go down to the valley. If we mowed it, it would look like city grass, but we don't want our
Exactly.
grass to do that. We want it to seed and, continue to live through its life in propagation.
Right. So, and I just had a little thought about this. Was it crabgrass?
Yes.
Right. So I have a feeling, and I'm sure we've got it here because I know that from where people have cut their lawns. And I think that when you cut it, it's not supposed to be grown like that. These are supposed to grow in little pockets. They're not supposed to be like lawn material where there's
You're
loads of it.
absolutely right, because I did learn that about living in the high desert plains, is what they call it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
these plants, okay, we're going to go back to what you were saying about communication and living where it's supposed to live. So the
Right.
first year I lived here, we got 18 inches of snow twice in May, a couple times in April, and a couple times in March. Well,
You're high up though. You're
that led right into
5,400 feet
yeah, but
up.
listen,
Like that's.
listen, so you can get a picture. So that led into the spring rains, and they were
Mm-hmm.
a little late because of the snows. So the spring rains actually ran into monsoon season.
Hmm.
The sunflowers we got that year, they had to be 5 foot tall. So when you're driving down a side road, all you see is just a sea of sunflowers.
Big heads.
Well, these are naturally growing sunflowers, so
Yeah,
not
but they're
That's
typically
what
big
she
beautiful.
heads,
said. That's
but
what she said.
multiple. I bet you she didn't say
Don't
this,
do that.
Larry. There are multiple sunflower heads on each stalk.
Yes.
So just a sea of them, right? Well, the next
Mm.
year we're like, we can't wait till sunflower season. And that was our first lesson in that even though the seeds dropped the year before, there
Mm-hmm.
was no moisture after the last monsoon rain in 2017. We went a complete year with zero moisture. So
Wow.
them seeds knew not even to attempt to grow.
Exactly.
And now it's
That's the
been raining.
intelligence.
Like we've had a little bit of a lag, but I've caught like almost 200 gallons of rainwater. So that's how much rain we've gotten, since spring started. And it's been a cool
Mm.
spring. Now we're like, okay, everything's set in motion. It's a cool spring. We got
Mm.
moisture. we should be able to get sunflowers this year. Is it enough in line? I don't know, because we don't talk the natural language like the creatures and the plants and the trees around us.
Mm. We need to remember this. That's the thing. And I think, you know what? This is going to be a little bit tree huggy, but I think we need to go out and talk to nature again. I think Mother Nature misses our feet on her.
Yes, I do too, because I would fight with my kids to put shoes on because this is even dangerous to fall on where we live. Like, I've hurt myself severely falling on our ground. And they still insist, like, no, I'm good. I'm good, Mom. I don't need no shoes. Don't worry, Mom. Peace out. You know what I'm saying? Just being
Yeah,
chill.
yeah, yeah.
And then I did my garden. And then I truly understood. Because when I got in the garden, my first instinct was to remove my shoes.
And dig your toes in the soil.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It wasn't until I put the
And yeah,
hay
they get
on.
dirty, but there's nothing greater feeling than that.
Oh man, absolutely. It's not just about the sun hitting your skin. It's not just about the vitamin D. It is waking your body up to being in elements that are natural to you.
I agree. But even on a cloudy day, you're still getting vitamin D because the sun's still coming through.
Oh,
See
absolutely.
what
Well,
they don't realize.
it's kind of like I believe everything in nature has a reason and a purpose. And I don't know if this is true or right, but I believe one of the reasons we have lightning is to recharge our magnetic pole.
Ah.
Yes, I
Mm.
absolutely agree. There's a reason why lightning
That's a
doesn't
good
have to
one,
hit
Larry.
near us for us to feel it.
Yeah, and did you know that a lot of our lightning actually goes up, not comes down?
Yeah, that's what's even weirder.
I don't know.
Hmm.
I have one weird lightning experience.
Oh,
I
really?
was working in Virginia, the hills of Virginia, Rockingham County. I want to say maybe there was an elevation, but maybe 1,000 to 1,500 feet. So not like deep into mountains or high at all. And I'm doing security at a college. And most of the time that I'm there, there's no students there. So
Right.
I'm walking around, checking doors, tagging
Hmm.
certain areas, which is the process they put into place to make sure there's a security guard present,
I've done my
at
job.
different locations on the campus. So it was in between one of my rounds, is what we call them. And I go out for a cigarette break because I'm like, wow, man, I feel a lightning storm, or a thunderstorm building. So I'm outside smoking a cigarette, kind of underneath like a, a awning, not an awning, but you know how they build the building out and there's that open space on the first floor?
Yeah, there's like a hangover type thing.
Right. So I'm standing under that, and I'm looking like towards west, towards the mountains. And I just go to look up, just curiosity. I don't know, I'm an idiot. I go to look up. This lightning strike comes down like in front of me. And as I start moving my head down with the lightning strike then splits and goes north and south and hits the hill on either side. And
Wow.
I only know it hits the hill because I look to the
Wow.
left and there's a puff of smoke, and I look to the right and there's a puff of smoke where it literally hit the ground.
Yeah, grounded. Yeah. Mm.
Right. Well, this
Exactly.
happened miles away from me because it's something I saw, right?
Thank
But
goodness
the
for that. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here.
Exactly, because the electricity that went through the air made
Mm.
all the alarms go off at the college I was working at.
Did
Yeah,
your hair stand on end?
it locks some of the doors because it was on that some of the doors were on an electrical circuit where my little thingy didn't work for a minute. The hairs on my arm, like
Or went up?
straight up in the sky.
Mhm.
The last thing I did was kick my own self in the ass. Next time you're not gonna go outside for that cigarette, are you? Like learn from things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yo, I
Yeah,
went
well,
home by now because
that
some
you
things,
must have
some
you
hold on,
you
let me
must
just
have
finish with
felt
this
it.
one sentence, Manel.
Sorry, go on.
Something you don't get to learn even from other people. So
Mm.
this is months into me working in Virginia. And I later found out several weeks later that I moved into what they called Lightning Alley.
Mm.
I'm like, what the hell is Lightning Alley? I come from the Northeast. Like, we barely saw a hurricane get that far north. And yeah, there's places like that. And I think that goes to what you were saying, Larry, about recharging things.
Mm.
That certain
I'm
places have this pull, right?
well. I'm wondering if there's a lot of iron there.
Mm.
Oh, that's so funny that you mentioned that. Because we have several trees on the property that it's an obvious lightning strike. And people say that you could dig a well here and get water from it. But there's so much iron and residual things of what happens when iron gets wet, all that stuff, that the water is only
Yeah,
good for
that's
animals and gardens.
yeah, but that's natural iron. That isn't chemically created
Yeah, but
iron.
you can still have too much of it. That it
Right.
wouldn't
Well,
be.
yeah, I agree. Just like with anything,
It.
but you could also,
I,
I mean,
I'm wondering if you
if you
could
had,
filter that somehow.
yeah,
That's what
that's what
I
I was
was
just going to say
thinking
that.
with a filter I create of my own. I should be able to incorporate something that would pull the
Mm.
iron from the water.
I tell you
Yeah,
what,
I think you'd probably need like uh,
carbon.
some type of cloth material and
No, you need
charcoal and
carbon.
some
Carbon.
yeah
All you
some
do is
carbon.
you make chalk. Not
Right.
chalk. You make
That's what I
charcoal.
was thinking. So I was thinking of taking one
Charcoal.
of my rain barrels
Mm.
and the bottom, I think the bottom would need to be sand, the middle need to be charcoal, and the top would need to be pea gravel.
Well, I kept fish, and I sort of seem to feel that it's a good thing to learn from. So if you look at a filter for a tank, it has like you said, Mary, it has several layers, but you need to get the layers right. So
Right.
you can't just put them in willy nilly. You need to. You can alter
I
your.
like willy nilly.
You asked for that one, Monel.
I know.
Hey,
I
you
know.
guys. Hey, it's been a little over 6 hours now, and I do need to get some stuff done, so I'm gonna end the stream. Sorry to tell
No
you,
worries.
Okay,
but
so listen,
I gotta
Monel.
get out of these YouTube streets. I'm starting to get the itch in my back, and my
Yeah.
skin's starting to crawl, and so I gotta
Oh,
fight these urges and get the hell off this.
spicy surges.
Yes,
Yes.
because I
So
just
we'll
want to
agree
stay
to
here all day.
revisit these subjects the next time we chat because I think water filtration I'm quite passionate about. But you're
Yeah,
right, Mary. I do want to
maybe
get it
we
I
could
right.
will
even find
find you,
something on
Mary.
Robert's channel. I bet you we could find some kind of water filtration thing on Robert Murray's Smith channel.
Yeah, yeah, for sure.
All
But I'll
right.
find
All
you,
right.
Mary.
Cool.
Thank
Well,
you, Larry.
y'all have a blessed day.
All right,
You
everybody,
too.
take care and have a great day. And as is always, a better tomorrow. And we'll be here same time, same bat channel.
Much
Big
love,
heart.
everybody. Bye, Manel. Bye,
Big heart.
Larry.
I love you.